in the holy water. Just a backseat driver flying undercover. A nice suit and a family name. Says he'll make me a star if I just play the game. But that man doesn't know that I am bulletproof. Keep one foot on the sky and a foot on the road. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood. 'Cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. That rush of blood. I'll use it for good. That rush of blood. I'll use it for good. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on me, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood. 'Cause I like the way it feels on me. That little rush, rush, rush of blood.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Great to have you on board. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and always a pleasure to have you watching in this live broadcast brought to you by TWBC. We've got our schedule up on the screen. In a few minutes, we will, at 8 a.m., as a matter of fact, we've got the amateurs in round one to get things underway. Then we'll have the open men's round one, followed by the open women's round one, and then we got a little bit of amateurs so far as round two is concerned. Our schedule is fairly simple in that respect. So good to have you on board. This competition brought to you by the likes of Sunset Lake Ski Club, Syndicate, and a whole slew of other supporters without whom this event would not take place. We're getting everything set up so far as the boat is concerned. We just briefly saw Scott Greenwood. It's a freestyle event on the Waterski Pro Tour for the pros in the men's and the women's competition. And yeah, like I said, great to have you on board at this great tournament here at Sunset Lakes, scheduled right up there on the left-hand side of your screen. Right, with that in mind, we've got our countdown to the pro men's division, and we'll leave that up on the right-hand side of the screen to count you down to the professional men's slalom portion of this competition. We will be showing you the amateurs in round one and round two as well. And just to whet your appetite a little bit for the pros, we'll feature our pre-show starting right now. Well, here we are at the Travers Grand Prix 2022. I've got Stevie Island here and getting ready for this year's event. How are you feeling?
You know, I'm feeling really good. I just got married, so that's super exciting. Kind of went straight from the marriage ceremony in Vegas, kind of straight here to Orlando, and I just took a practice set with Greenie, and it felt great. So I'm ready to go out there tomorrow and rip it up.
All right, then you've been ripping it up all season. I mean, especially with your finals appearance over at Hilltop. You're looking to try and parlay that into maybe an event win here?
Yeah, I mean, every event is different in their own ways. You know, preparing for these events, it can be interesting, you know, because there's a lot of different factors that go into it, and now this is kind of my second year-ish, and I have a little bit more experience at the different sites, so I can kind of focus and try and think about those different things. And, you know, Jax just skis so good, and we're all really excited to be here, and it's going to be a beautiful event.
Wedding bells in Vegas and winning ways here at Groveland, possibly. This is Stevie Island here at the Travers Grand Prix 2022. Well, here we are at the Travers Grand Prix 2022. I've got Cole McCormick here, and Cole, how's your skiing been approaching this event?
It's pretty good. I took 5 days off to go up to Dane's wedding and hang out with him for the week and avoid the storm. And so I've got like 3 or 4 sets under my belt. My ankle is feeling like $1,000,000 today, so I'm ready to get after it.
All right then. So you had a little bit of time off. I mean, you were actually injured for a good portion of the season. Had a high ankle sprain. So with this event starting off a whole sequence of events, rounding off the end of the season, how do you expect to do with all of that?
I mean, I hope to do well, but we'll see. I mean, I'm feeling pretty confident. My sets have gone pretty well this week and last week, and obviously Mastercraft went well for me. So, you know, confidence is riding pretty high right now, and we'll just see what happens.
And in the last event that was held here with the Travers Grand Prix, you weren't too bad on the shooting range.
Yeah, me and John and Zane and Paul Kulig all shot 10 for 10 the last time. So that hopefully we'll do that again. Have a shoot off again. Maybe I'll get some revenge.
Excellent stuff. He is a star out in the slalom course and a star on the shooting range. This is Cole McCormick, and this is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Well, here we are, out of Bumpus, Virginia. This is Corey Vaughn here at the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Feeling good coming into this event?
Well, I feel good in my body. It's been a rough year for my skiing, so I'd love to finish on a high note. This is the end of the line for me, but I would be no less surprised to see Queen Elizabeth rise from the dead than to win this event. So, you know, I'm really here to see some friends, ski with my buds, try to put up a big score, but I'm almost starting to focus on next season already.
So this is pretty much the end of the season for you. I mean, pessimistic about your chances, but I mean, there must be a high-level score that you're aiming towards to at least salvage something from the 2022 season.
Yeah, no doubt. I would love to put a 3 at 41 out there this weekend. That's definitely possible. Did it yesterday in practice. This is a great site. Everything's going to be perfect here for skiing conditions. So, you know, that would make me feel good to go and do a score that I know I'm capable of. It's just been a rough road in doing that this year, and so I need to retool, refocus, and come back with a better plan next year, and hopefully finish on a high note to send some motivation into the off season.
And probably one of the lightest skiers here. You're pretty mean on the go-karts from what I hear.
I am light in my body, but I am not mean on the go-karts. I don't practice that. I don't know a whole lot about that. I'm looking at a pretty solid last place finish in the go-karting, I'm going to guess. I know. I will beat Freddie Winter. He's pretty bad.
All right, then, and we certainly look forward to that. That was Corey Vaughn, and this is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Well, working as hard as anybody here, getting ready for the Travers Grand Prix, a skier who has his name deeply embedded within this event is Jonathan Travers. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, Tony. It's exciting to have this event back. This is the 4th year I've done it, and last year we didn't have the chance to do it because we had the Worlds here, and I was too much pressure on my family and myself to do both of those big events. So just happy to have the Grand Prix back, and this year we're going back to karting, so that's exciting.
All right then. So what kind of things go on in the background to make this event happen? Okay, because I mean, it's more than just the typical free event tournament. Obviously, you got the slalom, but you mentioned the go-karting and you mentioned the shooting. I mean, what kind of work do you have to do to make sure all of those ducks are in a row?
Yeah, that's the challenging part. For many years, I've hired out the shooting part. A few years ago, I couldn't get those guys to come out, so I just bought all my own equipment, and I have the Lions Club. That's a local shooting club that is a nonprofit that raises money to help kids with eye awareness problems. So we donate some money to them. They come out and give all the athletes that are shooting the right learning techniques and the safety about all the guns. And then right down the road, about 20 minutes down the road for the go-karting, I have one of the top racetracks in Florida. So I got pretty lucky with that, and that's Bushnell Motorsports. And for them, it's just great. I make a phone call to them. I'm like, hey, can I rent it Friday night? And he's like, yeah, let's go. So that kind of makes it easier for me. But it is like running a big event still with the whole Waterski side. It's a record tournament for everyone. It's still a lot of pressure on me to make sure the site and the boat conditions and all the tech stuff set up correctly. So that's where it's the big side for me on.
And obviously a little less pressure on your shoulders means that you have a better chance of you going out there on the water and producing the kind of performances we're accustomed to seeing from you. What kind of score do you reckon that you'll be happy to conclude these championships with?
As deep as I can get down 41. It's been a rough few weeks with body parts kind of getting beat up, but hey, I felt great today on the water. I feel strong now, so I'm just excited to be healthy-ish and be able to go out there and have fun and put up a big score at home, kind of like I did at the Worlds, and see where it goes.
Jonathan Travers, one of the folks behind the organization of the Travers Grand Prix, here for 2022. Well, around about this time last year at this very site, this individual here was putting up a score that would eventually give her the World Slalom title. This is Jamie Bull. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks, Tony. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. So the return to the Travers Grand Prix, you excited about this event coming here?
Yeah, I'm super excited. It's a super fun event, kind of mixing in some stuff that we don't usually ski at tournaments. So I think it makes it really fun for the amateurs, and it's fun for us pros as well. So always happy to be here at Jack, so can't wait.
All right, you're currently in the lead of the Waterski Pro Tour standings in the women's slalom event. You've been consistent all year long. You've traveled to Europe. I mean, you've seen some wonderful sights, and you've skied your heart out. Try and give us a little bit of a summation of how your season's gone up to this point.
Yeah, I'm super happy with how my season's gone. I kind of had a slow start with school, so I've been playing catch up a little bit, and I kind of feel like it's been a fast-paced season just because I didn't have that preseason. Thankful to have spent some time in Florida this fall, so kind of getting my feet back underneath me and gaining some confidence back to put up some big scores.
All right, and so the end of the season is fast closing in. What do you intend to do in the off season?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be moving back to Canada, and I'll be working at a snow ski resort as a guide on the mountain. So super excited for that. I get to snow ski every day and enjoy winter, and I haven't been able to do that for a couple of years being in school in Louisiana. So I'm ready for a full winter and lots of snow.
And what's the second event that you're looking forward to in this Travers Grand Prix? Obviously, your main focus is going to be on slalom, but what's the other one? Is it the go-karting or is it the shooting?
I think probably the shooting. Yeah, I'm going to go with shooting.
All right then, and we look forward to seeing Jamie out there on the shooting range as well as the slalom course here at the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. All right, and a big thanks to all of those folks that participated in the pre-show. Huge kudos to every single one of them for their help in participating with that. And the Travers Grand Prix starts in about an hour's time. Time right here in well, actually it starts in about 2 minutes time because I had the wrong time on my pad. But there you go. We've got our current conditions. We've got 57 degrees Fahrenheit with the air temperature, 79 degrees with the lake temperature. So a little bit of disparity there, but shouldn't be too hard. Too rough for our skiers to handle in that respect. Otherwise, perfect conditions out there, beautiful sunshine, beautiful weather. But you'd expect that here in the middle of Lake County in Central Florida, and great to have all of the pieces in play. We've got Scott Greenwood there at the helm of that towboat. We've got Ricky Ward there with the camera inside the towboat. And getting ready to rock the roost, as it were. We've got about less than a minute for all of that to fall into place and get ready for the competition that is the Travers Grand Prix. Our first slalomer, I believe, is getting ready to go. It should be Kevin Frisbee. He's the first skier on our list, and then we'll continue to work our way down. All right there, so you see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen the countdown to our Pro Men's round one. We've got the amateurs taken to the water first. which will represent the majority of our competition during the course of the day. We have on this list a total of 35 amateur skiers, and looking forward to some great action from them. As a matter of fact, looking down this list, I see a few recognizable names. Jack Critchley, who we ordinarily see jumping, he'll be a slalom in this morning. Connor Pauley, another great jumper. We look forward to seeing him slalom. And looking down the list, see Vincent Stadelbauer is on that list too, looking to claw back a great score towards the end of the season. Hasn't had an awful lot of time to practice with his duties with TWBC, but we look forward to seeing him ski anyhow. Mike Morgan right the way towards the end. We see Amelia Vaughn as well and Merrick Koenig. So we got plenty of action in store for the amateurs, and our first skier, Kevin Frisbee, will take to the water first, unless I hear otherwise via the official radio. So we'll try and get the speed and line length. 55.16, which is 34 miles an hour at 22 off. We do use the metric system and the imperial measurements here for this competition. So I will endeavor to make sure that each are represented equally during the course of this event. Here we go. Kevin Frisbee, opening pass 55.16, or 34 miles an hour, 22 off. Getting a little bit pushed down course, and our opening pass, our first pass completed in the Travers Grand Prix 2022 belongs to Kevin Frisbee. And now it will come back at 14.25 meters or 22 off. Our first competitor out, successful in running the opening pass. Now, because the sun is sun is behind him, he is a little bit silhouetted out for the first third or halfway through this pass, but no different to the coverage that we delivered last season at the Visit Lake County IWWF World Waterski Championship. And as the cameras pick him up halfway down the course from that point onwards, with the sun where it is rising in the east, brightening up that vision of Kevin Frisbee going through the slalom course with the opening pass of 16 meters. All right, now 14.25 meters or 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line. For those of you watching, wherever you have to be around the world, thank you very much for tuning in. And for those of you that want to chat and to be a part of the conversation for the Travers Grand Prix, make sure you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and that will give you that ability. And also by hitting the bell icon, you'll also be informed as to when the next live broadcast becomes active, such as this one, the Travers Grand Prix. And on 14.25 meters or 28 off, just really slicing and dicing it out there, that is Kevin Frisbee. And I think he missed the exit gate, and that concludes that effort there for Kevin Frisbee. He knew the gig was up as soon as he realized that ski wasn't going through the exit gates in the way that he's typically accustomed. Not doing too badly though. A little bit of a delay on each turn, not getting the ski fully rotated, but managing to take what he got anyhow. A little bit of a split radius edge change into 5, and managing to get the ski round number 6 now. Does he get through? No, he doesn't. There you go. That confirms that. And so what is that? That is going to be 5 and 1/2 at 14.25 meters or 28 feet off. And our next skier to take to the water will be Carl Denis. Carl Denis, who comes to us out of Canada. All right, a quick look at the schedule there. The amateurs in round 1. Then we go into the pros in the women's and men's competition a little bit later on today. And there you see our countdown timer. We project that the pro men's slalom competition will take place in about, let's go a little over 3.5 hours from now. But do stick around and take in the amateur skiing. Here comes Carl Denis approaching the course on a rather unusual ski brand, using the Pineapple Slalom skier, which is a partner with Nick Parsons of the Pineapple Project, the Parsons Project, so to speak. Getting a little bit down course off number 5, and I believe that opening pass is 14.25 meters. We'll get a double check on that one just to make sure. I'm normally accustomed to seeing him go in at 55K, and typically it's 14.25 meters. But this pass seems to be more of controlled aggression more than anything else. Good stance over his approach into number 2 and allowing the ski to fully rotate. Yeah, seems to be doing that counter rotation thing right off 1, 3, and 5, placing the handle and then just trying to work his hips all the way through. And that seems to be quite effective for him. All right. Hopefully we'll hear some official communication from the boat to actually give us some idea as to what pass he's going to be coming in on it. I suspect it's going to be 13 meters.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too wet. All right, awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so on the belief that he started on 14.25 meters, this is now, which he did, so this is 13. Boat speed of 55K. Oh, getting a little bit thrown over the ski there. But a little flat-footed into number 5, just about gets that ski round number 6. There you go, that is Carl Denis, who, when he's not skiing, is actually a medical equipment sales rep with the equipment that he sells, a specialty towards oncology. And not doing too badly off buoy number 1. A little bit of a shoulder charge into number 2, but he's able to keep his shoulders up for the most part. A little bit of a dip there into number 3. But although he's approaching some of these turns a little later than what he's accustomed to, doing a fine job, and also bearing in mind that he's skiing into the rising sun. So his vision out there on the slalom course may be a little compromised in that respect. So, wonderful shot there of Carl Denis as he gets ready for 12 meters or 35 off the standard 75-foot line. So, folks, we've got Carl Denis, who's originally out of Canada. So just waiting for the boat driver, Scott Greenwood, to mash the throttle down and get Carl back up on top of the water. Started at 55.14. So we're now on the 12-meter line. This is where things really start to get fast and furious. Oh, and no gate on 13 meters. Okay, so Carl Denis, that's why we're a little bit delayed taking him back into the course. They were reviewing the gate, and we're going to see for ourselves with the instant replay. Yeah, absolutely. He was on the right-hand side of the right-hand gate bowl. So Carl Denis not getting the best of starts on 13 meters, so it is going to be a 6 buoy count on 14 that will represent his final score in round 1. That means a little bit earlier than anticipated for, we've got our next competitor, who should be Brian Decker.
Oh yeah, always a graceful dismount. Whoa! Well, me.
So 55K. 14 meters, 55K, or 34 miles an hour, 28 off. All right, let's see what he's got. All right, here we go. Entrance gate, buoy number 1 on 14.25 meters at 55 kilometers an hour, or 28 off, 34. Not bad shape, just absolutely crushing it out there. All right, so 55, and there you see humidity at 91%. And yeah, we certainly saw a little bit of that this morning on our earlier call time coming into the lake to get set up this morning. Plenty of dew around the grass, as is typically the case around about this time of year. In our first full weekend of October, we see Brian Decker out there on the slalom course, just getting a little bit blown over towards the tip into buoy number 2, but this being the opening pass, he knows exactly what he needs to get done in order to stay with the run. Brian Decker, absolutely just cruising that pass and getting ready for the next one, which should be 13 meters. All right, here we go, folks. Brian Decker approaching the course. Behind that beautiful Nautique towboat. Let's have a look and see. There's Brian Decker. Appears to be riding a radar Vapor. Oh, getting a little bit strung out there into buoy number 4, but he recovers well off number 5, gets round number 6. So he will be our first person to check out the 13, actually the 12-meter run. Now, obviously, our previous skier scored 6 on 14.25 meters, having missed the gates on 13. Despite having visually run that pass, getting broken over into number 2 again. That's obviously something that he needs to work on in preparation for a possible successful run on 12 meters. Just those little errors that you can get away with on the first 2 passes. By the time you get to pass number 3. Those little mistakes start adding up and become big ones. So we'll see what Brian Decker can do. Skier number 3 in our amateur first round. There you see our countdown timer, counting down to a little over 3.5 hours to our pro men round 1. Here we go. Over the tip of the ski to number 1. Now this position is a heck of a lot better on 12 meters. Certainly digging in deep here, and this is actually a far better pass on 12 meters than he produced on 14 2 passes back. Obviously he has full vision of the slalom course. You see him silhouetted in that direction. The flip side of that is that he actually has the slalom course essentially lit up with the sun being directly behind him. So things are an awful lot brighter, and You know, a lot of people underestimate the ability to be able to see clearly out there on the slalom course, and it's certainly working for Brian Decker. 12 meters successfully run, and our first look at 38 off, 11.25 meters coming up very, very soon. Just absolutely just crushing it out there on 12 meters. And now 11.25 meters beckons for him. We'll wait to see that. But having full vision of the slalom course on that 12-meter pass, now it's going to be 11.25 meters, and the converse is going to be true. He'll be skiing directly into the sun. It's going to make life a little bit difficult, especially for his gate setup. Entrance gates, number 1. Gets around number 1, gets the ski angled away. Round number 2, unfortunately not stable enough on number 2 to affect that turn. But it is going to be a 1 1/2 buoys, 1.5 buoys at 11.25 meters in this amateur round of the competition. Brian Decker, a men's 4 slalomer, and getting 1.5 on 11.25 meters. So kudos and well done to him and his team going forwards. So now working our way to our next competitor, it should be Laz Klein. Laz Klein is our next competitor to take to the water. So we're going to see him take to the stage here.
Yeah.
All right, Laz Klein will try and get the boat speed and line length and it's going to be 55 at 16 meters, 16-meter opening pass. 55-16. Let's see what he's got in store for us. Now, Kevin Frisbee started at 55.16, our opening skier in this event, and he scored 5.5 on 14.25 meters. Just to give you an idea of who his closest competitor is in terms of starting speed, line length. Doing good, a great start, and getting around all 6 buoys. That's always a good thing to have happen. A clear opening pass, enabling him to continue on to 14.25 meters. Laz Klein. Little bit of a shoulder charge into buoy number 1 and all over the back of that ski, but seems to have found a way to allow that ski to still work for him, even though his weight distribution on it is a little bit unusual, to say the least. So getting a few messages coming through our live chat. Thanks a lot to our fans all across the world who are currently watching in their numbers. Got the likes of Rebecca Ramsey commenting in, Dave Lincoln, obviously a big Brian Decker fan out there, giving his best wishes. And feel free to comment on the live chat on the YouTube channel. The way you can do that is to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. As we look at Laz Klein on 14.25 meters at 55K, things are starting to heat up there a little bit. He manages to claw some distance back off 4 into 5 and is able to get round all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters, thus giving him the opportunity to attack the course of 13 meters for the next run. So looking good, looking strong out there for the most part. That is Laz Klein. So doing a grand job out there, almost getting crushed forward there into number 3, but still managing to keep a good pace out there and just not panicking too much. That's a sign of a well-experienced slalomer and performer out there. That is Laz Klein getting through the pass of 14.25 minutes. We are on skier number 4 of 35 in the amateur round of the competition. Still got plenty of great skiing to come here in the amateur competition before we go into the pros. We'll have one round of pro men and pro women a little bit later on this afternoon. The first 2 buoys didn't look too bad, but then he got rocked even further on the back of his slalom ski, and the ski kind of refused to do anything more for him beyond that. Number 1 looked really good. Actually got more of the tip of the ski in the water and allowing it to turn and to actually achieve a greater angle into number 2. That kind of surprised him a little bit, but then the handle came up around buoy number 3, and then it was all over by the shouting. So it is going to be a 2.5 buoy score. 2.5 buoys. That was on 13 meters. So good skiing there from him. So we're seeing a few of the skiers that walking back to the dock. I see Brian Decker there doing a grand job. He has some fans across the world that are tuning in and watching the coverage. All right, so with Laz Klein bowing out with 2.5 on 13 meters. We now go to our next competitor, who should be Damon Knottle. Dave Knottle getting ready to go, and whilst we wait for the boat to make its way back to him for his opening pass, we'll take a brief break. All right, just enough time to tell you about the audience prize. The audience prize is going on right now. We're taking entries all the way through to the start of the pro men's slalom competition. The audience prize is active. So if you can accurately predict the podium of the men's competition and the women's competition, you could win a ski of your choice. Yes, indeed. Win a ski of your choice by participating in the audience prize competition. You can go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for that. And also starting tomorrow, we've got the skier of the day vote. That will take place starting tomorrow, and we'll give you the web link or the URL for that one. Although I suspect that many of you who are tuned in to the events at TWBC during the course of the summer have probably already got that one bookmarked by now. All right then, so we have got Damon Knottle. All right, so this is Damon Knottle. And I'm not too sure what he's going to come in. It's going to be 55 at 14.25 meters or 34 miles an hour, 28 off. looking okay out there, and that's about as much as I could say about that opening pass. It was controlled aggression. That would probably be about the most polite way of actually expressing that on that opening run. Damon Nuttall pulling out after successfully running 14.25 meters. Probably a little bit nervous out there. Getting good angle off buoy number 1, a little bit flat into number 2, and but still allowing for the ski to rotate underneath the line. Establishing a decent rhythm. It certainly looks a little bit better from this angle than it did from the boat camera. A little flat into number 5, and he had to check up on that one to make sure that the ski fully rotated and allowed for him to get across the course effectively. That is Damon Nuttall. So Damon Nuttall, part of Team Bayer and Brando. On that same team, we're going to find David Skirvin and Byron Nuttall. A little bit later on, we'll see those skiers as well as Bayer and Brando. Oh, look at this. Damon Nuttall. Handle up a little bit high. Nicely done around all 6 buoys. A great looking opening run. Second pass, I do have to say, that was 13 meters. Just got a brief glimpse of Laz Klein. Laz Klein, who is a member of Team Cole and Dorian, the Canadian squad, as it were, and Laz alongside Tanguy Dayon and Colin Fruchy. We look forward to seeing those folks a little bit later on as well. This is the Travers Grand Prix. Unique event combining slalom along with go-karting, which will take place a little bit later on today. We'll try and get you some coverage of that. It won't be live, but we'll try and conjure up something and maybe show you that in time for tomorrow's action on the slalom course. But there we go. We got Damon Nuttall out there, having run 14 of 13. During the course of today, they'll also be shooting as well, the sport plays. So all of that happening here at the Travers Grand Prix. Oh, a little bit loose off number 1. He's round buoy number 2 and 3. Makes a good play on number 4. Then gets across course just in time to get round all 6 buoys on 12 meters. Nicely done, Damon. So I'm sure that David Skirvin along the shore side there absolutely chuffed to bits right now, seeing one of his teammates out there on Team Bayer and Brando. One of 2 Italian-led squads on this in this competition. The other being Alice and T-Gas, and we're going to see a few of their skiers out there on the water fairly soon, I would imagine. Actually, the first of those skiers from Alice and T-Gas's squad, Mario Sacramango. He will be actually our next person out there on the water once Damon has gotten done. But for this performance, not quite done yet for Damon. He'll be coming into the course right here and now on 11.25 meters, 38 off the standard 75-foot line. This is Damon Nuttall. Damon, to the best of my knowledge, comes to us out of Australia. Entrance, round, and going down off buoy number 1 and trying that inside elbow dip to try and keep things going, but it is going to be half a buoy at 11.25 meters. So far as scores go, that is good enough at the moment for second spot. Our top score is Brian Decker with 1.5 at 11.25 meters, just for reference there. Kind of shoulder charged into buoy number 1, lost much of his balance going into that turn and just couldn't really get the clean hook up. And that represents the full extent of his scoring. So, all right, that was Damon Nottle. We now go on to our next competitor, Mario Sakamango. So, Mario Sakamango, a part of Team Alice and T-Gas, which will also feature Connor Pauley and Vincent Stadelbauer. Teams, according to my sheet here, are named after their protein captains, but I don't know whether we should put some proper monikers to this team. I don't know. I mean, Vincent over my headset is saying that this is Team TWBC. I'll go along with that. Okay, coming in at 52.16 meters. Mario Sakamango, who's a men's 4 skier, which means that using the zero-base scoring, he will actually increase his boat speed up to 55k before he shortens the line again. Mario Sakamango, 52.16. And we'll see what he's got for the next pass of 55.16. Good, safe looking opening run, and that is buoys and points towards the team total for Alice and T-Gas's team, otherwise known as Team TWBC. All right, so just looking at this, well organized there on buoy number 1 turn, a little on the tail of the ski. Right foot forward skier, which means that he is able to manage the turns on his left side in contrast to those on his right. But the folks here at this early stage of the game shouldn't have any worries at all in being able to see the course, as the sun is coming from behind them, illuminating the course very, very well indeed. All right, so it looks like we got Dave Skirvin there on the dock there, quite possibly the tallest competitive slalom skier in the world, although we did see one person over there at the Malibu Open that was interviewed by Wade just a few days ago that was even taller, standing over 7 feet tall. But height isn't everything. All right, so continuing to roll. He's on the neck. Okay, so the boat speed and the line length shortening. The boat speed is still at 52. The line length shortening is 14.25 meters.
Grip really tight, and it would grip like it would grip the caliper.
So that kind of throws a little bit in the wrench into the works so far as predicting what the next pass is going to be. So far as the speed and line length shortening, he is a men's 4 competitor, which means the max speed is 55k, although he hasn't hit that yet. He's still at 52k. All right then, so yes, we do confirm. So he is going to come back at 52 on the 13-meter line, having run the opening 2 passes of 16 and 14.25 meters. So elected to stay with the max speed of 52k. This is Mario Sakamango. 52K. 13 meters now. Looking good off the opening strike there on number 1, but unfortunately getting bogged down a little bit. So it's going to be 1 1/2 buoys on 30 meters, 52K. Which, whenever you compare it against some of our other scores at 55K, that would be the equivalent of doing that buoy count, but at 55K, 14.25 meters so far as the buoy count is concerned. So Mario Sakamango again in 1 1/2 buoys at 30 meters, 52K, or a 32 off, 32 miles an hour. So there we go. So working our way down this list, and also working our way through the live chat messages that are being written this morning. Thanks a lot to Chris Olivet for his support. Chatting to us from Geneva in Switzerland, and tuning in to us all the way from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates is Ruth Brierley. Thanks a lot for tuning in and for messaging in as well. You've been great supporters of these webcasts with TWBC. I certainly see a few familiar names there. And we'll return with our next competitor, who should be David Skirvin, right after this. All right then, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Next competitor up is going to be David Skirvin. So David Skirvin, a member of Team Bayer and Brando, one of two Italian captained teams. They've already used one skier so far in this competition, that being Damon Knottle. 55K, I believe this is 14.25 meters. Indeed it is, 55.14. David Skirvin, who divides his time during the course of the season to skiing in Central Florida and also the northwestern part of the United States, has traveled quite extensively in that regard. And not doing too badly with the opening run of 14.25 meters. That is David Skirvin. He is a rather tall skier, which means he does have that height advantage to get round some of these more difficult turns on shorter line lengths. Obviously, he has to work exceptionally hard to make sure that his weight distribution on that ski is centered and in exactly the right place or where it needs to be. So, working our way through. That's David Skirvin, and getting ready for the next pass of 13 meters. Seeing a few of our folks along the dock side. Scott Boehner about to take to the water in just a few. We should see Jack Decker out there shortly afterwards, along with Sergei Danyashkaya. Then Brett Swanbaum will be out there as well very, very soon. Here we go. This is David Skirvin. Little bit narrow on buoy number 2. Oh, and getting into all kinds of shape there. And on 13 meters, he goes down with a score of 2 1/2. 2.5 on 13 meters is going to be the eventual score on round 1. So he's got a lot of catching up to do with the round 2 performance, which is scheduled for tomorrow. And personally, I don't know how he's going to fit into the go-kart, if you ask me, but I'm sure he'll find a way. He's certainly a pretty proficient shooter. He's been instructing a few of our first-time shooters out there on the gun range. But looking at David Skirvin, getting a little bit stretched out into buoy number 2, and that precipitated that long turn, and just couldn't get much of anything going on 13 meters. So, all right then, that brings into the slalom course our next competitor. It should be Scott Boehner. More messages coming in through on our live chat. We've got some folks from the United Kingdom tuning in as well. Thanks a lot. So here we go. This is Scott Boehner, 14.25 meters at 55K, 14.25 meters. Scott Boehner, the last of our men's 4 competitors. All right, getting it done at 55K, 14.25 meters, or 34 miles an hour, 28 off. So we're going to take a look on that pass very, very soon. And here it is, handle up a little bit high on the gate shot, but still managing to dance the light fantastique there on the water off of buoy number 1. Just keeping the ski very much under his body mass and trying not to let it get too far out of his realm of control. A little stiff-legged there and a little bit on the back of the ski, but on the opening pass, it shouldn't be anything to worry him too much. All right, so Scott Boehner, who is on team Robert Pagozzi and Paige Reaney. We'll see the remainder of that team compete later on. Mary Koenig and Leo Klein. Looking at this round buoy number 1 and number 2. And now we're starting to pick up the pace here on 13 meters. Scott Boehner, yes, absolutely. Round number 5, round number 6, getting the job done, getting through 13 meters and setting himself up for 12 meters coming back. It's Scott Boehner. As we see another Scott behind the helm of that towboat, the Nautique, driven by Scott Greenwood. And and another Scott will be driving a little bit later on. Scott Ellis will be driving the Nautique for the pro women, while Scott Greenwood will drive the pro men. Great Scott. And Scott Boehner out there on the water. Yes, it's funny how that happens, I guess. I don't know. It's a little bit of a chuckle so far as I'm concerned. But anyways. All right, then. So we've got Scott Boehner out in the water, coming to us out of Doobie's Pond. At least that's according to the information that's been sent to me by Dave Lincoln, one of our our folks on the live chat, which you can be a part of by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel, and also hitting the bell icon will give you notification as to the next time we go live. Here we go, Scott Boehner on buoy number 1. He's round number 2. This is the 12-meter line. Getting a good start here, but unfortunately collapsing into a heap there with 2 1/2 on 12 meters, 2 1/2 on 12 meters. Decent effort there from him. And Scott Boehner there with 2 1/2 on the 12-meter line as we have a look at his start. That's using a ski, that Denali, which tends to pivot more than turn in terms of achieving angle, cross-course angle. Certainly works well for a good few skiers out there. And Scott Boehner being one of them, getting as far as 2 1/2 buoys on the 12-meter line. That is Scott Boehner. All right, then, our next competitor up is going to be Jack Decker, trying to try not to dry out so much, his throat not drying out so much. And with that, we'll continue on right after this. This is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. We'll return with more action right after these.
I just wanted to run a lot of buoys, honestly. A few of the generations, the feeling was there. It was like 100%, this is exactly what we want, through 39 off, and you get to 41 off, and it would basically just die. I ran some of the most beautiful 39s. I can imagine you get to 41, it just becomes too aggressive, swings too aggressively. It's just been redefining exactly what it takes to run 41 off. It's such a unique animal, and you can't practice 41 at 39 or 38. Like, it just does not, it's not the same. You cannot recreate it. There's no way. You can't slow the boat down. You can't make the rope a little bit longer. There's nothing you can do. You just gotta be there, and you gotta figure that shit out.
Right when I hopped on it, I was like, I really like the front because you can move all over the ski. I can jump on the front. It keeps moving away with that bevel. Just allows more support so it doesn't want to suck behind me. And I can use that to my advantage all day long.
Coming back to technique, so we had a theory on technique. I want to be as aggressive as I can be out of the buoy, through the wakes, and then have somewhere to put that energy.
All right, then, so continuing right along, our next competitor is Jack Decker. Jack Decker is our next skier out on Team Alexandra and Fred. Or Sasha and Fred, I should say. 55. 49 on 16 meters. Now, Jack Decker, let me see where he is so far as his division is concerned. He's a boys 4, and boys 4 actually ski to 36 miles an hour before the line length is shortened under typical circumstances. So he's got a lot of work to do before he starts to shorten beyond 16 meters into 14.25. Of course, zero base scoring has certainly opened up the option so far as line length shortenings and their requisite speeds to go along with it. 52.16, so going with the schedule of raising the boat speed before the line length gets shortened. So now it's 52.16 or 32 miles an hour, 22 off for Jack Decker.
Like 36, I guess?
Yep, it is.
And A2.
So we got some work on dock side there. We've got the line lengths, the boat speed, and the zero offsetting putting on our raceable board for the boat driver and the officials to get situated with prior to each performance. This is Jack Decker. Oh, getting in a little bit deep with that run and almost finding himself going up the ramp. But a little bit narrow there on the entrance gates into buoy number 1. That kind of set the whole thing cascading down. Not getting much turn off that ski as a result. Broken over into number 2. Pushing as hard on that ski, which can be quite counterproductive if not done the right way, and getting inside a buoy number 4. So it's going to be a 3 buoy count. 3 buoys at 52K, 60 meters, and that is the final score for Jack Decker. All right then, next competitor up is going to be Sergei Danyashkaya. He is actually on the same team as Jack Decker, Team Sasha and Fred. And so back-to-back members of the same team are getting ready to hit the water. And we'll also see Brett Swanbaum take to water in just a moment or so. Okay, at 50, coming in on the 16-meter line, 58 kilometers now, 16 meters. This is Sergei Danyashkaya. Looking good. Nicely done. Nice skiing there. 58.16, now getting ready for 14.25 minutes. Sergei Danyashkaya is actually a boys 5 competitor, which means that his maximum speed is 58K. So we do go immediately onto line length shortening. I mean, it's 58K is the maximum speed anyway, so. But not looking bad. Good linkage there around number 2 and into number 3. So Sergei Danyashkaya, the younger brother of Sasha Danyashkaya, the current world women's overall champion, whom we will see later on compete in the women's pro event, which will be the last competitive ski event of today among the pros. We go into round 2 of the pros after we get done with the women for the first half dozen 8 skiers, and then we'll call a halt to the skiing, and then we'll go karting a little bit later on this afternoon. All right, so we've got Sergei Danyashkaya coming into the course on 14.25 meters, boat speed set. Not too sure which is brighter, his shorts or the sunshine beaming in across this course. Oh, getting broken over there into number 4. Let's see if he can make up that deficit, and just about does it on 14.25 meters. I think the sense of relief on his face is very, very visible indeed. And he certainly didn't have the best of vision going down the course and skiing into the sun. So he would have had to have blinked at least a couple of times in order to get a good reckoning and a good eyeball on each turn. Just a little flat into number 2, and then just loaded up on number 2, and then as he loaded up, he almost overshot the buoy, and then had to make a split-second decision as to how much pressure that he exerts on that ski for his edge change. But on his part, does extremely well to get through 14, and now gets ready for 13 meters. It is now Sergei Danyashkaya. All right then, folks, here we go. Rocking it in. Pass number 3. This now is 13 meters. Started in on 16. Oh, and tried to drop his weight on that inside edge, but the ski was refusing to have any of it there on buoy number 4. For about the first third of the course into the first half of the course, not looking too bad. A good link off buoy number 1, a little bit of slack, but he was more than capable of sucking it up, so to speak. Number 2 didn't look too bad. Number 3 was a little bit down course for him, but then he rocked up onto the back and blew the tail of the ski, and it was a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond. So it is a score of 3 1/2. 3 1/2 on that pass of 30 meters for Sergei Danyashkaya. All right, next competitor up is going to be Brett Swanbaum. He will be our next skier. We are on skier number 11 of 35, so we're on schedule, and things are looking good. And we'll take a little bit of a quick pause before we bring Brett Swanbaum onto the water. We'll return right after this. All right then, folks, here we go. Our next competitor up, an interesting competitor as a matter of fact. This is going to be Brett Swanbaum. All right. At 55 kilometers now, 18.25 meters. This is Brett Swanbaum. And looking at him slaloming out there right now, and we've normally seen Brett Swanbaum barefoot water skiing competition. He's a highly accomplished barefoot water skier, former junior world overall barefoot champion. This he achieved when he was 14 years old in 2020. Nationals Open Pro Slalom bronze, trick silver in jump bronze. The very next season, last season, 15 years of age, in the under-21 Barefoot Nationals. And he's a member of the 2023 Team USA World's Elite Team and Junior Team, which will compete next calendar year in Australia. So a highly accomplished barefoot competitor. And he's also parlayed that a little bit to what he's doing out there on the slalom course as he runs through the opening pass of 18.25 meters at 58K. So, and he also featured on the cover of one of the more recent editions of the Water Skier magazine, the official publication of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. So, Brett Swanbaum, getting ready for 16 meters for his next run. 58.18, so he actually started at 55.18, I beg your pardon. So now max speed, and the line length still the same at 18.25 meters. This is Brett Swanbaum. Entrance gates number 1. Little broken over into number 2. Off his edge into number 3, but still managing to slice and dice his way through that run. And a good, solid effort there. Brett Swanbaum, a member of Team Sasha and Thibaut. Headed up by Sasha Deska and Thibaut Dayon among the pros. The other team members on that squad there feature Charlie Emmett and Sasha Duzon. And Brett Swanbaum doing a grand job out there, almost getting broken over a little bit too much there into number 3, and then the releasing of that hard edge into number 4 momentarily before he realized the situation and got back on it. But what this means is with that pass, that successful pass of 18.25 meters, he now goes on to 16 for the next run. Now 16 meters comes up at max speed. We'll see how far he gets on this run. Just has to be a little bit more resistant behind the boat now in order to get to buoy's width. And certainly has to be resistant against the 16-meter rooster hump, which is present in basically every boat that is in current production. So has to be prepared for that as he turns in. Boom, nicely done round buoy number 1. Looking and go round buoy number 2. This looks far more composed up to that point, but he gets round number 4. Almost lost it off 3 into 4, but he manages to get the remaining buoys of the course and continuing to ski. Brett Swanbaum getting ready for 14.25 meters. So an encouraging sign for Team Sasha and Thibaut. So, Brett Swanbaum, and as I mentioned, the first half of the course looked very, very well composed indeed. 16 meters, which actually places the handle a little bit more to his side rather than extend it over the tip of the ski. That's the difference really so far as deflection angle is concerned. Obviously, as the rope gets shorter, the more and more up on the boat that you get to. And as you get higher and higher up on the side of the boat, the direction of the handle changes in relation to your body. So it's less over the tip of the ski on 18.25 meters and more out to the side on 16. And obviously, as you get further down the line, the handle gets all the way out to the side where you're almost perpendicular with the boat. With that in mind, this is Brett Swanbaum coming back in on 14.25 meters. Gets a good start on buoy number 1. Needs to maintain his resistance behind the boat to make this pass possible. Oh, and he tries to load up a little bit too hard, too soon off number 3, and left the ski behind him as a result. So it looks like it's going to be 2.5 on 14.25 meters. The boat making its way back to him, but if they knew what Brett Swanbaum got up to aside from tournament waterski slalom, they'll probably realize that he probably took harder falls doing that than he'll ever take out there on the slalom course. But safety a paramount concern here, and you know, just wanted to make sure he's okay. So even caught our camera folks out there a little bit by surprise. Our barefoot water skier turned tournament water ski slalomer, Brett Swanbaum, getting 2.5 for his effort there on 14.25 meters. Handle up a little high and nice front flip, which he's probably used to doing on barefooting, especially when it comes to barefoot tricks, where one of the major tricks is the barefoot front flip, and certainly catching a toe or two when he's barefooting as well. So that's typically the way one would dismount. All right. So next competitor up is going to be Greg Terry. Greg Terry, last time we saw him All right then, so as we wait for our next competitor, we'll take a quick break. We'll return with continuing action of the Travers Grand Prix right after these. Then rejoining action. All right then, so we got Greg Terry. Okay, so Greg Terry, who we saw last weekend at the Malibu Open, the first slalom skier out in that competition. I would imagine that he will be starting in at the very least to 14.25 meters, and certainly the boat speed looks high enough to be 58K. So I'm willing to go along with a 14.25 meter start. And Greg Terry doing a fine job out there, bleeding off a little bit of speed before he rolls that ski over into the gate shot, and very nicely done. Off buoy number 1 and number 2, just absolutely just crushing it out there. So Greg Terry seems to be getting a few supporters online. Yep, we've actually more than a smattering of support as a matter of fact. One of our folks out there chatting in relation to Greg Terry, suggesting that there should be some chicken nuggets on standby after he gets done with his opening round performance. Now, I don't know if anyone can take a quick trip to Mickey D's for that, but anyway, certainly worth pointing out. All right, so let's have a look and check out Greg Terry. Actually coming back at 14.25 meters at 58K. So he started out on the 16-meter run. Actually, honestly thought that line length was a little bit shorter, but there you go. We were correct about the speed at least, and this is 14.25 meters. A nice turn there off buoy number 3 into 4. Managing this pass well, and 14.25 meters well underneath his belt there. So Greg Terry doing a fine effort. So Greg Terry getting a smattering of support here on the live chat, and you can actually help a TWBC by subscribing to the YouTube channel, and that will open up the live chat for you to be a part of the conversation. Go to the TWBC YouTube channel and help us out by subscribing to the YouTube channel, and then you can be part of the live chat. All right, and also, whenever you get subscribed, you can hit the bell icon and you can be informed as to when our next live event becomes active. Or all right then, so here we go. Greg Terry, now a quick correction. He started out on 14. Now this is 12 meters now, come on. Round number 4, oh, getting a big hit off number 5, and he gets round buoy number 6 by the skin of his teeth on the 12-meter run. That is Greg Terry. So looking in good shape, but he got a little bit of slack off number 2, and continue to work his way down the course. It certainly wasn't error-free by any stretch of the imagination, but whatever he lacked in composure, like that number 5, he certainly more than made up for with determination to make the pass happen. And he gets round all 6 buoys, and a good solid effort there towards the end there from Greg Terry on 12 meters, now getting ready for 11.25 meters. Certainly a lot of interaction here on the live chat, keeping an eye on that. And certainly Greg Terry getting more than his fair share of support out there, I do have to say. There's 1 or 2 more messages coming on in. Oh, you gotta love it. All right then, so looking in go off buoy number 1, round number 2. This is 11.25 meters. He seems to have been managing the line a little bit more efficiently this time around. It gets him as far as 3 buoys at 11.25 meters, which is the top score right now, ahead of Damon Knottle and ahead of Brian Decker, who have both registered scores 11.25 meters. So well done to them, and indeed to Greg Terry, who has gotten halfway down course on 11.25 meters, and that represents his best score. So there we go. Good solid effort there, and while we wait for our next competitor, give you a little bit of time to grab a hot beverage and grab a seat and get ready for the next skier right after this.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
The 0.2 is like hard to fall off of. I love that feature about the ski. So the 0.2 is a much wider forebody, very stable.
The real idea was like, okay, how can we take this feeling that the pro gives, that we all love, really? And how can we bring that into a more forgiving, a more user-friendly, more efficient way of skiing? How can we take all the good things this ski does and just make it more efficient, not as hard on the body? You don't have to be as aggressive. And I think that's where the Works 2 was kind of born. It's not a pro, but it's got that more traditional feel with the efficiency of modern skis.
We've really worked hard on the more aggressive tip rocker design, kind of the way the bevel is designed in terms of the front engaging and the back releasing, and ultimately the concave design.
Okay, so 49K at 18.25 meters for our next competitor. This is Hannah Kuntz. 30 miles an hour at 15 off for the opener. Nicely done. So far, so good. Getting everything situated. Nicely done there on the opener with 49K for Hannah Kuntz, who is on Team Chelsea and Whitney, which also features Nicola Barkwell, who will be skiing next, as a matter of fact. We also saw Carl Denis, also a member of that team, ski earlier on in this competition and scored 6 on 14.25 meters for his effort. But Hannah out there on the course, getting things done and getting everything situated there on pass number 1 at 49K, 18.25 meters, or 30 miles an hour, 15 off.
The umbrella?
Yeah, that's all right. Did you ask about it?
No, I said it doesn't help.
Well,
Sort of, kind of, not really.
when the day goes on, it helps.
Oh, you can't even
You
like
should have
fold
seen
it
me
over.
earlier. It was like the sun was like right here.
All right then, so unless we hear different, I would assume that this next pass for Hannah Kuntz is going to be at 52 kilometers an hour. That would definitely seem to be consistent with the sun jump in boat speed. Line length appears to be exactly the same, so I'm going with 52K, 18.25 meters, and not looking too bad. As a matter of fact, there around number 4 and 5, and gets the job done around all 6 buoys on that particular pass. So good stout effort there all the way through. Getting some support online as well with the live chat. Rebecca Ramsey giving a big old shout out there to Hannah. And also getting some love out there from Australia as well. Our ever constant Waterski fan there from Western Australia, Heather Lynette Bonney, wishing the best of luck to Damon and to Byron Nottle, who both hail out of Perth in Western Australia. We already saw Damon a little bit earlier on in the competition, and Byron will be coming up in a short while. And if you want to be part of the conversation, make sure you help us out at TWBC by going to our YouTube channel and hitting the subscribe button. Also, check out on waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win yourself a slalom ski. Enter the audience prize competition by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Here we go. Entrance. This is Hannah Kuntz. This is at 55K, 18.25 meters. Actually, it's 18.25 meters at 55K. Hannah, who is currently a girls 4 slalomer, which means that the maximum speed is 55K before the line starts to shorten. And that's exactly what's happening now. The line is being shortened, and the boat speed stays the same from here on out. Makes the turn and just holds that angle and holds that balance position into buoy number 1. Certainly plenty of ways to skin the cat that is running a pass at any given time. But managing to stay light enough on the ski for it to remain effective out there on the slalom course and not really putting too much pressure to get from one side to the other. And she will be returning into the course at 55K 16 meters. It's Hannah Kuntz. And we'll continue to rock away along this list. And those of you that are watching online, a big shout out to you, no matter where you happen to be tuning in to us around the world, whether you are tuning in Australia, or all points across that great land, or whether it's in Perth or Sydney, New South Wales, or Melbourne in Victoria, or even Brisbane up there in Queensland. You are most certainly welcome, and we appreciate your support. Here we go. Hannah Kuntz on the 16-meter line, getting around buoy number 1 and number 2, getting things going on. Getting buffeted up there off number 3, just couldn't hold the load off that turn, and it is going to be a 3 buoy count on the 16-meter line. The eventual top score there from Hannah Kuntz in girls 4, and a member of the team of Chelsea Mills and Whitney McClintock-Reaney. So, continuing right along. Fantastic job out there from Hannah Kuntz. Just getting a little bit out of sorts there, skiing into the sun, which probably doesn't help her out too much. And with that, we'll take on our next competitor, who should be Nicola Barkwell. And we'll see her in a moment, right after this. All right then, so Nicola Barkwell approaching the course right here and now. Okay, from the boat noise, it sounds like 52 kilometers an hour, and from the rope length, I can probably tell it is 18.25 meters. We'll get a confirmation of both of those for Nicola Barkwell, who skis in girls 5, which means that the maximum boat speed is 55K as she manages to get round buoy number 6. So there we go. So I'm probably going to go with the notion that was at 52K, 18.25 meters. We'll see if we hear otherwise from the boat. So again, a few folks are commenting in. Jason McClintock, hey, good morning to you, sir. Communicating in from Purslick Lake over there in Canada, and encouraging Hannah to get a good score there, which she did, and also. A message there encouraging Team Chelsea from No Name Lake in Oregon. And Jason are still communicating with us there via the live chat, which you're more than entitled to do as well by helping out TWBC. Go to the YouTube channel and make sure you subscribe. Hit that subscribe button and be a part of the conversation which will take place during the course of today. All right then. Boat speed sounds a little bit quicker. So now this pass should be 18.25 meters at 55K. This is Nicola Barkwell getting broken over into number 4, struggling to run this pass, but trying her absolute level best to do so, and gets the job done. So a 6 buoy count on that pass. of 18.25 meters. She was shortened to 16. We should hear some notification from the boat. We haven't had that thus far, but a narrow start of buoy number 1, which led to her ski launching high on the tip there, going into buoy number 1. But continuing to make some progress on this particular run. Decent skiing there from Nicola Barkwell as she works her way through. So, decent effort there. Nicola Barkwell, I believe 16 meters is going to be the next run. We'll see if it is. All right, so confirming my suspicions right from the get-go. It is a 16-meter run that she'll be coming into the course with at 55K. Okay, so she actually ran the 16 meters coming back, so she started at 55.18 therefore. So now, Nicola Barkwell approaching the course here on 14.25 meters. She's past the 16-meter rooster hump. Let's see where she can make some progress from here. Little flat into number 1, high handle. She gets round number 2, will not score any more beyond that, and will score 2. Confirming 2 at 28 off or 14.25 meters. And just having a little bit of difficulty blading off enough speed into buoy number 1. Was flat, was on the tail, handle up a little bit high, and when the boat load came on, actually I might even take back number 2. It looks like the ski actually full on hit it, and whilst we investigate that, we'll come back right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, so working our way through, our next competitor should be Lior Klein. Okay, so Lior Klein at 18.25 meters. I believe this is at 52K. We'll get confirmation of that very, very soon. Lior Klein is just looking at which team that she is on. She is on team Robert Pagozzi and Paige Rini. All right then, so coming back at 52, 18.25 meters, which means that by extension, she went in at 49K, 18.25 meters, or 30 miles an hour on 15 off. That is Lior Klein. And we'll see if we can get a little bit of information on her. I'm sure that that there are more than a smattering of people out there on the live chat that will be contributing some information. So we'll see if we can fill in the knowledge gap there in that respect. Lior Klein on the team Rob Pagozzi and Paige Rini, whom we'll see later on in their respective events in the pro competition. Okay, let's see what Lior Klein's got at 52K. Good hard snap off buoy number 1. Is still there on buoy number 2. Breaking over at the waist into number 3. Good to go round number 4. But managing to get round number 5 and is good to go round number 6. That is Lior Klein. All right, so continuing right along, Lior Klein, and we're seeing a lot more in terms of our competitors making their way into this event, and it's starting to get a little bit crowded here at the moment, but I'm sure a few of those competitors have already registered. There are some that need to complete that formality before they go out on the ski, and that's the essence of that message. Those competitors who are on the list but have yet to complete their registration formalities, please make sure that happens. All right there, Lior Klein, that was at 52K, 18.25 meters. I believe she is another one of our junior girls competitors. She's in girls 5, confirming that, which means that this next pass is at 55K, 18.25 meters. It is 15 off at 34 miles an hour, max speed. She'll need to run this pass in order for the line length to get any shorter than 15 off, and that's the next part of her journey. It's going to be 22 off next, or 16 meters for Lior Klein. So not Not doing too badly with this run, I do have to say. Handle up a little bit high in a couple of instances, but she held that pass together all the way through from start to finish. A little long off number 5, but by that time she had more than enough space generated with the first few turns to give her plenty of space and plenty of separation coming into buoy number 6. So well done there for Leo Klein. Now it's 16 meters coming up next, or 22 off, as we look out and see Connor Pauley, who will be skiing as a member of Team TWBC, along with Vincent Stadelbauer, and we always saw Mario Sakamango ski a little bit earlier on and putting up a decent score there for that team. Here we go, coming in. This is Leo Klein at 16 meters, or 22 off. Look at her go. She's round number 5, getting stretched into number 6, but managing to make a good play on that pass and getting the job done. Great effort there for Leo Klein, getting through 16 meters, and will now attempt a 14.25 meters, or 28 off. So, Leo Klein, a straight path into buoy number 6 on 16 meters, but she left herself plenty of room to make that pass happen. Another reminder for you that you can win the ski of your choice by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to enter our audience prize competition. Here she comes. Leo Klein, 14.25 meters. Oh, it looks like she linked up pretty well off the first couple of turns, but running out of steam towards the end, so it looks like it's going to be a 2 buoy count on 14.25 meters. 2 buoys there. And a good, solid effort there for team Robert Pagozzi and Paige Reaney. We'll see those pros a little bit later on in their respective rounds of competition. But a good solid effort there from Leo Klein. All right, so
Where are you from?
taking a look over towards the starting dock and seeing a few of our folks there.
Sorry, boys, one more. We're getting interference out of our ass here.
All right, so we're continuing on with the 2022 Travers Grand Prix, and we'll return right after these. All right, so next competitor up should be Hannah Stupnicki. All right then, so according to this list, it should be Hatton Stopnicki, but I can tell you that it's Connor Pauley. 16-meter opening pass, which is at 58K. Seems to have found a little bit of return to form so far as his slaloming was concerned. A few days ago, he attempted a practice run and unfortunately wasn't able to get a single pass under his belt. Actually scored about 4.5 off 3 pass attempts combined, but managing to come through in the clutch with his opening pass of 16 meters. We'll see what he can do with the next pass. Connor Pauley, more known for his jumping ability in his respective junior division, which is boys 5. Connor Pauley, a member of Team TWBC. All right, let's see what Connor has in store for us as he makes the approach. Trying to bleed off a little bit of speed going into his entry gate shot into buoy number 1. This is 14.25 meters, slicing and dicing its way through the slalom course. Good effort there. Just trying not to move around too much on the turn and just trying to put all of the effort directly behind the boat. So well done to Connor Pauley as he gets through 14.25 meters and not looking too bad in the process. Here comes Connor Pauley approaching the course on 13 meters. Entrance round number 1 is in good shape round buoy number 2. Good cross course angle off number 3, almost losing the ski into number 4, but still managing to stay on top and managing to make his way around all 6 buoys on 13 meters. He's stoked about that. And now gets ready for the 12-meter line. That is Connor Pauley. Good balance into number 1 in good shape right from the get-go. Just looked in pretty stable position all the way through on this run. Nothing too much out the ordinary. And Connor Pauley working that syndicate slalom ski very, very well from one side to the next, and again all the way through on that pass. So it's now going to be the 12-meter run attempted by Connor Pauley. So here he comes, Connor Pauley into the course right now, 12 meters. Needs a good approach into buoy number 1. tries to make up the deficit that he had on buoy number 1 with a harder turnaround number 2, and it didn't quite work out for him, so it's going to be 1.5 on the 12-meter line, or 1.5 at 35 off. The final score for Connor Pauly in round 1. So just looking at the tail end of Connor Pauly's performance there on the instant replay, as we now work our way to our next competitor, Colin Frucci. Colin Frucci, who is on Team Cole and Dorian. Here comes Colin Frucci. I believe this is an opening pass of 14.25 meters. We'll have a look. Indeed it is. Colin Frucci, who's a men's one competitor, which means his max speed's at 58k or 36 miles an hour. And that's the pass that he selected. So far as the speed is concerned, 14.25 meters the length on that line, or 28 off. Colin Frucci just looked in very, very good shape there on the entrance into buoy number 1. Well balanced on the ski and not really moving around too much. The ski came up underneath the line. It was well positioned to take the angle that he generated across course and make a sufficiently good play on the buoys on which were in his direct path. So that's Colin Frucci getting through past number 1. Greg Chapman's at the helm of that towboat, having replaced Scott Greenwood for the time being at least. Let's see what Greg has in store for us on pass number 2 as he brings in Colin Frucci. It's going to be the 13-meter run. Entrance gates number 1. Good strike on number 1. A little broken over into number 2. He's still there off number 3. Keeping everything working forward and trying to stay well ahead of the course. It is Colin Frucci. Good extension round number 6 and gets it to go. Colin Frucci coming through in clutch style there. Just doing a fine job with this. Not going full extension quite yet on 13 meters, but rest assured when it comes to the next pass is starting with 12. He's definitely gonna have to work that extension and use it to greater effect with the turns and the leverage that is present behind the boat. So Colin Frucci. He's gone through 14 and 13. This is now 12.
Tournament in a couple of weeks. Oh, is it full? I don't know.
All right then, folks, here we go. Colin Frucci. Turns. Keeps everything going. Round number 2. Looking and go around buoy number 3. This is 12 meters. A little bit of an aerial edge change into number 4, but he's still good to go up until about buoy number 5, and unfortunately getting broken over into number 5. One little mistake, and it proved to be costly for Colin Frucci, who will score 4 1/2 buoys, 4 1/2 buoys for that performance. And that is Colin Frucci. All right, so we've just seen Colin Frucci get 4 1/2 on 12 meters. Our next competitor to take to the water coming to us out of Perth in Western Australia. It is going to be Byron Knottle. I'm sure that there's a whole smattering of support, and yes, they're coming through clutch there in Western Australia. So 55 kilometers now at 16 meters. Byron Knottle, whose fans in Western Australia are watching us at nearly 10 p.m. This evening. 10 p.m. their time right now. It is almost 10 a.m. right here in Central Florida. Looking and go, Byron Knottle. This is 16 meters. Just trying to stay in good shape here. Continuing to roll. Things hotting up. Not only in places in the Antipodes, such as New Zealand and Australia, but also out there on the water, right here and now. I'm sure there are a few people out there watching this and getting ready for winter. There are just as many people in the Southern Hemisphere watching this and getting ready and excited for the summer to come. So coming back at 58 kilometers now, 16 meters. He went in with 16 meters, but with the slower boat speed of 55K. So taking advantage of starting at sub-max boat speed on a shorter line. One of the advantages of zero-base scoring, of course. Here we go. This is Byron Knottle. All right, entrance gates, buoy number 1, 16 meters, 58K. Working his edges, all getting blown over the tip of his ski off buoy number 4, but still managing to stay on top of the water, and a good, solid run there. So working his way through this run of 16 meters at 58K. Now getting ready to go back at 14.25 meters for the next run. Same boat speed. So that is Byron Knottle on the team Bayer and Brando. They're watching in and seeing if their team's coming through clutch. That team consisting of Damon and Byron Knottle, along with David Skirving, team Bayer and Brando. The first of 2 Italian captained teams. The other Italian captain team and consists of Alice and T-Gas with Team TWBC, whom we will see with one of our next competitors, Vincent Stadelbauer. He'll be on top of the water in a few skiers. Here comes Byron Knottle at 14.25 meters. Loading in well off buoy number 1, well controlled on buoy number 2. He's a lefty, which means he can turn 3 and 5. The last of his onside turns is round number 5, but that is effectively a safety check for buoy number 6 as he is well ahead of the run. So getting through 14.25 meters and doing it in some style out there. Handle up a little bit high off that turn, but he realized the error of his ways on number 1 and resolved himself not to do that so much for his next onside turn, which was number 3. Looking at the instant replay and just checking out some great skiing there, courtesy of Byron Knottle. And for those of you that are fans of Byron or any of the skiers here, you can help out TWBC by becoming a subscriber, and in return you'll have access to the live chat that you can participate in as the skiers ski. There you go, subscribe and also hit the bell icon. When you hit the bell icon, you'll be informed as to when we next go live. Continuing on, this is Byron Knottle. This is 13 meters. Rolls the tip of that ski in towards the turn around buoy number 1. Brings the handle down. He's still outside of buoy number 2. He's good to go round number 3. Continuing to rock this ski. Round number 4. Does he make it round buoy number 5? Yes. More importantly, does he get round number 6? Yeah. It's a 6 buoy count, and Byron Knottle continues on to 12 meters. As we look at this pass once again, good rotation off the gate shot into buoy number 1, and maintaining good cross-course angle, using that Denali ski, which tends to pivot more than turn, and just by design, and just looking fabulous on that ski. Round number 3, good to go round number 4. He's got some folks. He's got some fans from across across the Pacific Ocean over towards the Indian Ocean, where you'd find his place where he comes to us from. He's from Perth in Western Australia, and they're watching us right now. It is at this time 10 p.m. Western Australian time. It's rather 10 p.m. Western Australian time. It's 10 a.m. right here in Central Florida, daylight time. Look at this. Round on 12 meters, getting it to go round buoy number 3. Can he make a play on 4? Not quite, but it's 4. It's going to be 3 at least. 3 buoys there on 12 meters for Byron Knottle as he rounds out his performance here in the first round. Handle up a little bit high into that turn, and it got a little separated into buoy number 2. Tried to make up that distance down course. We'll get the confirmed score. I believe that's going to be 3. But certainly an outstanding effort there from that young Australian competitor. That is Byron Knottle. So, Byron Knottle, as a matter of fact, had a personal best coming into this event with 1. He scored 3, which is a 2 buoy betterment of his personal best. So well done there, Byron. There we go, and Madison Knottle is commenting in here all the way from Perth, and has just gotten that news, and certainly celebrating there in no uncertain fashion. So there we go. That is Byron Knottle with a 2 buoy personal best, so well done to him. All right then, next competitor up. He comes to us from Lincolnshire in Great Britain, and it is going to be Jack Critchley.
Alrighty, great.
So Jack Critchley approaching the course at 55 kilometers an hour, 14.25 meters for his opener. Let's see what he has. So Jack Critchley, international men's competitor. Now, I believe he started out at 55k, 14.25 meters, and I believe that the boat speed will increase before he has the opportunity to shorten the line. We'll see what that, how that transpires. All right, rocking our way through with Jack Critchley getting some decent edge changes on each side of the course. A little flat-footed into number 5, but that's no biggie. Just wanted to just allow that ski to turn and then hook up and go. All right, so good skiing. All right then, so this is going to be a combination of an opt-up. He is going to opt up through 58, 14.25 meters, and he'll go straight to 58.13. So our first opt-up of the day goes to Jack Critchley. He'll be coming into the course at 58k, 13 meters now. So he's increasing in boat speed and decreasing the line length of 13 meters in what is effectively an opt-up for Jack Critchley as he gets around all 6 buoys on 13 meters with the max speed at 58. So well done to him. So not looking bad for all intents and purposes for Jack Critchley. Certainly liked his run out there. Great skiing there from Jack Critchley. Now it's going to come down to 12 meters for the next run. 12 meters coming up next for Jack Critchley. Now on max boat speed. Here he comes. 58k, 12 meters now. We've seen a few people get through 12 meters. Maybe Jack will be among that number. Getting broken over into... and 10 out of 10 for the dismount there for Jack Critchley. Getting blown over the tip of that ski, much like Brett Swanbaum a few skiers ago. But whereas Brett Swanbaum is actually used to dismounting like that on barefooting, Jack Critchley not so much. Round buoy number 1, taking a look at the instant replay for Jack Critchley, who is on Team Callum and Tom, the British squad, as it were, and getting a little bit behind the rope there into buoy number 4. Made contact with the buoy and they just got pitched forward and released and over the tip of the ski. And kudos to great camera work on the tower there in capturing all of that in its glory. As Jack Critchley, we're actually still trying to work out his score. I believe it's going to be 3.5 on 12 meters there for Jack Critchley. But we're just taking a look at the instant replay, and we believe at the very least it's going to be 3. It might actually end up being 3.5, depending upon if that ski fully clouted number 4 or just halfway clouted it. But there you go. That's Jack Critchley. All right then. Now we've got Ethan McKenzie coming up next.
Chris. Try.
All right, on Team Ali and Jamie, this is Ethan McKenzie. Not too sure what he's coming in on, but I would imagine that this is 14.25 meters. Indeed it is. 58, 14.25 meters. Nicely done and good effort there. Great skiing there from Ethan McKenzie. Just like the effort here, like the edge change, and just staying in complete control of that pass on 14.25 meters. Allowing the ski to angulate and do the work without too much pressure or assistance from the skier above. 14.25 meters, doing a grand job. So now we've got 30 meters coming up for Ethan McKenzie. So we take a look dockside and see our good folks there checking out the action out there on the water, and certainly great to have you folks watching us online on this live webcast. And if you want to be part of that conversation, help us out at TWBC by subscribing to the YouTube channel. And in return, you'll be a part of that live chat. Here we go, right here, right now. This is Ethan McKenzie on Team Ali and Jamie. All right, good action out there on the water as he gets through 13 meters, having successfully run 14 meters to get things going. Just liking what he's doing out there, just getting really settled, really situated out there on the course, not doing too much more than he needs to do to get these passes done. Okay, so continuing right along, we are about 2/3 of the way down this list. We are on skier number 21 out of 35. So we've got about 14 more skiers to go before we end off round one in the amateurs. And on the water as it stands at the moment, we got Ethan McKenzie. This now is 12 meters. And not putting too much of a foot wrong except on buoy number 5, but he had enough of a lead into that run to effectively make that pass. So that is going to be the 6 buoy count on 12 meters. And that puts him in a chance to strike for the lead in the amateur competition. The lead is 3 at 11.25 meters by Greg Terry. Then you've got other scores on 11.25 meters. We've got Brian Decker, who was our third skier out and got that score. Damon Knottle got half on 11.25 meters. Now, those scores, those last two that are read out, were with the boat speed at 55K. Now, the top score on 11.25 meters, that was at 58K, and that was courtesy of Greg Terry. So that's the situation that we have. We have Ethan McKenzie, 11.25 meters. As with about 14 skiers remaining, it means that we should have about an hour and a half before we go on to the pro men's round one, give or take. 11.25 meters. This is Ethan McKenzie. Good strike off number 1, 11.25 meters, a little bit down course off number 2, but he can try to handle that as much as he can, but he gets as far as 2.5. 2 1/2 at 11.25 meters. The final score for Ethan McKenzie. So there we go, Ethan McKenzie, decent shape, and coming through clutch. All right, so there's Ethan McKenzie looking at the instant replay, taking a really, really hard snap off buoy number 1. Getting a little bit down course off number 2, but just turning way too hard there off number 3, and might have had a chance if he had just relaxed a little bit into that turn. All right then, folks, next competitor to take to the water is going to be Vince. Okay, so on the water right now is Sasha Duzone. I think this is 14.25 meters, unless I get the call to suggest otherwise. That is Sasha Duzone. Sasha, who is a member of Team Sasha and Thibaut, Sasha Desca and Thibaut Dayon, the French squad, as it were. Confident enough to go with the inside hand drag on buoy number 6, so Sasha Dezern.
So yeah, so they like stopped the tournament, started investigating, and like found it all.
It was each buoy? This man had 6 different...
Yeah, it was like...
Okay, so from my best of my understanding, 58.14 was the opening pass, so he'll be coming in on 13 measure. Sasha Dezern. Don't know too much about him, but what I do know is that he is definitely got the skills to work his way towards this pass of 13 meters. Nicely managed there on number 4. He's a left foot forward skier, which means that he skis kind of neutral on his 2-4 side, and the gate shot naturally. So decent skiing there for Sasha Dezern of, I would imagine he's a Frenchman. Could be Swiss, but I'm prepared to go along with the notion that he comes to us out of France, considering that the team that he's on is captained by a couple of French folks. Sasha Dezern. Getting ready now for the next run of 12 meters. The highest score that we've seen so far on 11.25 meters, which will be the pass after this, should he get that far, is 3 on 11 is the best score for 58K. Here is Sasha Dezern. Entrance number 1. Good effort on number 2. Just trying to stay relaxed, letting the ski do most of the work for him. Round number 4. Yes, a very well-composed pass. Not the earliest run on 12 meters by any stretch of the imagination, but he didn't need to be early all the way through the pass to run it, and that's exactly how things shaped up for him. Just waiting for that ski to fully commit and to gain its full angle necessary to get from one side of the course to the next. Superb effort there from start to finish. Very well read on that pass.
I'm gonna swim to you and give you some bread. See how much you ski after that. That'd be fun, man. Yeah. This was bro. Just bread in the lake. We should bring him so bad. You gotta wear like a neon. Just soak bread.
All right, here we go. Entrance round number 1 and round number 2. This is 11.25 meters. The top score that we've had is so far is 3. It's now become 4. Oh, and a little bit slow to the gun there off number 3, off number 4 into number 5. He certainly gets 4 for that effort at the very least, and it would be a lead score if that were to come to pass. But so close to putting himself in the frame of actually running it. Handle up high off number 2, but that wasn't an insurmountable situation for there as he came into buoy number 3 to execute his onside turn. But then he just let everything go off number 4. And I'm not too sure. I believe that might actually be 4.5. I'm willing to go along with that. They called 4.5. Indeed, it is 4.5 for Sasha Dazan. 4.5 at 11.25 meters. Now, next competitor up, it is going to be Vincent Stadelbauer. Vincent Stadelbauer on the TWBC team. That's captained by Alicia Bagnoli and Thomas De Gasperi. We've seen Mario Saccamango and Connor Pauly ski for that team. And now to complete the competitors in the amateur ranks, this is Vincent Stadelbauer. Opening pass, 14.25 meters. Looking in good shape and around all 6 buoys, around all 6 turns, and completes the run. So 13 meters is next. We'll see how things shape up there for him on that run. As is typical with Vincent Stadelbauer, him being a left foot forward slalom skier, struggles a little bit with the gate shot. Almost getting a little bit broken over there as he tried to bleed off enough speed to execute that turn. But for the most part, well in control with this pass. It is only 28 off, or 14.25 meters for him to get started with. So checking inside the TWBC trailer with the 1s and the 2s in the background there with Alicia Bagnoli. Let's have a look and see what we've got for Vincent Stadelbauer. Not looking in too bad shape as we continue to rock our way through this. Good effort there. That is Vincent Stadelbauer. Continuing to ski into the next line length shortening, which is going to be the 12-meter line. Vincent Stadelbauer. He's gone through 14 and 13. Now 12 meters beckons for him at this the Travers Grand Prix for 2022. Almost working our way towards the end of what has been a tremendous season of competitive action all the way from start to finish, starting off with the Moomba Masters in March and working our way through towards the Miami Pro event, which will take place in November. There's still some other great events on the horizon as well, such as the Pan American Championships in Santiago de Chile, and then the Junior Worlds in January. Those events being brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. And certainly looking forward to being a part of those events moving forward. Here we go. This is Vincent Stadelbauer. 12 meters gets the start that he needs. He's good. He's in good shape for number 2. He's round number 3. Gone broken over off 3, but managing to compensate with a better turn on number 4 and on his neutral side, and gets round all 6 buoys. So Vincent Stadelbauer, good solid effort there from him. Just looking at this pass there for Vincent Stadelbauer, working his way through. Some great action out there on the water, and there'll certainly be some great sporting action taking place now. Obviously, if you were watching the game last night and were looking forward to a feast of touchdowns, you were severely disappointed with the Colts coming through with the win in overtime, 12-9 over the Denver Broncos. And here we go. This is Vincent Stadelbauer, 11.25 meters. I think he may have run this once already this season, but looking to try and replicate that feat. Here comes Vincent Stadelbauer with number 3. He's good to go for number 4. He's off. And he knew he had the opportunity there to run it, and coming up a little bit short on that feat. With 4 buoys at 11.25 meters, that is Vincent Stadelbauer. And that is more points for Team Alice and T-Gas. Gone a little broken over off the waist there into number 1, and was actually straining to get the ski outside number 2. And round number 3, he made up a little bit of that distance back as he's left foot forward. But number 4, he created too much down course distance and just couldn't really make a play on number 5 to continue on with the run. So there we go. That is Vincent Stadelbauer. That is a 4 buoy count on 11.25 meters. So, continuing to rock away along towards our next competitor. I'm sure there are a number of fans around here, maybe 1 or 2 baseball fans out there that are chomping at the bit to see the Tampa Bay Rays do battle against the Cleveland Guardians in the first round of the MLB playoffs, with a chance of maybe taking on the New York Yankees in the next phase of the baseball postseason. All right there, Travis Torley looking in good shape for the opening pass. 14.25 meters, I would surmise, and he gets the job done with the opener. 58K, I would imagine, on 14.55 meters for Travis Torley. In men's 2, so would actually be skiing at max speed, and that should be 14.25 meters. So 14.25 meter start.
That's better.
All right, so Travis Torley.
I am. All right, good. Bill, yeah.
14.25 meter start and 13 meters coming back. Sean Sprackett will be our next competitor to go after we get done with Travis Torley. Would only have, and at that point, we should only have about 10 skiers remain after towards the end of the first round of amateurs. Travis Torley looking to extend his stay out there on the slalom course. They're getting around all 6 buoys on 13 meters and getting ready for 12. All right, so okie dokie. So continuing right along with our slalom in action. We got Travis Torley getting ready to come back in on the next pass, which I believe is going to be on 12 meters for Travis Torley, coming to us out of the clubhouse end, so to speak. Vision out there on the slalom course shouldn't be too much of a concern right now. The sun is well and truly high enough in the sky to where there's no glare at all. But for Travis Torley on 12 meters, just not getting into buoy number 5 early enough to make an effective run on that 12-meter line. So he's going to get 4 1/2 for that effort. Just looking at the instant replay, getting some good angle off buoy number 1. The start looked good, but the handle got a little bit high on him around buoy number 2, and he was fighting against the boat a little bit here, even though he did manage to get a little bit of that distance back off number 3 and into number 4. A little loose into number 5, and then it was all she wrote as he tried to get that ski round and to continue skiing. So there you go. That is 4 1/2 on the 12-meter run for Travis Torley as we get ready for Sean Sprackett.
$52, Greg. 82.16.
I always wanted to do that.
All right, so we move to a men's 5 competitor who has selected the 16-meter line, and at 52K, it is going to be Sean Sprackett. All right, here we go. Sean Sprackett, 52K, 60 meters for his opening pass. We are on skier number 25 of 35. We've already had one no-show. So our total amount of skiers has dropped to 34. Sean Sprackett, 52 kilometers now. The rope is on 60 meters. And the pass even though he got a little down course off number 5, was well within his capabilities. So there we go. That is 52K. And I would imagine that the boat speed will go up to 34 before he has a chance of dropping the line length from 60 meters to 14.25 or 22 to 28 off. $16.55, confirming that. 55K, 16 meters. So, all right, here we go. Getting broken over a little bit at 55K on 16 meters, but still working his way through, and nicely done there for Sean Sprackett. 55K, 16 meters. Now the line gets shortened from 16 to 14.25 meters. And that's where he'll operate on for the next run. So Sean Sprackett, who is on Team Ali and Jamie, who have already seen one of their skiers, Ethan McKenzie, throw up a pretty decent score of 2.5 at 11.25 meters. And they have one skier to run, and that is Nicholas Antonsen. And he will actually be competing in the pro section of the event. As we work our way through to Sean Sprackett's next run, it's going to be 14.25 meters, boat speed 55K, or 34 miles an hour. 35 off. 28 off, I beg your pardon. Here we go. Sean Sprackett. Little long into buoy number 3, but managing to execute a good turn there on that side. Oh, and dropping the handle off buoy number 3, so I think that one is actually going to be a 4 1/2 if he dropped the handle short of being directly behind the boat, which I think he did. It's going to be 4 1/2 at 14.25 meters. That's that should be the score for Sean Sprackett. All right, Sean Sprackett. We'll see if we can get confirmation on that score. I believe it is 4 1/2 on 14.25 minutes. Okay, skier number 26.
2:18.
It is going to be Bill Calhoun. Bill Calhoun, who is on team Corey Vaughn and Jamie Calhoun. That also features Melanie Calhoun and Amelia Vaughn. So
he's like, you want me to hand it to you? I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Of course. No, I want you to throw it in my face.
Certainly a family-based team there. Okay, so 52K, 18.25 meters for Bill Calhoun. 52.18. Nice. And working his edges very, very nicely indeed. On 18.25 meters, shouldn't be too much there. Shouldn't be too much for him to handle as he gets ready for the next run. Now, Bill Calhoun, I think, is a men's 6 competitor. Yes, indeed he is. And I think from men's 6 onwards, the boat speed maxes out at 52K and the line length gets shorter, having achieved a full pass at that speed. Okay, so we're going to 55K on 18.25 meters. So men's 6 do experience 55 km/h skiing in that particular division. So I'll just have to log that in to my long-term memory there. 55K, so it'll be 18.25 meters. All right, coming back in at 55K, 18.25 meters. The rope hasn't shortened, but the boat speed has been raised. Little flat-footed into number 2, but that is understandable considering that's his offside turn. And 18.25 meters, you don't get that wide on the boat, just enough to actually get around all 6 buoys in order to control the speed generated across course. So that is 18.25. We'll now go to 16 meters with the boat speed still remaining at 55K. All right, now this is the 60-meter run for Bill Calhoun now. Let's see what he has. Boat speed is maxed out. Oh, there you go, round buoy number 2. He's still on top of his ski. He's still working the edges, trying not to panic. That's exactly a contributing factor into the successful run of 16 meters. So well done there to him, Bill Calhoun. Skier 26 of 35. So just looking at that. All right, continuing right along, Bill Calhoun, we're going to bring him in back into the course at 14.25 meters, and this is the Travers Grand Prix for 2022. I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have the pleasure of your company not only on site but also online. Here comes Bill Calhoun, 14.25 meters. Certainly liking his style out there. 14, but again a little bit broken over and tried to make a play on 5, but got himself a little bit caught out and on the inside. So it is going to be a 4 buoy count for Bill Calhoun, who I'd imagine comes to us out of Canada. And that is a 4 buoy count, 14.25 meters. So well done to him. All right. Skier coming up next, it's a Skip Hummel. All right, so coming in on 14.25 meters at 55K, this is Skip Hummel. Skip Hummel is on the John Travers and Will Asher team. Actually, their first competitor to make an appearance so far in this competition. The other members of that team are Mike Morgan, Dr. Mike Morgan, and Michael DeMello. And speaking of which, we'll find Michael DeMello competing in about two competitors from now. And then not too long afterwards, then we'll see Mike Morgan. But on Team John and Will, Skip Hummel coming through clutch there on the opening pass of 14.25 meters. And we'll see what he can do from here on out. All right, so here we are. Coming in, this is Skip Hummel. This is 13 meters. See what kind of break he can get on this one. Getting pitched over the tip of his ski round number 1 into number 2, but he doesn't panic quite yet. Now he's going to have to put something on behind the boat to stay with the run. Just about does it by the skin of his teeth. He gets the ski round number 6, and he will continue on to the 12-meter line. That is a Skip Hummel. We'll take a look at the instant replay and see where things are started to get a little out of shape and what he did to make an impression upon that run. And not looking at all bad out there, Skip Hummel. Like I say, didn't panic too much where that could have been detrimental. But he certainly had to work a little hard to get off number 5 into number 6. Certainly no safety check about that. But here he comes, Skip Hummel. This is the 12-meter run. All right, Skip Hummel. Entrance gates buoy number 1 on 12. He really needs to get ahead of the course and stay there off number 2 and round. Oh, and he gets broken over off number 2. Skika gets a little bit behind him, and he is down, having scored 2.5 on that run. 2 1/2 on 12 meters. And getting round number 1 and number 2, but just couldn't really get things coordinated well enough into number 3. With that, we'll step aside, take a little bit of a break, and when we return, we should be back in time with Greg Chapman.
Morning, Brian. Hey, morning. You have a good weekend? Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right then, so installed at the helm of that towboat is Scott Ellis. Give us a wave there, Scott. All right there, so our next competitor to take to the water is going to be Michael DeMello. Michael DeMello, who is one of our critical supporters of this event, and we extend a big, huge help to him and all those that have contributed into the successful execution of this event. Michael DeMello coming into the course, I believe this is at 52K. 52, 14.25 meters. All right, so this is Michael pulling long into buoy number 5. Now he's really going to have to work this one out to get round buoy number 6. Whoa! Big wake-up call there for Michael DeMello towards the end there. He got in a little bit deep on 14.25 meters and really had to get this one figured out using the one-handed gate shot. And it might have been distracted by the fact that the water may have been a little bit too calm on the way out. Now, typically, just before a competitor is taken out on top of the water, there is at least a couple of passes up and down to at least roughen up the water. That's the phantom pass. So that might have been something that might have distracted Michael DeMello right from the get-go, seeing your own reflection as you make those turns. But with that pass under his belt, sketch as it was, we'll see what he can do coming back on 13 meters. Michael DeMello, 13 meters now. Little bit of a modified gate, one-handed gate shot. Obviously, that discussion was had during the Hilltop event, which took place earlier on this season. And Michael DeMello getting round buoy number 5. Oh, and tries to make a play on number 6, and I think he got 5 buoys there on 13 meters. Just about managing to scrape his way through the majority of that run, but when it came down to the final turn, he could have used a little bit of help at the beginning. A little flat-footed into number 2, which meant that he lost a lot of distance down course on that neutral side turn. Round number 3, he managed to claw a lot of that distance that he lost back because of his onside turn. Then he lost even more off number 4, and then he tried to try and get as much as he can off number 5, and that was way inside buoy number 6. He actually ran over the top of that. So with a score of 5 on 13 meters, that is going to be Michael DeMello. All right, next skier up. Not too sure who the next skier is going to be because Greg Chapman, who was our Tom Phillips, is going to be our next competitor. Greg Chapman, who was scheduled to go in around about this time, has been given an opportunity to get ready and to get situated before he goes out in the water. He was one of our drivers, so we at least give him the opportunity to do that. So we got Tom Phillips coming in on 14.25 meters. I believe this 52K at 14.25 meters. And he is men's 7, which means that 52 is the highest boat speed, and coming up short of the run, unfortunately, there for Tom. We'll see what he can do in the next round, but for this round, it's just not the kind of start he would have hoped for. Number 1, and just a little bit, well, a whole lot down course, if we're being honest. Round number 3, and just losing distance with every single turn that he tried, including just got inside number 5, and then it was all over by the shouted. So there we go. That is 4 buoys on the opener, 4 buoys on 14.25 meters for Tom Phipps. So we are down to 6 more competitors to go before we take on our open men's category of skiing. Then we go into open women's, and then we go to the first portion of round 2 of the amateurs before we head on over to the go-kart track and see who can win bragging rights there. Okay, just an announcement to you good guys out there waiting on the food truck. We're waiting on that, and it will be here around about 1:30, which is in about what is that, about 2 hours or so. So the food truck will be on its way out here, and it should be here around about 1:30, and not before time for some of our folks out there. 49 kilometers an hour on 16 meters for Randy Torley.
Ready when you are.
Randy Torley, 16 meters, 49K. Okay, seems to be managing this opening pass pretty well. Getting a little stuck on the back of the ski off number 3 though, but still managing to muscle his way through that pass, and he gets the job done on 60 meters at 49. Now the boat speed will be raised up to 52, and should he make it through that pass, that's where the boat speed will max out, and then he'll start shortening the line from there. Okay, so coming back on 14.25 meters, that means that Randy Torley, I believe, is yes indeed, a men's 7 competitor, which means the boat speed is maxed out at 49K, so he will be coming back on the pass of, 14.25 meters?
Cool here this morning.
All right, so Randy Torley.
No, it's cold and just time. So I got down here and I think ski once.
Time a little after 11 a.m. here in Central Florida. Number of our viewers, especially those that are on the live chat, viewing in a number of different locations around the world as they see Randy Torley get through 16, but not getting much of a play on 14.25 meters, and will score 1.5 for that effort. At 49 kilometers an hour, 14.25 meters off, 30 miles an hour on 28 off. That is Randy Torley. So working our way through this list here at the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Whether you're watching us in Mexico City or Minneapolis, whether you are watching us in either Karachi or Kathmandu or Beirut or Belgrade, this is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Okay, so coming into the course, 52 kilometers an hour, 60 meters. Greg Chapman, he's a men's 7 competitor. Oh, not too bad for the opener. And excellent skiing there for Greg Chapman. Can not only drive a boat, but he can also navigate his way around 6 buoys, it would seem. All right, so that is Greg Chapman through 52K on 16 meters. He's now going to come back in on 14.25 meters whilst keeping the boat speed the same. All right, here we go. This is Greg Chapman, 14.25 meters, rolls the ski into that turn. Nicely done round buoy number 1, a little bit exposed into number 2, but he's still there off number 2 into 3. Just trying to work the ski's edges effectively off number 4. Getting a little bit loose into 5, but still managing to give himself enough time and space to make his way around all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. All right, so Greg Chapman is 2 passes for the good, now getting ready for 13 meters. All right then, so bringing this event to a worldwide audience, whether you are watching in Amsterdam or Anchorage, Athens or Atlanta, Halifax or Harare, or Melbourne and Mexico City. This is the Travers Grand Prix for 2022. Let's see what we've got for Greg Chapman. Oh, getting a little bit strung out there off number 1 into number 2, and that didn't exactly help his path out towards that buoy. That is going to be a 1 buoy count on 13 meters, 1 on 13 meters, and that should represent the final score there for Greg Chapman. Getting a little bit buffeted down course and just couldn't really load effectively, and tried to get that ski outside of the buoy line for number 2 early enough to actually make an effective play on it, but unfortunately it was not to be. All right. 4 more skiers remain on this list. We should see Melanie Calhoun, Amelia Vaughn, and Mary Koenig take to water in a few minutes. But before all of those competitors, the skier on the dock should be Mike Morgan.
All right, guys. Good, you.
So, next competitor to take to the water, this should be Dr. Mike Morgan. Multiple-time national champion, multiple-time national championship record holder, multiple-time national record holder. Skiing in Masters Men, which means that he will go with the maximum speed of 55K or 34 miles an hour. 30-meter start. Let's see how he gets along. Member of many a United States waterski team, especially at the elite level back in the 80s. And is certainly one of the greatest talents this country has ever produced, not only in slalom, but also in overall as well. Certainly knows how to load the boat and stay balanced on that ski, and does a fine job in each aspect. So that is Mike Morgan doing a great job out there. Certainly a legendary competitor, and is a major benefactor to the sport of tournament water skiing, including this event where he and Kerry Morgan are one of our sponsors. So kudos to that pair for their support of this event, the Travers Grand Prix 2022. Now, Dr. Mike Morgan looking good. He started on 13 meters. He now goes to 12 for the next run. And certainly been plenty of stories over the years, including one incident in the 1980s where whilst Dr. Mike Morgan was actually a participant in the British Masters at that time, couldn't really complete the event because he actually got run over by a car in an incident there in the British Masters because, well, the cars come from a different direction in the United Kingdom, and he didn't account for that, so he looked the wrong way, and bam, that's what happened there. One of those legendary tales involving Mike Morgan, but he recuperated, recovered well enough, and continued to be one of the great talents of his era, and is still doing some fine sterling work out there on the slalom course today. That is Mike Morgan getting through 12 meters and doing a fine job with that. Superb skiing there from Mike, and we'll see him on the next run on 11.25 meters. And don't forget, he is skiing in the Masters men's division, which sets the boat speed up at 55k, 34 miles an hour as the maximum speed, irrespective of the skier's age. The Masters men division basically designed to be a catch-all division for anyone aged over 35 and wants to continue skiing at the 34 miles an hour, because as you get older through the divisions, the boat speed, the max boat speed, decreases little by little to 52 to 49, and there are a few skiers out there, as talented as they are, don't want any part of that. So they created this division many years ago as an elite division for competitors aged 35 and up. So here we go. This is Dr. Mike Morgan coming into the course. This is 11.25 meters. The start is critical, whether the boat speed's at 58 or at 55. Here he goes. Good start off buoy number 1. Drops in hard off number 2. Good extension into number 3. A little bit delayed down course. He's round number 4. He's going to have to muscle this one. But I'll tell you what, he's... well, he almost loaded up and made a play on number 6, but 4.5 is going to be the score for Mike Morgan. 4 1/2 on 11.25 meters. I'm sure he'll be looking to redeem himself a little bit, but for the time being at least, Dr. Mike Morgan comes through with a great score of 4.5 on 11.25 meters. That's exactly the same score as Sasha Duzone. Except that Sasha was skied at 58k, whereas Mike Morgan scored at 55. But it's probably safe to say that with that score, he has the lead, irrespective of whether that score was produced at 55k in that instance, or 58k, or for the instance of Sasha Duzone. So some good skiing there from Mike. And we're down to our final 3 competitors in the amateur men's round 1. We're going to see Amelia Vaughn and Mary Koenig take to the water in a few minutes. But before then, we're going to have Melanie Calhoun. And we will see her take to the water next.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right there, so whether you're watching us from Tallinn to Tegucigalpa, from Tokyo to Toronto, from Vancouver to Vienna, this is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix with Melanie Calhoun coming in on 16 meters. Good solid effort there, opening pass. And that should be at 55K, indeed it is, on the 16-meter line. All right, they're down to 3 competitors, including Melanie Calhoun, and Melanie, for her part, is on team Corey and Jamie. Actually, Amelia Vaughn, who is our next competitor, is also part of that same team. So we've already seen Bill Calhoun take to the water a while back. And his score contributing to that team of the Calhouns and the Vaughns. Little family affair going on there, no doubt. 4 at 14.25 meters, 4 at 28 off there. So a pretty sizable score there. So Corey and Jamie will no doubt be looking out with high enthusiasm, getting ready for Melanie Calhoun to come back into course on 14, and no doubt they'll keep that enthusiasm going for Amelia Vaughn, who will be taken to the water next. All right, let's see what Melanie can do. 14.25 meters coming up next. Okay, good solid pull out there. Entrance around buoy number 1. Oh, almost gotten broken over a little bit on number 2, but she manages to stay composed and wait for that handle to come tight again, and then she could get the load and get everything working in the right direction on 14.25 meters. That is Melanie Calhoun. So Melanie Calhoun doing a fine job out there. Again, the good start off number 1, which is hardly surprising considering that she's left foot forward. The turns on the right-hand side are always best taken if you're left foot forward. Conversely, if you're right foot forward, the turns on the left are more manageable. So here we go. We've got Melanie Calhoun at the clubhouse end, getting ready now for 30 meters. All right there, so here we go. This is Melanie Calhoun. Oh, look at this. Nicely done off number 2 and number 3, just trying to stay composed and not trying to overexert herself around the turns, at least waiting for the boat to catch up, and then just trying to follow through with the ski and go into those edge changes and continue to run some buoys, which she does on 30 meters. Like the transition off number 1 into number 2, where she places the handle in the right spot, and then she just lays down against the rope's pull, just like that. Just maintaining good cross-course action, good cross-course angle. And then she safeties up on 5, and then worked it into buoy number 6. So a great little effort there as we work our way towards the end of the amateur round list. We'll go into the men's opening round of the pros. Here we go. This is Melanie Calhoun. Round number 1 and number 2. This is 12 meters. Still on top of the water, but I don't think she got that ski around number 4, which means that in this instance, 3 on 12 is going to be the top score for Melanie Calhoun. But a good effort there for Team Corey and Jamie. Corey Vaughn and Jamie Calhoun. But good effort there. Just really put some beef into this one. And that ski definitely not getting outside buoy number 4, so 3 buoys is definitely going to be it there for Melanie Calhoun. All right, now we're down to our penultimate skier and still on the same Corey and Jamie team. This is Amelia Vaughn.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Oh, hold on.
All right, let's see. 52 kilometers now on 60 meters, which means that she will have to go to 55K before the line gets shortened. Let's see what Amelia Vaughn can do. She's ordinarily a women's 2 competitor. All right, let's see what we've got. Entrance number 1. Straight path from number 1 into number 2, but she is a right foot forward skier, which means that she can make up for much of that deficit with an enhanced turn off buoy number 2, which in every instance she was able to do. Would have an easier gate shot also by having that right foot forward. Such as this on the instant replay. Good, solid entrance there. And skiing on 60 meters, which accounts for the fact that the ski goes airborne with every single weight crossing. Sucking up on the knees a little bit to try and soften the impact off that wake into the edge changing phase. But now she's gotten through 52. Her challenges still continue on 60 meters. It's going to go to 55K now for her. 55K, 60 meters, the next run for Amelia Vaughn. All right, Amelia Vaughn getting the boat speed set up to 55K. The boat line length 16 meters. Only one skier remains after this, and that is Mary Koenig. Getting overloaded off buoy number 1 and trying to take too much off of her a weak side turn to give herself a chance to make an even bigger turn on her onside. And that was exactly the case off of buoy number 3. Looks like it's going to be 2 1/2 on at 55K, 60 meters, which will represent her best score in this round. We're looking at the instant replay. And that is 2 1/2, 2 1/2 at 55K 16. All right there, so we now go on to our last of our amateur round skiers. We're less than 20 minutes away from starting the Open Men's Round 1. And then we'll continue on with the Open Women's Round 1. That is the pro section of the event. And then we'll, then depending on how much time that we have, then we'll take a few skiers out of Round 2 in the amateur division to make sure that we finish on time for everyone. There's the go-kart in this afternoon, and we're going to try and get some coverage from that. May not be live, but we'll endeavor to see if we can try and get some coverage from that. Okay, 52.18 for Mary Koenig. All right, here we go. Mary Koenig now. Entrance number 1. Nicely done, just trying to set herself up into a rhythm here. Not too worried if she gets down course a little bit. The residual angle would ordinarily take care of that, but unfortunately for Mary Koenig, probably a little bit lackadaisical on her opening pass and just unable to get round the 6th and final buoy that would enable her to get onto the next pass of 55K, 18.25 meters. Mary Koenig, a women's 6 competitor. But just pulling a little bit long into number 3. Now, she definitely has plenty of strength and is certainly a very, very capable skier. But then pulled just a little bit too long into number 5, and that set into motion something that she didn't want to contemplate, a less than 6 buoy count on that opening pass. So 5 on 18.25 meters. That represents the last score in the amateur round 1. And we're going to go into the pro division coming up in the next few minutes. So why don't you grab your favorite beverage and grab your favorite seat, because the pro section of the Travers Grand Prix will take place in the next few minutes, and they will be coming at you right after these.
Having a ski commemorated for my World Championship win is super cool. Getting up on the ski and being able to look down and see my name, see World Champion, a little maple leaf, and the colors that I was able to pick with the team at HO and really be a part of the ski build shows all the hard work from the team that's gone into my skiing throughout the years and ski development, and it's just been a super fun experience to be a part of. I've always ridden a little different flex than what was out there on the market. I really liked it and it performed really well for me last year. Now we're taking that and producing it and having people be able to go and pick this ski up for themselves. So we took the base graphic and then we were able to add in little parts that really represent who I am. So we added in my signature for the Signature Series ski, but then also a maple leaf. I'm super proud of where I come from and it represents my roots. And then being able to add in a little color, to be a little bold and have it be a little different and have it stand out a bit. The ski is going to be limited edition. We're only releasing 75 skis, and that's because this was the 75th World Championship. So it's really cool to see HO support my win and try and make it special by commemorating not only the win, but also the year. I'm super excited to re-release the ski and give the public the ability to ski on the layup that I ski on.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
Why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, continuing on with the Travers Grand Prix for 2022. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company as we now work our way to the pro round. The first pro round of two, and here is our open men's starting list. We're going to start off with Charlie Emmett to get things up and running, followed by Nicky Antonsen, then Callum Heath, Tanguy Dayon, Dorian Llewellyn, Thibaut Dayon, Jamie Calhoun, Tom Paul, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Stephen Island, Robert Pagozzi, Robert Hazelwood, and we'll go on to the second half of that, which will feature Brando Caruso, followed by Corey Vaughan, Jonathan Travers, Cole McCormick, Thomas DeGasperi, Sasha Deska, Will Asher, and Freddie Winter. So the vast majority of the world's elite slalomers are here present in the open men's category division. So great to see that. All right, so with this event, the Travers Grand Prix features three events, not your typical three events, mind you. You're obviously going to see the slalom here form the basis for this webcast, but also we've got shooting, sport clay shooting, and we've also got some go-kart action, which will take place a little bit later on this afternoon after we get done with the first round of skiing. So we got Charlie Emmett about to take to the water, coming to us out of Great Britain, and joining me here at the announcing central booth here is a good friend of mine. He is also from Great Britain, specifically from the London borough of Wandsworth himself. It is Freddie Winter. How are you doing, sir?
I'm great, Tony. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. So, Charlie Emmett, he's going to attack the slalom course. I imagine he's going to be going in on 14.25 meters at 58K. I can't imagine him wanting to go in at anything shorter, considering the beautiful conditions that we have out here. But we'll see what he can do. So, Charlie Emmett, whereabouts in England is he from?
I don't know. I think he's from somewhere around. Does he live in Oxford?
Maybe out west.
But he certainly skis at Oxford. He splits his time skiing between Oxford, where I ski over in the UK, and Southlake with Damien Ackera. So I think his three coaches, Boris Laval, Steve Glanfield, and Damien Ackera. So, and you can see, I mean, the guy, I know him pretty well. I've known him since he was very, very young. I first met him in 2009 when I was out actually working at Swiss, doing some coaching, and he was a young kid back then, and with the dream of being a great skier, and he's certainly making it work. He's improving every single year and doing a really good job.
All right then. So apparently the opening pass is 30 meters there for Charlie Emmett, and not looking too bad. We're also seeing on dockside certainly one of the best skiers out of the U21 division at a European and a World Championship level. That was Nicky Antonsen, where out of Austria we just saw a quick glimpse of. But So Freddie, within the last week, what's been going on in your world?
It's just practice, isn't it? I mean, I was talking to Benny Stad about it earlier. It's just very short weeks. We've had 3 tournaments on the trot. I'd say that it's never, I mean, the easiest in the world to kind of get ready for another tournament immediately, but 2 of them have been right where most of us live in Orlando. We went up to Tuscaloosa last week, but yeah, I mean, came back on Sunday, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday trained, day off yesterday, so.
All right, let's see what he's got.
It's a good one. I think he might have gone out on 14 or 28 off in the end there, Tony. I think this might be 13 meters. I watched him in the boat a little bit this summer, and yeah, I mean, he's improving, and it's a guy who is absolutely fixated on improvement. He eats, sleeps, and dreams it.
All right then, let's check in for the first time today with Ali and friends.
All right, Ali here with on dockside with Callum Heath. Sorry, is this your first time at Travers Grand Prix?
Yeah, came yesterday for a little practice set. It feels amazing. First time down here, so yeah, excited to get out there.
Yeah, we've got perfect conditions, and hopefully it's a good day for you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right then, so from what I understand, we were a little confused with the line length shortening, so he did go in on 13 meters, he did come back on 12, now he's going to attack 11.25 meters, so what has to... So minimum starting line length for the pros is 30 meters, consistent with that, and so what has to happen here between 12 and 11?
Yeah, so he's going to have to attack a bit more. I mean, and I think he probably normally start at 28 off, but you know, I think he'll run 11 a handful of times every year, more and more consistently. But he'll have to get a decent start to get through this.
All right, certainly gets around buoy number 1 and getting a little bit crushed off buoy number 2. Oh, look at this, round number 3. He's still there, you know.
What a guy, this is great.
Oh, look at this. Good skiing there from Charlie Emmett, and surprises are abound. Fantastic skiing there for Team Sasha and Thibaut. That is Charlie Emmett throwing one down out there.
Well, straight off the bat, I think his PB would be 2 or so at this next line. So, I mean, not the biggest surprise, but certainly a surprise coming out of 2, how off balance he was. He really sort of stuck the front of the ski in the water. Beautiful buoy 1, though. Watch this here. This is going to be the key of the whole pass. Like, how did he get away with this? He's all the way over the front, but he gets a nice lead in. 3 was controlled, and everyone watching back home, you know, when you want to ski, you get in a bit of trouble. You come into your onside, you don't want to turn backwards because it will just put tons of pressure on the next offside, which we just saw here was actually a lot better than this buoy 2. It needed to be, and there he is. He's through 11 or 38 off. You know, I don't think I've seen him run it this year. He ran sort of 4.5 at British Nationals. I know that in the junior, in the Open Europeans, he ran 4 or so. So you know, I guess you put him in a pro tournament with a webcast on him, and he performs.
All right, then let's see how far he can get down 10.75 meters. You know, and really set the stall out. There is an 8-skier final attached to this event after the best score from 2 rounds. Here he comes, round buoy number 1. This is 10.75 meters. Oh, he gets the hook up off number 2, but is shade inside number 3. So it's going to be, 2 at 10.75 meters. But a pretty decent first score out there for Charlie Emmett.
That's very, very solid. Very, very solid. I think be right up there with his best score, and you know, maybe would be tied with his best score of this year. Actually, probably look through some live results here and have a look. But yeah, 1 wasn't amazing, but he actually controlled 2 pretty well. I wondered if he'd have wanted to get a piece of that 3, probably could have had a bit of a dig at it, but maybe saving himself for the next round.
All right, you are. So that is Charlie Emmett with 2 at 10.75 meters. Got the start, got a little bit overextended into buoy number 2, then tried to roll his shoulder over to try and get that ski to bite, and unfortunately didn't. So it is a 2 buoy count at 10.75. All right, there, working away from Charlie Emmett to our next competitor. This is going to be Nikki Antonsen. A quick reminder that you could win a ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win yourself a ski by accurately predicting the winners, the top 3 in both the men's and the women's competition. Here we go, Nikki Antonsen. This is 13 meters.
Nikki, a young chap who can really, really ski. I know him actually quite well. I've stayed with his family over in Austria when I went over for a tournament last year. Very nice people, the Attomsons, and Nikki really with a lot of potential. I think he's 19 or so he's got a lot of room to improve as we go to the dock with Ali.
All right, let's check in with her.
Hey there, we're here with Charlie after his first round. Pretty happy with that one?
Yeah, I am. I mean, first round and first pro tournament in the States. Very happy with it. Almost got to my equal PB, so yeah, very happy.
That's awesome. Looking forward to go-karting tonight?
Oh, 100%. I'm going to be like Max Verstappen out there. He's my favourite F1 driver, so let's rock it.
Perfect. Can't wait to see it. All right, back to you guys, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Ali, and good to hear there from Charlie Emmett. Good to see a smile on his face. It's been missing for a while there after some of the performances that we've seen him produce. But yeah, good to see Charlie Emmett come through with 2 at 10.75 meters and looking to improve in round 2 naturally, but certainly a decent start.
Yeah, we got a nice bunch of guys, starting off here. It's always nice to see Charlie do well. He's a really, really good chap, and like I say, works at it really hard. Here we have Nikki. Nikki, interestingly, I was at Swiss the other day getting a practice ride in, and someone was exclaiming that it's sacrilege that he has a yellow handle, because the only guy that's allowed to have a yellow handle is Andy Mappel. That's what I actually wasn't aware of, but apparently he was the only guy, and everyone through the 90s and 2000s would never turn up with a yellow handle because of Andy and the respect. He owned that handle. So Nikki probably unaware of that, but he's certainly aiming to be the next Andy Mappel.
Well, I'm sure someone probably pointed it out to him at some stage. But I mean, you aspire to be certain skiers, and certainly no one is has inspired more and more skiers to actually get into this sport and perform at this level than the late great Andy Mappel.
Absolutely, and maybe it's an homage to him.
Straight back. I'll go to Spain next week, so just to unwind.
Okay, so our next skier on the dock there, just revealing to us a few of his holiday vacation plans. I
wonder what that unwinding will entail.
I don't know.
Sangria, maybe a beer or two.
I know it depends where you go to in Spain. It could be one of the Balearic Islands. It could be Ibiza. Giving it large.
I wonder if it's Extreme Gene. I know that Callum's been out there a little bit, do a bit of skiing out there. Always a good place, really nice place over there. Nikki, 11 meters. He'll be in the pass, I think. He does run it, absolutely, and he's been skiing quite well from what I understand. It's a great 1. Over to 2, he's out the back a little bit.
He's
3
still there.
Is really good. 4, this is a pretty easy pass, I would say.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Drop the shoulder a little bit out of 5, but that offside's looking really sweet, and I think, for a righty to have a really good offside turn, that's a huge asset. That says that he's got a big future, because generally easier to improve your onside. His onside there, I'd say, was little bit out the back out of 2, as we'll see here. But 1 and 3 were beautiful. 5 dropped the shoulder a little bit, but this is a good pass, and I would say it was never really in doubt.
Just absolutely crushing it hard out there, I would say, off buoy number 1 and into number 2, and just allowing that line for that ski to edge change effectively.
Yeah, and even after that buoy 2 where he's a little out the back, he still managed to get his hips in line and take the hit in a way that he wasn't going to get crushed over anymore. Certainly he's not struggling for aggression. Aggression is necessary in waterski. You need to be attacking. You can't be sitting on your heels the whole time. That's some good water skiing, and he'll come back. I'm going to say his best would be somewhere around 4, maybe a 5. So, you know, I'd say he probably hasn't run it. Let's see. Probably have
Okay, whilst that information comes to us, let's bring in Nicky Antonsen, our second skier out. Oh, hard gate shot there into buoy number one, loaded.
Wow, that's impressive that he got out of there. Will he get over three?
Getting broken over off number 2 into 3, but he skis for the wake. That was a vicious gate shot.
Yeah, just as you said, Tony, he looked like he loaded way through the back of the ski. He was, you know, from the turn in, he finished with the nose up, which is not where you want to be on a gate turn in. You really should be keeping that ski parallel to the water level so that the tip is in as much as the tail. And it looked like he was way out the back, so that puts a lot of pressure and sort of slingshots you. That's not it. He's leaning away from the boat instead of the direction that he's trying to go. And so out of here, he was very nose heavy and very, very deep, but actually dealt with it pretty well considering, you know, and
look at that slack off too.
Yeah, and then a good S-turn, an easy S-turn actually.
Yeah, looked all right. Okay, so Nicky Antonsen takes the lead away from Charlie Emmett. 3 buoys on 10.75 meters to Charlie's 2. So, all right, so we now work our way down towards our next competitor. We saw him briefly on dockside.
Look how deep he is there, Tony. Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries.
That was impressive stuff. I mean, because a lot of people would have got broken over there, and he's obviously he's a tall guy, but he's not super heavy. I wouldn't say he's got, you know, a ton of meat on him. So obviously pretty wiry and strong to hold that.
All right, then coming into the course, 13 meters, the minimum starting line length. This is Callum Heath.
It's funny, all these people I know really quite well. Callum I've known for a very, very long time, since I was, you know, probably 12, 13 years old. He's a handful of years younger than me, but a very good skier and a guy that's done a lot of pro tournaments this year.
All right, let's check in dockside with Ali.
They're here with Dorian, kind of a rare slalom-only event for you. What event are you looking forward to most this weekend?
I feel like I should say slalom because that's why I'm out here to, you know, get some more slalom sets in. Obviously, I'm not the biggest guy out here, so this is a good warm-up for me for other overall events this year, and, you know, obviously just trying to push myself and make the finals in slalom anyway.
Yeah, all right. Well, best of luck. I hope it goes well out there.
Thank you.
All right, so back to us here at the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Thanks a lot for tuning in, and a special thanks to those folks that have managed to make their way on site to watch this event as well. And we got Scott Greenwood at the helm of the Nautique towboat, having seen Callum Heath getting through the opening pass. Callum Heath, his occupation, he used to be a plumber, but now he installs bathrooms along with his good friend Tom Paul.
Yeah, these guys are very practical. We'll see Tom a bit later, but yeah, no, they're really good buddies, and they're you know, putting a business together, and I think probably really good setup, so they can ski a bit, they can work as much as they want, and didn't like that gate particularly. I thought he went really, really easy through it. He kind of backed off as he hit the second wake, which he'll want to stop doing as he starts to get to 11. You need to start getting that push. You can't just quit on the second wake and coast towards the buoy.
All right, then, with that, let's check in on dockside with Ali.
Hey there, so we have Nick Adams. Pretty happy with that. Just kind of getting adjusted. What did you think?
Yes, no, I'm happy for the first round. I was struggling a bit with the gates, but I hope I improved them in the second round, and I hope I get a better score then.
Yeah, but it was enough to take the lead, so you got to feel pretty good about that.
Yes, of course. No, it always feels nice to have the lead. Let's see how long it lasts. But yeah, no, I'm happy with the first round for now.
All right, we'll wait and see how long it holds up. Back to you, Tony.
All right, so. Okay, so moving right along, we've got Callum Heath. He's gone through the opening 2 passes of 13 and 12, now getting ready for 11.25 meters. Tonke Dayon is on dockside right now, just getting limbered up, and Dorian Llewellyn very, very close by. So here we go. Boat now making its way round the clubhouse island, and and working his way towards the slalom course. And here we go. This here is Callum Heath, 11.25 meters.
Much better game.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely well settled down.
Good three.
Taking a big old chunk there, and also off that turn as well. Off number 4, but waits for the line to get tight, and then he can make his approach into 6, which he does. So a third skier and as many skiers to get through 11.25 minutes. A pretty high standard being put up there so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably guessed he would have got through that. I'd said maybe not the best boys 2 and 4 he's ever had, but 3 and 5, 1, 3 and 5 are very solid. Funny enough, I skied against Callum at the British Nationals early this year at Oxford, where he does a bit of skiing, and I do a lot of my skiing in the summer. And the interesting thing was we had, two rounds, prelims, final, in conditions just like this. Beautiful, flat, gorgeous. And then we had a sort of a night final under some very
special
sparse floodlights. There was not many, and it was pretty dark. And Callum ran his best score of the weekend. He ran 5.5 at 10.75 in the dark, and I was absolutely floored, honestly. I mean, it was tough out there. So he's a guy that relies on his instincts, I would say. I mean, in that situation, you're just you're kind of relying on what you know, and you're not sort of looking at what's in front of you. You're sort of just relying on muscle memory. So he needs to do a little bit of that here, and I think he can run down this. He ran 4.5 against Will Asher in a head-to-head earlier this summer in Norway. Put him in 5th at the Norway Skarnes Pro-Am. It's a good one. It's a really good one. He's not drop his shoulder here, but he's just struggling with that onside. Will he get around 4? Oh! Well, he got around it. He did. I don't know if
the ski did. I don't know.
I don't know if he had the handle. We'll have to look. But yeah, I mean, we saw him last weekend a little bit further back at 38 off, go down and then come back up, having skidded on his back. But watch, 1 was beautiful. That offside turn is really, really working. But 2, he's just not able to get that ski through for whatever reason. It's just the nose is not coming through, so he's having to drop the shoulder, which into the offside turn is not ideal, but still dealing with it very well. Let's have a look and see here. Oh, yeah, not the good angle for the crash, absolutely. Not so great for scoring, but I'm glad we get to see that. Let's have a look at this. Just watch. I mean, his gait was so much improved since the last 2, since the 12 from this end. He moved out and in front of 1 instead of kind of drifting towards it, and 1 was beautiful. He couldn't have asked for a better 1. Looks like they've given him 3.25. No, that's what it's under review for. Sorry. So this is the critical part. He just grabbed a little early there. I mean, he did well still, but let's have a look and see. I wonder if the ski was in the water. We're going to have to see that maybe again, frame by frame. The key thing, here's the rule. A skiing position, you have to be in a skiing position. A skiing position is where your weight is being fully supported by the ski. He also has to have the handle in his hand and have a grip on the handle, and he has to be past the buoy. If he lets go before the buoy and he's in a skiing position with his weight on the ski, that doesn't count. So they've given 3.25 confirmed, we're hearing. And Tanguy Dayand out after, and we've seen successive scores. We saw a 2, we saw a 3, we've now seen a 3.25. So Tanguy will have to improve, to continue the run. We'll have to get a 3.5 or a 4, which he's certainly capable of doing.
All right, let's check in with Ali on dockside.
We have 2 past mocks here at Travers Grand Prix. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling pretty good. Super excited to ski. We got a beautiful day. Skiers are skiing good, and it's a good day to be out at the Travers Grand Prix.
Yeah, and I've seen some of the Calhoun family hanging out around. Good to have them down from Canada.
Yeah, it's super good to have them down from Canada. We got my dad and sister skiing, and also on our team we have Corey and Amelia, who we're pretty close with. So it's a pretty good team radar, team family event, and it's going to be fun.
All right, yeah. Well, can't wait to see you out there. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, Allie.
Back to you, Wade.
All right there, Tanguy Dayand getting ready to come back into the course on pass number 2, gotten through 13 to start off with, and 12 meters beckons for him. So at this early stage of the slalom event, I mean, you're looking at the names. I mean, we've got Tanguy Dayand, a very, very capable overall competitor. So too Dorian Llewellyn, and looking towards Thibaut Dayand as well. So I mean, we've got a 3 overall skiers coming in one after the other, and they're trying to make an impact upon the one event that is slalom. Here we go. This is Tanguy Dayan, originally out of the island of Mauritius, but French through and through. And there he is with that second pass of 12 meters, so no worries there at this early stage there, Freddie.
What do you think, Tony? I mean, just looking ahead, you know, with the field we have, what's the score going to be?
I'm gonna.
Well, let's go through the format quickly. The format is we got a round today, we got a round tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's 20 skiers. It's going to cut down to 8. It's the 8 best scores.
Yes.
Any ties will go to backup score.
There'll be at least 2 perfect ties.
Well, yeah, most likely. Always seems to be, but it just depends if they're in those crucial positions. And then if there's a perfect tie for the crucial position of making it into the final, then there'll be a runoff. So that's the rules we have. But I mean, bearing all that in mind, 2 rounds, great lake, great boat, everything set up well. What do you reckon?
4.
That will be the 4. What a 10.25 will be the cut to get into the final.
Yeah,
that's a big call.
Yes.
Well, let's go back week by week.
Well, let's go back to the World Championships about this time last year.
Yeah.
I mean, you needed 3 to get into being with a shout into the runoff situation. Conditions here absolutely perfect. I mean, boat driving absolutely spot on. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, I think. I like your optimism, absolutely. Let's just have a look at Tanguy here at 11. He's pretty much in this. I'm going to say he's going to run it fairly easily, and that's a really good offside turn. He's over to 5, and that's a really easy pass, the best one we've seen so far. I think that going back week by week, we had the Malibu Open last weekend, and to get into the final, it was I know you needed 2. There was someone with a 2 that went out. I think Benny ran a 2 and went out. He was in 9th spot. The Mastercraft Pro the week before, it was a different format, so it was kind of like, you know, that one or 2 at 10.25 in the semi-final round to make the top 8. The one before was California Pro-Am, and that was John Travers, actually, the man who's hosting us today and who's organised this tournament, ran a 3 and a 1.5, and he went out. And that was a sort of quirky rule situation where he actually had the same scores as Nate Smith, but Nate went through based on countback, which was odd. But and then Hilltop the week before, Chris Parrish was first out with a pair of 2s. So I think that, you know, we're looking at that kind of 2 mark, 2 and a bit. I think if someone can get around 3, they're going to be in with a very good shout. 2, you're sort of a bit dicey. But like we say, you know,
I think everyone is pushing each other to get beyond number 2, because 2, I mean, just 2 at 10.25 meters. I mean, just 2 at 10.25 meters. You know, is fast becoming the score that is more likely to eliminate you rather than place you. You know, with the kind of skiers that we have.
Certainly if your backup's not so good. But anyway, Tanguy will have to get through this in order to get into the final. His offside's looking really good, so we're going to see that here. And he is looking great here. He's a little deep, I would say, with that shoulder, but I think he's going to run this. I really do. And he has improved. That's a very solid pass.
Oh, come on!
Slam dunk. Slam dunk at 5. We're all patting him on the back and all very happy for him for running a great pass, kind of, you know, no dramas through to that last onside turn that we took for granted.
You called it, Freddie, by about buoy 2.
Yeah, and then he went upside down. As Aaron Larkin once said on commentary, I've always enjoyed it. He got his snorkel out of buoy 5.
and a shovel to complement that one too. All right then. So
is he riding a Fisher?
I'm not too sure.
I think I can see those holes in the front of the ski. If he is, that's very interesting. That's got to be a 15-year-old ski.
No, but I mean, there were some skis with holes to the front. I mean, I think.
Yeah, it's either a.
Didn't Radar have a ski with holes in the front?
They did. They had those sort of dragon nostrils in. That is a huge turn. That's a huge turn. He really needed to hold on because he didn't need to do that big turn.
And I mean, just the ski coming through. I mean, he didn't lose an ounce of speed either between the turns and the leverage from one side to the other. I mean, it was just consistent all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to say he needs a full 2 to have a chance. Let's say so. Around 1 onside, over to 2. Will he turn 2? That's the question.
This is the one.
It's a pretty average one, though. And
all left the ski behind, and it's going to be one.
Yeah, you need to get someone else on the commentary here because I'm doing a bad job. I was sort of saying that he was all over that 10.75 only for a mistake, and I definitely thought with how well he'd been skiing so far that he would turn one. Perhaps after that big 5, he sort of didn't want to go upside down again, and just kind of grabbed in early. You can see finished on his heels, and from there.
That shoulder charge.
That's the same, by the way. That's the same angle and the same buoy and the same line length as Whitney McClintock last year at this very site. Into buoy 2 at 10.25 in the first round of the World Championships. And I mean, lefty finished with the nose up and then dropped the shoulder. Really not so far away, honestly.
Yeah, and you've taken some deeper slacks off number 1, and it's come, and you've sometimes ended up second best on that.
Absolutely. Well, nothing like Whitney's. I think Whitney's the worst crash I probably will ever see. I certainly hope no one has a worse crash.
All right, then, let's check in dockside with Ali.
Here with Tom, how you feeling today?
Yeah, not bad. A little bit of a sore back. Done a bit of jumping this week, so yeah, that's not made the back feel the best. But yeah, all good. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, conditions are looking great. Feeling pretty good about it?
Yeah, we're going to go out there and ski. It's probably the last event of the year, so ski your best, leave everything out on the water.
How are you at shooting guns?
Being English, we don't shoot guns very often, so I've done this tournament style once back in England, where JT got the idea from, so it was good then, but we'll see tomorrow.
All right, we'll see. Best of luck to you out there. Back to you, Tony.
I love that he was jumping this week. Maybe someone told him it's a 3-event tournament, so he's like, I better put on my trick ski and jump skis, but it's shooting and go-karting, so.
Yeah, we don't do too much shooting anymore in the UK, really.
No,
they don't.
Not something that I'm used to really whatsoever, apart from my Travers Grand Prix. I think I've done this tournament 3 times before, and yeah, that's probably the only time.
All right, then, continuing right along, we've got some great slalom in action on the horizon, and to that end, our next competitor to take to the water is Dorian Llewellyn. Dorian Llewellyn, the current world men's tricks champion and the runner-up in the overall World Championship last season right here. All right, let's see what he can do. This is a 13-meter start.
Last time I saw Dorian ski on this lake, he was last off the dock at the World Championships in the jump final. It's funny, I pulled in today and thought, well, I haven't been here since the Worlds last year, which was probably not my favourite skiing memory of all time personally, as much as it was a wonderful tournament. But yeah, Dorian, one of the very, very best jumpers in the world. 2 weekends ago, he was just off the podium by a foot at the Mastercraft Pro, and what did he manage last week at Malibu? He wasn't there. That's right, he wasn't there. He was somewhere else.
Yeah.
But yeah, a great skier. I think in the prelims of the World Championships last year, in slalom he ran 5.5 at 10.75, which, he would have been upset about, because if he'd have got through the exit gates and had a score at 10.25, it would have really helped him in his pursuit of the overall gold, which eventually went to Joel Poland. But he's incredibly accomplished in all 3, and again he won the tricks last year.
Yeah,
maybe you probably thought he would maybe more likely win the gold in overall than in tricks, but he absolutely did it and got a huge score, somewhere mid-high 11,000 points, and became world trick champion.
All right, let's see what he can do in this 3-star Waterski Pro Tour event. This is the Travers Grand Prix. Let's have a look and see what Dorian Llewellyn can do out there on the slalom course. He's on 12 meters right now. Now, these opening 2 passes, essentially warm-ups for the majority of our competitors out there. So with these 2 passes typically the way that they are, I mean, what are skiers trying to focus in on at this early stage as they get ready for some of the passes? I'll let Freddie answer that question momentarily, but first of all, let's check in with Ali.
I'm here with our new leader. Well done out there. How did it feel?
Thanks, good. It was pretty nice to ski right now. Very good conditions, good driver, everything was perfect. I'm pretty happy because my first 39 of the year, so in tournament, and I kind of struggled a little bit this year coming back from my shoulder injury, so yeah.
Yeah, always hard coming back from injury. Happy to see you back out there. You look good.
Thanks.
Yeah, back to you, Tony.
Oh, why, thank you there, Ali, and we'll continue on. We've got Dorian Llewellyn, and just to answer that question, I mean, after the initial 2 passes, what things should be pretty much set in stone as you go on to like 11, 10.75?
Well, I mean, you know, a lot of the skiers this week would have changed from the Malibu we had last week to the Nautique and got some practice in. I mean, the boats, they're all very good, but you know, there are certainly differences between them. But if they haven't had that chance, they're figuring that out. You've also got a different driver. I mean, Scott Greenwood is in my opinion, he's up there as amongst the very, very, very best. So I think that's a great selection for this event. But you're just figuring out kind of, you know, where's that pull going to come? You know, how fast am I going? How's my acceleration? How's my deceleration? Am I moving my ski out well off the second wake? A little on the tail there out of 4. We're seeing that a little bit actually today. That maybe, you know, this is skier number 4 or 5, and we've seen, you know, a few of the skiers just kind of finish a little on the tail on their onsides. Now, okay. We were skiing in Orlando 2 weeks ago before the hurricane. We came back, the water dropped by, you know, I don't know, 15 degrees or whatever in Fahrenheit and a bunch in Celsius too. So it just, you know, it sounds ridiculous, but it does make a difference. It does make your ski interact with the water differently. You're going to get maybe a little bit more speed, you know, towards the first wake. And the ski's going to be riding just a little bit higher, I would say, in the water, but with a little less slip around the back end of the turn. Again, it does sound ridiculous, but it is something you can feel when you're as good as, you know, Dorian and the guys we're going to see today. So there's been a few adjustments. We've been at different lakes. You know, there's different boats, and yeah, like I say, we've seen a few people kind of sitting out on the tail of their skis out of their onsides on 2 and 4, generally the righties.
Now, when you experience something unusual with the water and what have you, do you choose to adapt to it, or do you just ignore it and keep going?
Well, you got to try and adapt to it. I mean, like, you know, if I'm running my, I don't know, 39 and I feel like it's well, let's get through this 39 pass first.
All right.
I think he's going to have a good chance of running. He skis well here. He does ski here he's a little on the tail. See, we're seeing that again. But the offside's very, very good. This 4 will be crucial, and he's going to be fine, and if he carries on, he's
got this.
That's good. Ooh. That's good. That's a really good score for him, I think. I mean, I know he's able to run this, but I'd say it's probably maybe a 50-50 pass for him. I hope I'm not being negative, but I think that's great. And again, he needs that too. And looking at how good his offside has been throughout this set, I think he's odds on for it.
All right, and doing a fine job out there. A couple of errors there on 10.75 meters, but you know, he's got those cat-like instincts, you know, that you develop from something like trick skiing, and you know, being able to react is one thing. To be able to do it correctly is quite another.
Well, you know, him and Joel, apart from battling each other, you know, to be the sort of the best jumpers in the world, along with Freddie Krueger and Ryan Dodd, they are certainly the very 2 best overall skiers in the world. I mean, it's not been very long that overall skiers have been running 10.75 or 39 off. They are now. Joel did it a handful of times last weekend. Dorian would have been sitting there, I'm sure, kind of looking at the scores, going, "Oh, I got to up my game," and maybe that's when he entered. I don't know. 1 is the lead. I'm going to say he needs at least 2 to have a chance in one of these 2 rounds. So good chance here. His offside's looking really good. Let's see how we go. It's not the best. Will he get around 2 and then a good S turn?
Oh.
I'm going to say he got that.
Yeah, I would say so as well.
But at the same time, I think he did really well. I mean, with a bad, again, I keep kind of cursing people, I guess, but not a very good boy 1. Finished with his butt back. Finished with the ski kind of without angle, pulled long, not the tallest guy in the world.
Did he hit it? No, he didn't. He got round buoy number 2 cleanly.
That's a big call, Tony. I'm not sure I saw that. Anyway, our screen has maybe not the best contrast, so I can't say definitively, but I think it's going to be a 50-50 call there. We're going to have a look at the what the judges have to say. We might see better here. Again, yeah, no angle, ski facing straight down the lake, pulls long, throws it last minute. That we're not going to see anything from the buoy cam, I don't think. So, yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see in a second.
All right, then, just enough time to tell you about Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters, jumpsuits for some of the world's top water ski jumping athletes. Check them out at waterswetsuits.com, waterswetsuits.com. And also 2U Nutritional Bars, the official Ski of the Day sponsor. Nutritional bars in a variety of different flavors, available online and at great local stores throughout Florida. That is 2U Nutritional Bars. All right. They scored in 1. Apparently.
Yeah, I thought you might have been a little generous there, Tony. I mean, I thought he ran over it. And of course, as the rule says, a ride over is when a buoy is submerged, and that's a no-go. That doesn't count. You've got to get around it cleanly without sinking it to get the full buoy.
All right, then. So the official's coming through with 1, which means that puts him in a 2-way tie for the lead with Tanguy Dayon. And now we see Tanguay's older brother, a medalist at World Overall Championship level himself, many times French national overall champion, and certainly a slalom skier who you definitely need to see. This is Thibaut Dayon.
Back-to-back brothers, nearly. Yeah. So we had a run there of improving every single skier, but we've just had a tie. So yeah, he was on a Monte Carlo earlier this year, I think, and it looks like he's on a Connolly.
Yeah,
I couldn't quite see what Tanguy was on in the end. It looked like it had the holes in the front, like a Fisher, But I mean, again, maybe hard to see. Back on the Connolly, and yeah, very athletic Thibaut. Very, I've been skiing against him for many years, and he's, many people have described him as, sort of like a cat on a water ski. He gets very tall in that offside and does a good job, and very athletic the way he skis.
All right, then, with that, let's check in on dockside with Ali.
Right, great skiing out there. How did it feel?
Oh, it was awesome out there. The conditions are perfect. The lake's obviously super nice, perfect, and greeny feels great. So, yeah, it was fun.
All right, yeah, big scores are going down. I think big scores will continue to go down, but hopefully this is a good start for the weekend. What do you think?
Yeah, it's awesome. I think everybody's going to ski really well. I mean, the guys are going to rip it up, and I'm getting nervous for when you and Jamie go out because, Jamie and I have been competing all week, and she's got me a couple times, but we'll see if that score can hold up.
I got a little rivalry going on. Well, we'll continue to watch and get back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. And just a reminder that the top 8 scores, the top 8 skiers will make it through to the final round in both the women's and the men's competition. There's obviously tie-breaking rules that go into that. We mentioned perfect ties. We mentioned the potential 4 ties in this event. Which just adds to the excitement and just adds to the pressure and to the prestige of this event, the Travers Grand Prix. Here we go. This is Thibaut Dayon when he's not slicing and dicing it out there on the slalom course. He is a realtor by profession and formerly a skier for the Moccasins of Florida Southern College to boot.
So, talking about that format, Tony, I mean, it would be interesting to hear what the viewers think. I'm always interested to see what the people actually watch our sport think about the format, but this is my favourite. I think this is most of the skiers' favourites. We've got two rounds, best 8 scores, none of this cut after every tournament, after every round sort of situation. I think it leads to better scores because people are maybe, ever slightly more relaxed. They get a chance to screw up. It's not all pressure from the start. We end up seeing higher scores throughout the tournament as a result. And I think we're being just as we see Benny taking care of some business. So yeah, I think this event is put on by a skier for the most part. John Travers is a huge part of it. Of course, the whole family and everyone at Jack Travers Ski School is a part of it. But John, I think, probably has the final say on most of it. I think that's why we've got this format. It's a great format, and my favourite in my opinion. Interesting to hear on the comments. Tony, you have access to those, right? What everyone thinks, and also we have the option of head-to-heads, straight finals like it is tomorrow, just an 8-person straight final, or the cut after every round, so like at Moomba sort of situation.
Yes, indeed. And if you want to help us with that, then you can subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Then you can be part of the live chat conversation and tell us what you think. Tell us about the various elimination formats and that kind of stuff. Okay, we definitely would like to hear from you going forwards as we see Thibaut Dayan get through 11.25 meters. Now, certainly one of our taller skiers, and he's certainly quite energetic off the gate shot. He is left foot forward, but has one of the best gate shots for a left-footed skier out there.
Yeah, I'm going to say it might not have been his best pass of all time, actually. I think his brother might have edged him in terms of, just finishing on the heels a little bit on his onside there. Good offside.
But he is patient enough on his onside to say just wait for the rope and then go. Don't get ahead of the rope and try to deal with the slack as you're trying to approach the wakes.
Yeah, I mean, he's committed, and I mean, I wouldn't say that was ever in doubt. But yeah, he'll figure it out for this next one. I mean, this is a guy that has run. We had the World Championships in Malaysia a few years ago at frankly, an appalling site, which was not very good for water skiing, and he ran 10.75 there. He ran 39 off there, and I think in the first round. And he's very capable. So at a site like Travers, one of the very best in the world, you definitely bet on him running it. So we'll have a look here and see how he does.
All right then, here comes Thibaut Dayan. We're edging out just to bleed off a little bit more speed as he comes in for 10.75 minutes. He's good to go around buoy number 2 and huge slam on number 3. He's getting strung out into number 4. Now he's going to really have to work hard to run this pass, and unfortunately coming up short with 5.
Yeah, I'm interested to see his gait again. It looked like he threw his arms. I could be wrong, but it looked like he threw his arms out sort of last minute on the gate, which would have put him off balance. You're looking for, that's a big quick move there, I think. I'm not sure he was doing that. Maybe he had a bit too much speed. And then 1 was big, and we saw what Tanguy did at 5 on the 2 skiers ago. Thibaut did here at 3. He was very, very deep. And he'll be disappointed with that, because I mean the guy's super capable and a very, very good skier, as we said. And I mean, impressive, I think, from where he was to get around 5. But I think he was never really in the mix to get a full 6 there.
Well, that kind of opens up the door a little bit for maybe one or two of our other competitors to maybe make a deep impression upon this event. That is Thibaut Dayan. That was a 5 buoy count at 10.75 minutes. Let's check in dockside with Ali.
Hey, here with Benny, getting excited for the event?
Yeah, beautiful. We're back at Jack's. We were here last year for the Worlds, which were absolutely legendary, I would say. So we're back for the Travers Grand Prix and another sunny day in Florida.
Yeah, it's been kind of a long season. How you feeling? Kind of getting ready to wrap up? You going to go to Miami?
Yeah, it's been a push, but it's been fun. It's been interesting to discover who you are a little bit, and I think we're all ready, to wrap it up and see what everybody can do next year.
All right, well, hope you finish out strong here. Best of luck out there. Back to you, Tony.
Benny turning 30 years old today, actually. So happy birthday to him.
Yes,
indeed.
indeed.
I think everyone should fill his DMs up with happy birthdays. He'll enjoy that.
Yes. My direct message mailbox doesn't get full that often, but there you go. Anyway, we got continuing action in the Travers Grand Prix, and we'll rejoin action in just a few moments. All right then. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Travers Grand Prix. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and he is Freddie Winter. How you doing?
I'm still doing very well, even better.
Even better now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. It is absolutely gorgeous out there. I looked at the forecast yesterday. It looked like there was going to be a bit of a sort of crosswind, slight tailwind off the dock, but it is looking incredible out here. We haven't had better conditions all year, I wouldn't have said. So
now you kind of understand why that I was a little optimistic with my projection of 4.
Well, we'll see who gets closer. I'll bet you a 5 it's close to what I have than what you have, but sure, you never know. We did have a US Open qualifier out here in 2015 where in order to make the top 5, which was for the final, the qualifiers, you needed to get around 4 at 41. And I think even Corey and Casey Wilson, they both ran, like one ran 3.5 and one ran 3 1/4. I think it was maybe Casey Wilson's PB at the time, and I think he with the 3 1/4 did not make the top 5. Mm-hmm. So it was right here, and it was a number of years ago, and generally I think the standard of skiing has gone up. So we'll see. We'll see how we go.
All right, then, taking a look dockside, we see Sasha Deska there, who will be one of our skiers towards the end of the list. But there you go, and we've got on this list Jamie Calhoun, Thomas Paul, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Stephen Island. Those are the next 4 competitors. Just to give you an idea of the format, best score of 2 rounds, top 8 men advance, top 8 women advance.
So 14 skiers left, Tony.
Yeah, exactly.
So and of course, we're not going to know who makes the final until tomorrow after the second round, but you're really going to want to, I think it's after Brando or before Brando that we're going to see the score that you're going to kind of need. It won't be any lower than that score because of course it could go up again tomorrow, but your aim today as a skier is make the top 8. Just make sure you're in the top 8 somewhere, and that means that all going well tomorrow, if someone goes out and gets the score, you just have to beat their backup, and that'll keep you in the final. We saw that last weekend. Benny got a 5 at 39 in the first round and then a 2 at 41 in the second round, but all the guys that had 2 at 41 in the first round, they were able to just get that better backup score, and that pushed Benny out, unfortunately for him.
All right, then. Seems that Jeff Tim agrees with you. 2 shots at the duck gives better scores and fun, in his humble opinion.
Very smart man, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's a bit like shooting, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Freddie Krueger about it, I think, in an interview the other day. Like, the jumpers, they get 3 attempts, and it's rough. You sign up for a pro tournament, you make the travel, you make all your plans, and then to turn up and then do 1 round, if you make a mistake or if you're already on the edge of sort of being on your top level is around the point at which you're going to just about maybe make the final, it's rough. So I think you're going to have better scores all round. It's a better situation to have 2 rounds and then a final. Of course, the final is sudden death, but it is qualifying in the same way that Formula One is. You have the qualifying day, you have the finals day, and that's kind of what we need to be doing, I think, more in water skiing. Let's get the best scores and set the table, set the scene for the best situation after that in the final.
All right, then. And there have been some situations where some skiers have come up a little bit short on round 1, but they come roaring back in round number 2 and place themselves in contention for making it through to the next round.
Like Joel did last weekend.
Yes, and even someone like Stevie Island in Hilltop, right?
That's right.
All right, let's check in dockside with Ali.
All right, I'm here with one of our main sponsors, Mike Morgan. I just wanted to say thank you. He was giving me some pointers on the shooting, telling me that he taught John
and Zach, yeah. So I ended up regretting it because there wasn't hardly anything living left in the next or ensuing weeks after teaching them to do this, and here we are. And so I think they got the idea in Europe, but it's a wonderful combination. It's more family-oriented, and it kind of opens up additional potential sponsor avenues. And at the end of the year, it's something kind of different and fun to look forward to doing, and inculcating the amateurs as well as the pros. And so everyone's boats rises. So it's an exciting week.
Well, thank you for your contribution in making this event happen. We're really looking forward to it. It's going to be a great weekend.
No, I agree. And, I just love being here and being a part of this special event. And hopefully we can keep doing this. So
I hope so. Thanks again. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much, and big kudos there to Mike and Kerry Morgan for their continued support of this event, the Travers Grand Prix. as we bring in Jamie Calhoun coming in for his next pass, coming to us out of Ontario in Canada, and former skier for the Moccasins right here at Florida Southern College.
Oh, you don't need to insult him, Tony. Anyway, no, Jamie, I'm allowed to say that. Jamie's a friend of mine. He's my training partner. We've been skiing a lot together, actually. He's unusually, like myself, he's a East Side Orlando chap. So we ski together. He's working a full-time job, and we're skiing together very frequently. He skis with Ronnie Barton a bit, like I do. That's kind of the move over there. We're very lucky, actually. We've got a nice setup. A lot of this, we're on the. It took me an hour and 10 minutes or so to drive here today. Like Orlando, you have Swiss over here. You got Jacks. There's a lot of skiing happening on this side of town on the west, and in the middle you got Hancock and few various lakes. A lot of pro skiers live in the middle, but there's not many on the other side. Unlike where that's where Wade used to live. He was a East Side
Oviedo
guy.
area, Chalupa.
Right. That's right. So anyway, I was happy to hear Jamie has sort of been hanging out there a little bit his last few years, but more now since he's graduated university, and so he sent me it was funny actually. Manon obviously not coming back to, she's taking a little break from skiing. And I was sort of like, well, I wonder how my training's going to go. And Jamie sent me a text halfway through the summer saying, I need someone to train with. I was like, well, brilliant. That works with me. And he's a great driver. We've been skiing together. He's been skiing really, really well. He had an unfortunate time at the Mastercraft Pro last 2 weeks ago. And, I was surprised really because he's been skiing so well out of the boarding school and from what I understand at Ronnie's place, and he looks good today. He's a really good skier. He turns hard, he pulls hard, but he makes sure that he's in that stack position. You'll see that he's very proud with his chest. He's got his hips up, and he's got great leverage against the boat.
And I'm sure he does well over at McClintock's place over there in Ontario as well. And I'm sure that J-Mac is looking in as well.
Yeah, Jason, not here today, but a really good guy running the ski school up there. And I think Jamie has learned more or less everything from him. I know Jamie's skied a bit with Drew Ross and Matt Reaney and the Canadian guys, but I think Jason has had maybe the most influence on his skiing, and maybe as Jason's not doing so many tournaments, Jamie's coming in. So the McClintock, or the male, of course Whitney's still very much at the very top, but the McClintock legacy, is continuing.
All right, so continuing to find some talking points here from the live chat. Actually, one of our live chat people said, did this site take any damage from Hurricane Ian? The place looks great. Well, spoke a little bit with Lalani and Jack and about the damage that they sustained. It was little bits, little limbs and that kind of stuff. It was mainly the whole clearing up afterwards that was more the concern, but no real
10.75 Tony, just quickly.
Yes, indeed.
He's going to be odds on to run it, I would say. He's been skiing really well, and look at that. He's skiing really well here, actually. And let's see this final turn, and he's around 6.
That ski kept moving and did not stop.
Yeah, well, so it's interesting. So Brooks Wilson was out at the boarding school on that side of town maybe a month and a half ago or so, and he gave Jamie a ski, and he said, listen, this one's got, I think, a bit more rocker, a bit less rocker, whatever it was. Maybe it had just some modification in it where he said, Jamie, I think you're going to like this. Jamie wasn't so sure about it the first 3 or 4 sets, but here he is. He's still on it after making a modification or two, working with those radar guys, and he's looking the business. And he's certainly done the best skiing I've ever seen him do. I mean, I've been pulling him to some big scores the last month or so. Look at that! Just knows that ski, just staying down. I mean, very balanced, and he's through 39. Onside turn coming up at buoy 1. I said it about Tanguy earlier. Well, I'm going to say Jamie's probably going to turn it, and we're going to see our first 2. And maybe the guy's been turning to a lot. Not to put any pressure on him, but he's been really doing very well.
All right, so we've got Jamie Calhoun, and a quick reminder once again, help us out at TWBC by subscribing to the YouTube channel, and in return you'll have access to the live chat that's currently taking place during this event. More than one will take the lead.
We're going to say he needs at least a 2. He'll get the 2, I would say. It's going to be an S-turn, and I'd say that's definitely a 2, and an easy S-turn.
Yes,
I'd say almost certainly went around that. Not to second guess the judges, but almost certainly. And that'll be there or thereabouts. I mean, we've got 13 skiers left, so 13 scores still left to see in this round. But, 2 will certainly be a good backup. I think it probably will be a pair of 2s to get in, or maybe a 2 1/4 and a 2. We shall see, but that's put him right in the mix, and he'll be happy. He was nervous before the Mastercraft Pro. He hadn't done, he's a great skier, but focusing on his career, and he's focused on graduating earlier this year. So he hasn't done too many pro tournaments, but here he is. He's back doing the tournaments. He had a terrible round at Mastercraft. He really would have been upset with himself. But he's back out here, and he's made the right adjustment. I think that's probably his best. I think is 3. So he's right up there with what he can do. And good for him. I'm happy for him. Nice chap, really nice chap.
All right, so tying is a season's best score of 2 at 10.25 meters. He'll be happy with that from that point of view. But if he really wants to put himself in the frame for the next round of competition, he may have to do something more than that. Let's check in with Ali.
Yeah, Tom and Benny.
All right, here with the newly married Stevie Island. Give a little shout out to the wife. She's not here this weekend.
Yeah, shout out to Elizabeth. Love you. We all miss you here. Super excited for the event. This is my 3rd Grand Prix, and the last 2 times I've been here, my team has gotten 3rd place, and those were as an amateur competitor. Now we're back as a pro, so I'm excited to be here. Thanks to JT and everyone for putting on the event.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, well, let's see if we can maybe improve the team score this year.
Yeah, I want a 2nd place or 1st would be amazing.
There we go. All right, well, best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, and had the opportunity to speak with Stephen Ireland yesterday as a part of the TWBC podcast. So check out that latest episode that just dropped a little bit earlier on this morning on the TWBC podcast. The interview with Stephen Ireland, they're available. Listen to it on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever else you listen to your podcasts. All right, skier on the water. We have got Tom Paul. Also check out bplayfield.com, and check out the latest matches that are currently taking place right there, right now. bplayfield.com. All right then, folks, this is Tom Paul coming into the course on 30 meters. Let's see what he has. Selecting A2. I'm sure within the next few minutes we'll get stats on the zero-off settings and which ones are selected by majority.
I'll bet you A2 will be high. It seems to be the way with this Montique.
And there we go. There's a quick explanation about how zero-off works in terms of response and how it responds and when it responds and all of that kind of stuff. So let's check in with Ali.
We just got off the water. Well done out there.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm happy with it. Felt good.
Yeah, great start to the weekend. We haven't seen very much of you this year, but happy to have you back, and what an event to come to, right?
Yeah. It's been a busy year. Starting work, engage, and jumped right into the adulting life and skiing. Took a bit of a backseat, but this was a tournament I knew I wanted to come to, and I'm super happy I'm here. It feels amazing out there. So we're going to see some really big scores to come, and it's going to be fun.
And I haven't seen Haley today, so little shout out to her, right?
Little shout out to her. She's working today, but she'll be here tomorrow and cheering me on. So hopefully she'll bring me a few more buoys. Good luck.
Perfect. We'll look forward to seeing her tomorrow. Good skiing out there.
Thanks, Allie.
Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you. And looks like we got the stats already. A2, 65%, A1, 10%, and B2, 10% there from the whole entirety of the men's field. So let's see who we have coming into the course. This is Tom Paul on the 12-meter line. Take it away, Freddie.
Tom, good skier, guy I know well, British guy, and we had a really good battle earlier this year for the British Nationals. He put up a big score in front of me, and I mean, just managed to get around him, but Yeah, he's a great skier. He's got a phenomenal offside. His onside, by his own admission, not his favourite part of his skiing. Kind of rocks back a little bit, but someone that he's out here. He's working at Fluid, I think, and someone that loves water skiing, absolutely loves it. Has chosen to crack on with skiing as much as possible.
Hey, Mum, how you doing?
I wonder if Charlie's mum is watching, Corinne.
Maybe.
If she's not here, well, she's. I wonder if. I wonder if she's in Europe.
Well, I mean, it's a good thing that Tom Paul likes skiing so much. He doesn't like soccer so much.
If I was from Birmingham, there's not really a team up there, is there?
Not really, no. I mean, Aston Villa is like the closest that they've got up there to something resembling a team.
He should just do what I did and support Man United, even though going nowhere nearby.
No, West Ham United.
Yeah, West Ham.
Yeah, they won their game against Anderlecht the other night. Anyway, we've got Tom Paul coming into the course right here on 11.25 meters. Let's see how well he sets himself up.
He will. Let's say he'll run this, but what we're looking for is just he doesn't want to be finishing on the tail on. It's a bit deep there.
It is.
See that? See, kind of just grabs in a touch early on 135 and just finishes like the nose of the ski just doesn't quite finish.
And he realised that early too. So I mean, things got settled down after that.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a rough time the last few tournaments. But he'll be, he's certainly capable. I've seen Tom run 3 at 10.25 at 41 off. I've seen him run 10.75, frequently. So, he'll have had some good practice. And, he knows that if he wants to get into that final, it's going to be that 2. It really could even be that 2.5, 3. So, he knows what he's got to get.
All right, then, working our way down, let me tell you about Pantalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community, located close to Palm City with 5 lakes, 42 exclusive 4-acre waterfront home sites, Pantalago.com, and also La Guapa, located in Tequesquitengo, which is a little ways outside of Mexico City. It's an exclusive villa resort with all-inclusive amenities, including water skiing, so check out La Guapa. laguapa.mex.com. And just enough time to tell you about Pro Gear. The original gloves created by Clint Stadelbauer, now led by Alicia Bagnoli. You can find out more about Pro Gear by going to skiprogear.com. Here we go. This is Tom Paul. This is 10.75 meters, an ever-critical run.
Must run past. 2 is going to be big. Let's see it. It's a good 2, and he's a little high off the wakes maybe, but I think he's probably... Oh, no, Tom.
Oh, when he goes down, and it's going to be 3.5 there. He was really high side into buoy number 3 there, but I tell you what, he's definitely going to have... He'll definitely need something more substantial in round number 2.
Yeah, I'm frustrated for him because actually 1 and 2 were good. I think he popped off the wakes here. Watch, he gets a little bit... kind of just throws his feet out. But he's okay, and I think this probably was more of... It was similar to that buoy 2 at 38, just kind of got the ski between him and the boat, but it was kind of a little bit too far out, and he had no traction. He couldn't stand on that thing, and yeah, you can see the frustration coming out of him there. He's a very, very capable skier. He's someone that has run a lot of scores, a lot of 10.75s. I mean, in Europe in 2019, he was always right there, running that 2 at 41. I think he came 4th at the European Championships that year, or maybe 5th. But really, really close, and just frustrating for him. I think he's kind of had a rough time the last few weeks, and things haven't quite gone his way. That was a strange one.
All right, let's see what occurs with our next competitor coming to us out of Switzerland. His name is Benjamin Stadelbauer.
Benny, the birthday boy.
Yes, indeed. He turns 30 today.
30 whole years old. 30 rotations around the sun. That's good. Are we going to sing him happy birthday?
No.
Okay. Okay, look, we've got a happy birthday graphic. Not even a cake on it, though, but we'll maybe work on some candles for
yeah, there was nothing in the budget for the candles.
Well, Benny, I say it about everyone, but I mean, everyone is a very, very good skier here, and a very, very good skier and a guy I know very well. We've done a lot of skiing together over the years. He was at Lafayette when I was at Monroe. We became really good friends there, and since then, you know, I'll go to Swiss quite frequently, and we'll end up skiing together. And yeah, Benny, he ran 241 last weekend. He's been, you know, at the sharp end of 39 every single weekend. Again, maybe a little like Tom, a couple of results gone against him. So, you know, he was first out at Malibu. He was in that 9th spot, but certainly capable, and he will. I mean, I'm going to say.
And he tends to perform his best the worse the conditions are, especially like Moomba.
Let's see. I think he's come a second and a third at Moomba.
Yes. That should tell you all you need to know.
Yeah, and I mean, just that's impressive. I mean, I was. We were rooming together, and you know, funny story. I don't know if I've told this before on the webcast, but there was a funny story. We went and trained at this sort of river, you know, an hour away from Melbourne, 3 days before Moomba, and you know, there's me and Corey, and we're both skiing lights out, and Benny couldn't do a thing. I mean, he's freaking out, like he wasn't getting it right. He couldn't run a pass really. He took everything off his ski. He said, "Oh, I don't know about my ski. Like there's something wrong," and blah blah blah. He's all stressed. In the end, he goes to Moomba, makes the final. He's top seed on the going into the final, and ends up getting on the podium. And I was just. Corey and I had gone out very early, both of us, and we were just like, man, if only we had as bad a week as Benny and then as good a weekend. It was certainly the way to do it.
Right, let's see what he's got on 12 meters. A little on the back of the ski, but on 12 meters he's able to claw his way out of that situation and continue on. And with that, let's check in dockside with Ali.
All right, here with Corey Vaughn. How you feeling this morning?
I feel good. I'm enjoying this beautiful Florida weather. After this weekend, we're driving back to Virginia, and we're going to keep skiing, but we're going to be in wetsuits. So I'm trying to enjoy every pass, every buoy, every set that I got in this warm water, and everything is looking pretty sweet out there today. So going to try to max it out.
You got a fun event, got the family along with you, hoping to make the most of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Seth's going to do with the skeet shooting, but we're going to come up with a strategy for that. We do have little earmuffs for him, so we'll get that dialed in, but try to take care of the skiing out here first.
Yeah, start them young, I guess. Well, best of luck to you on the water.
Thanks, Allie.
Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, Ali. And we've got Benjamin Stadelbauer having gotten through the opening 2 passes, now getting himself set up for the next run, which is going to be 11.25 meters, and riding that brand new Syndicate ski, the Syndicate Works 02. Looking quite impressive on that ski thus far in the opportunities that he's had to ride that in top level tournament action. Here he comes. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer riding with A1 on the 0 off. Not looking bad at all. Skiing out of the Swiss Waterski Resort, and a fine effort there for Benjamin Stadelbauer as he works his way through the initial passes. He's gone through 11.25 meters and has now set up a pretty good rhythm for an attempt at 10.75. Knowing full well that it's going to take a score well in excess of where he's at right now to be in with a shout of skiing in the 8 skier final. It's the best score out of 2 rounds. There are possibilities for tiebreakers naturally with that format. If there are ties, if there are perfect ties, and all of that.
Everyone's
it's
like
long for everyone.
Yeah, isn't it?
But this is okay, right? I mean, it's long when it's
So
outside,
on
right?
dockside there, we see Stevie Island getting ready to go.
So I threw some
So
sticks
outside
in
the red,
there.
Okay, okay.
Oh man.
It's outside the red.
Okay. Well, now mine's short. Oh, well.
All
Dude,
right.
I can't believe I forgot my liner in Cole's garage. That's fucking hilarious.
All right there, so here we go. We've got Benjamin Stadelbauer coming in on 10.75 meters. not bad. Get almost overloaded into number 4 at 10.75 meters. He seems to have a good grasp of this, and he does. There you go. 6 buoy count, 10.75 meters for Benjamin Stadelbauer, and is now eyeing up a deep run into 10.25 meters. We'll see how far he gets along with that. Benjamin Stadelbauer loading up very well on the gate shot into buoy number 1. Getting good rotation off number 2, which is halfway expected of him, considering that's his strong side turn. And just purposefully puts that handle exactly where he wants it to be off his 1 and 3. And number 5, he had enough room to spare to just pummel his way around buoy number 6 and getting through 10.75 meters. So now, here is the situation. Benjamin Stadelbauer is on the cusp of possibly making it through to the next round of the competition. We won't really seriously know that as yet because we're not far enough into the competition to determine the top 8 as it stands at the moment. Here we go. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer, age 30 as of today. Here he comes. 2 has it. Oh, look, good number 1. Does he make the turn on 2? Yes, he does. And he's inside buoy number 3, but a decent effort there. It keeps him in with the shout.
It's good. He will be frustrated he couldn't quite get around 3 because that was a golden chance coming into his onside. But I guess he probably came in thinking, well, I really can't screw up here. I can't miss this buoy 2. Get the half. But it was a good one. It was a great one, actually. Really, really good. Went a little bit with his shoulders, I'd say. Left the hips behind a touch. But, I mean, yeah, kind of, the theme of the day, actually, is we've seen just a few people just on their onside turn, just finishing on the heels. I wonder why that is. And honestly, that's not doing me any harm sitting up here and watching in quite good detail because I can figure that out for when I go and ski in an hour or so.
Indeed, indeed. So there we go. That is Benjamin Stadelbauer getting through with 2 at 10.25 meters. Just looking at this again, it looked on from buoy number 1, and it really is hit and miss at this stage of on 10.25 meters. You either turn it or you don't, and if you check up, you've got no time to get back in. So checking around the site there, I believe that's Jonathan Travers. He'll be getting ready fairly soon. He's our 6th skier from last out, so he'll have a fairly good idea of what it's going to take to keep him in contention and make it through to the next round of the competition by that stage. Benjamin Stadelbauer receiving a generous applause there from our good folks along the side, and I'm sure that encouragement will extend to the fact that he turns 30 today. So, Benjamin Stadelbauer, happy birthday to you, sir. So, put yourself in a chance to be a big old winner yourself, to win a brand new ski of your choice. Make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, to be in a chance with being a big old winner.
And you'd be mad not to. Free skis, man.
All right, then. So working our way towards our next batch of competitors. We're going to see Robert Pagozzi, Robert Hazelwood, Brando Caruso, and Corey Vaughan coming at you very, very soon. But before all of those, we're going to see Stephen Ireland, who has been a revelation this season.
A huge improvement, unbelievable improvement, actually. I think we've seen him run 39. We saw him at Hilltop run 39, and he ran the 3 afterwards, which put him in the final, his first final. And yeah, I mean, it looks good. And it has been a big change from last year. He was missing earlier passes than that, and now he's odds on to run it. And we've got 12 skiers left. So like we say, nothing is finalised until tomorrow. Around this time, I would imagine, once we get done tomorrow. But with the second round, but with 4 left, you're gonna want to definitely be in the lead with the 8 remaining, or so you're not going to know that you're, or with the 7 remaining, I guess, so you know you're in there. You're right there to be in with a chance. If there's a hurricane comes through tomorrow, which in Florida you never know, you'll make the final.
All right, then. This is an intriguing skier, Stephen Ireland. You know, 2 seasons ago, the last time that the Travers Grand Prix was held, he was an amateur with a personal best of 2 at 11.25 meters. Fast forward 2 seasons later, he's a pro with a personal best of 2 at 10.25 meters.
I actually commentated that with you, Tony. Actually, I think on the first morning I turned up and did 20 minutes, and he was skiing. Him and his buddy Paul, they skied pretty close together. So, yeah, I mean it's amazing. It's not a sport you'll often see that where people just kind of jump up, but he, he's managed it, and I think we're going to go to the dock and hear from someone.
Yes, indeed.
All right, so I'm here with the birthday boy, Benny Saddlebar. Good skiing out there.
Yeah, thank you.
And not too bad for the first round.
Yeah, first round at 30, so I was happy with that.
Awesome, awesome. Well, congratulations, good skiing. We'll see how that holds up and get on to the next round.
Yeah, it's beautiful conditions out there. There's lots of absolutely great skiers, so I think you'll see scores improving from here on out, just like we've seen since the start.
Yeah, so hopefully some big scores will go down here at the end. But we'll let you get dried off and enjoy your birthday.
Thank you.
Back to you, Tony.
Yes, and Benjamin Stadelbauer turning 30 and still has that ever-infectious laugh.
Indeed. You want to do your impression? That's very, very Halloween-y, Tony. Yeah, 30 years old. That's a big birthday. And what would you rather do on your birthday than ski at a perfect lake, flat as can be, gorgeous weather. It's not too hot, but it's just that right level.
Yeah, absolutely. The weather is absolutely gorgeous out here.
Couldn't have a better birthday.
All right, here we go. This is Stephen Ireland coming into the course on the 12-meter run. Oh, almost getting overloaded off buoy number 2. This is where experience would definitely come in handy for him.
Yeah, that was an ugly start, but he's made it through. We saw him at California Pro-Am go down at, I think, 35 this year, and it's been 1 or 2 funny little results, but can't count him out. I mean, he's obviously agile. He's had a bad turn there and still made it.
All right, then. With that, let's check in dockside with Ali.
All right, here with Rob Hazelwood. We got some big scores going down. Like to see that, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I train here a lot, so I know how good the conditions are. But it's always a nice little, confirmer that yeah, it's beautiful out there. This boat's amazing, and the site obviously is as perfect as ever. So I'm excited.
Yeah, everybody coming in says conditions are great, driving feels great, boat feels great. It's what you want to hear when you're going out. It builds a little bit of confidence. So I think it's going to be a good day for you.
I think so. Yeah, there's not many complaints. We've got Scott Greenwood behind the wheel, so yeah, should be a good one. I'm excited.
All right, best of luck out there. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, about as close as you're going to get to Waterski in Utopia, I suppose.
Yeah, well, anyone that watched the World Championships last year, which there was a great number, knows how good this place is and the scores that it can produce. There's not many people that that would say it wasn't the best World Championships of all time, especially after what we had, the two previous editions. So he's deep at 1.
Yes,
and,
indeed.
We just heard on the radio, Tony, that he forgot his liner at home, and he's using Bayayani's liner, which actually makes that even more impressive. That he's certainly rolling with the punches here. It's one of my biggest fears actually, is turning up and just not having, I don't know, gloves would be not ideal.
2 left gloves.
Yeah, but I mean, you can kind of borrow gloves. But I mean, a liner, that is your connection to the ski. I'd almost rather ski on a different ski than not have my liner. I mean, but it really is. It would be borderline. You need your boots to feel good, and
you certainly know about skiing on a different ski because that's actually happened to you at least a couple of times.
Yeah,
right?
well, exactly. San Gervasio last year, I got on a D3 Ion that I was riding. I was on a slightly smaller version, the 66 versus 67. But I had my boots because I always travel with my boots because I don't trust the airlines. Quite rightly, as it turned out. So,
yeah.
You can kind of make it work if you have your own equipment, at least attaching you to the ski, and then you figure out what the ski is doing. They all, there's better skis than other skis, but you can kind of make them work to some degree.
It would actually help if some airlines actually deliver your baggage on time.
Yeah, well, So I mean, I think my deal is let's put my. I always take my boots off, put them in my hand luggage, and then I put an air tag in my ski bag, and make sure that that I can kind of know where things are. Because of course the worst thing that day was that we didn't know if the bag was in Bordeaux, in Amsterdam, or in Italy. Anyway, enough about my travel woes. Here's Stevie Island. He needs to run this, and he has run it this year. He ran it at Hilltop. And let's see Boy 2. It's much better. He's getting better as he goes. He's getting used to that liner, and he's a big Boy 4, and will he be able to turn 5? And he's going to be tight at 6, but I think he's around.
Oh yeah, look at that! Woohoo!
That is good because I don't know what all of his scores of the year are, but I think he did Hilltop, California, and I think maybe he did Master Cup Pro. I'm not quite sure, but I think he's run 39 once this year prior to this. He's been really close a handful of times, but I think I could be wrong, but I remember seeing him run the 39. But the 39 he did run, he made it count. He ran the 3 that got him in the final.
I think he'd done it twice over at Okahili in one of those record tournaments, but you might be right on Hilltop.
But I'm talking about pro tournaments.
Pro tournaments, yeah. But I mean, so far as the Hilltop is concerned, I think that was the one and only time that he's gone through 10.75 meters into 10.25 meters.
Yeah, and I think pro tournaments are where it's at. Like there's your record tournaments. The driver, and everyone on the site, they want you to get through it. Whereas here, everyone's going to remain neutral. It's you've got the eyes of the world on you. This is the venue to do it. And he's risen to the challenge, twice now. He's got a big 2. So if he can get over to 2, he'll turn it for sure. And 3 would be huge to tie his PB, and that would likely, I don't say certainly, but I'd say good chance. Anyway, see how it goes. It's not a good one. He'll get to 2 maybe. No, he's inside of it, and that's a 1 at 41, 1 at 10.25. So he's 1 boy back from the lead. But again, that's not a wasted score. It could be a good backup. So we'll see. If he can sneak a 3 in the next round, 2.5, 2 1/4, or even a 2. I think it might be. I think Tony, it's going to be a piece of 3 to make the final. Your 4 is still optimistic, I would say, but not out of the question.
Indeed. So, I mean, Stephen Ireland there gets the 1 inside buoy number 2. He basically clouted that number 2 to an extent to where it wouldn't be scored. But, I mean, taking into consideration that you're skiing on a liner that's someone else's.
Well, I'm presumably too small. I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, I'm sure Bayer's got very normal-sized female feet, and he's probably got very normal-sized male feet. So it's got to be. I mean, let's give him his due. I mean, he's run his second ever 10.75.
It's kind of
with a different liner.
It's kind of like an inverse Cinderella type deal.
Very good.
All right, then let's take a look at the leaderboard. We got Jamie Calhoun there with 2 at 10.25 meters. Benjamin Stadelbauer with the same score, and we got a whole slew of ones.
10 skiers left.
Yep.
The top score is 2. We've got 2 more skiers till we know what that sort of bubble score is for this round. Of course, it's going to change for tomorrow once we get done there. But we're going to go to commercial, I believe.
Yes, indeed. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll have continuing coverage of the Travers Grand Prix right after this.
Having a ski commemorated for my World Championship win is super cool. Getting up on the ski and being able to look down and see my name, see World Champion, a little maple leaf, and the colors that I was able to pick with the team at HO and really be a part of the ski build shows all the hard work from the team that's gone into my skiing throughout the years and ski development, and it's just been a super fun experience to be a part of. I've always ridden a little different flex than what was out there on the market. I really liked it and it performed really well for me last year. Now we're taking that and producing it and having people be able to go and pick this ski up for themselves. So we took the base graphic and then we were able to add in little parts that really represent who I am. So we added in my signature for the Signature Series ski, but then also a maple leaf. I'm super proud of where I come from and it represents my roots. And then being able to add in a little color, to be a little bold and have it be a little different and have it stand out a bit. The ski is going to be limited edition. We're only releasing 75 skis, and that's because this was the 75th World Championship. So it's really cool to see HO support my win and try and make it special by commemorating not only the win, but also the year. I'm super excited to re-release the ski and give the public the ability to ski on the layup that I ski on.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, then. Just enough time to mention to you New Dimensions, located next to the Millennium Mall in Orlando, trusted by the pros, T-Gas, Alice, Freddie Kruger, Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and Paige Reaney with online training and nutritional programs. Check out New Dimensions, located next to the Millennium Mall in Orlando. Let's check in Dockside with Ali.
All right, here with Cole. How you feeling today?
Pretty good. Ready to get out there. Conditions couldn't be better. We got one of the best drivers in the world here, so ready to get out there and go for it.
Yeah, taking advantage a little bit of the work from home today?
Yeah, a little bit. Did some work this morning, and now I'm going to ski and probably go back to work after I'm done skiing, so should be good. Gets the mind off skiing, so I'm not just like worried about it all day long, you know.
I still got to, hate when adulting gets in the way of skiing, but we're making the most of it today.
Yeah. Full-time job, part-time ski bum.
There we go. That's the best way to do it, I think. It's the money rolling in. All right, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So thanks a lot, Ali, and thanks a lot for Cole McCormick. And speaking of Cole McCormick, the episode that features his interview on the TWBC podcast will drop tomorrow morning. So keep an eye out for that on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever else you listen to podcasts. The episode that dropped today featured the interview with Stephen Island, so check that one out. Also check out Flow Point Method, created by Marcus Brown and Jenny LeBeau, with online coaching and nutritional support. They are all that you need to ski your best. Check out Flow Point Method by going to flowpointmethod.com. Also, check out the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, working hard to preserve the heritage of towed water sports by maintaining the Hall of Fame and providing scholarships to promising young athletes. check out USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. All right, next skier up is going to be Robert Pagozzi, then followed by Robert Hazelwood, and then Brando Caruso. And by the time we get to Brando Caruso, we will have a fairly good idea of the kind of bubble score that it's currently taking to get in amongst the top 8. Now it is early doors at this stage of the competition because it is a best score from 2 rounds, and you know, it's like I say, it's very early on, but you can get a sense of what it's going to take to see some of our competitors on this list advance out of the elimination round and through to the 8-skier final. There is Robert Pagozzi on the starting dock, coming to us out of the Dominican Republic. And here from the London Borough of Wandsworth, getting ready for his set, is Freddie Winter, right next to the TWBC trailer. He's certainly found his place in the sun. So great to have you on board, and looking at Robert Pagozzi, looks like he's switched skis and currently riding the Radar Vapor. It would appear to be at this from this angle. So interesting developments there. And good to have all of you tuning in, no matter where you happen to be around the world. I'm sure there'll be some folks watching in from the Dominican Republic, watching in to check out Robert Pagozzi, and certainly if you are watching us from places such as Doha and Dubai and Dublin, Los Angeles, London, Lisbon, Seattle, Seoul, or Shanghai, you are most certainly welcome here to the 2022 Travers Grand Prix.
Exceptional announcing there, Tony. That was great. I enjoyed that a lot.
It's educational. I tried to make it so.
Interestingly, yeah, no, you said about Robert
it
Ski, that is a Radar. It's got a lot of stickers on it covering up some branding, I think. And actually, funny enough, I just got a text from someone who will remain
nameless,
that Tanguy, we were right. He was riding a Razor, but it has a Monte Carlo sticker on it.
Oh, okay. But there you go.
Always a funny game, isn't it, with the, you know, you've got your ski, you've got your sponsor, and you don't want to give away for free, that's for sure.
You know, actually, that reminded me of like a print commercial that was put into like the Waterski magazine years and years ago. It was at the height of the trick ski wars type deal when Kidder came through with this commercial and actually had what looked to be like a HO trick ski, and what it was that someone peeled off the stickering on there to reveal that it was basically Kidder underneath. You know, so I mean it's been going on for a while.
I want to bring back the trick ski wars. That sounds fun.
Yes,
we should see more of that. Yeah, I mean I think that's I think generally the brands are a little less aggressive towards one another these days, which I think is, you know, it's fine. But I mean, a little bit of that here and there, a little jab is not such a bad thing.
Yeah, indeed.
So yeah, Robert. I mean, he's having a year when he's sort of trying a bunch of different stuff. He was riding a D3 earlier. He was been seen on Instagram on a Reflex. I saw him this week on a Radar. He's taking a year or whatever time he needs, I guess, to figure out what he needs to be on. And it's a good idea, you know, like it's not always that the ski that your sponsor gives you is the ski that you love. So you know, there's the opportunity to kind of go and have a sort of nomadic year and you figure it out. And looks pretty good on that thing, I have to say.
And it may not necessarily be like the high end, the top of the cream of the crop, the high end ski on a manufacturer's range, and I'll explain that in a little bit of detail in just a moment. But let's check in with Ali.
All right, so I was just talking with Stevie here. We had a little bit of a panic right before you left the dock. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, well, my liner is currently sitting in Cole McCormick's garage, because he put me up. And I don't know what happened. I guess I was just in a rush and left my liner just sitting on top of his little garage hanger. So I went out. Luckily, I had, a girl down there and give me a liner just like last minute. And it's a woman's medium, so it was super loose. So I was like, I was sitting in the water, like, oh, what do I do? Like, this sucks. But, I kind of just said, hey, commit. And if the ski works, the ski works. And it ended up being okay. So I'm psyched, but also feel really stupid and dumb from running around in front of everyone trying to panic and find a liner to go ski. But, it worked out in the end, I guess.
Well, the good news is that it's just down the road, so you'll have it for tomorrow. And, I mean, got through 39 with that liner, so we all know that changing stuff like that isn't always the easiest thing. So it seemed to work out well for you. So
Yeah, I'm thankful. But on to tomorrow. It's a good backup score, so just excited to throw down tomorrow and going to need a 2 at least. So.
All right, well, looking forward to other events and next round. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, and continuing to work on with Robert Pagozzi. And not looking too bad there here on 11.25 meters. Just one of those unique slalom styles that just loads up behind the boat massively. And then that counter rotation there, very much a signature part of his package there.
Yeah, we haven't seen Robert that much this year, I would say. Like he took off the last 2 weekends. He wasn't there and didn't see him a whole lot in Europe. I think he did Hilltop in California, but I think he was suffering from a bad back. So yeah, but I mean, he looks good. He looks really good. I mean, he's like you say. I mean, he probably loads harder than most people. He's pulling literally looks as hard as he possibly can through the wakes there. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't know how long he's been on that ski. I wonder if it's been more than a few weeks, which is never super easy. There's a big difference between training and tournament. I've certainly had skis in the past where felt great in training and then it got to tournament, didn't work, and actually vice versa. I'd go into tournaments on a ski that I wasn't super confident on, and then the thing would just come alive. Like, when it's almost, as much as you try not to do it, there's a different type of skiing in training and tournaments. You're always just that little bit more on edge, a little bit maybe pulling a little harder, a little bit more aggressive. And sometimes I guess the other way, sitting on your heels, trying not to mess up. So we'll see how he does here.
All right then, and just waiting on the boat to make its turn round the opposite end of the lake. Straightening up, the boat speed getting up to 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. This now is 39 and a half off, 10.7. Huge turn off number one, but he manages to get settled in.
It's actually a good pass after that one. One was very, very strange. He's on the tail, he'll turn 5, I'm going to say, and he's, neck goes back.
Ouch.
That was John Travers style, 10 years ago, the neck would always come back.
Is there a chiropractor in the house?
I think he's kissing his biceps. I want to see this replay. Watch his left hand into one. It looked like he kind of came off the handle very quickly and then dropped his left hand inside. And I didn't really give him a huge chance from there. I mean, not unfairly, but it just looked very strange, like he was completely off balance. And yes, see, dropped his hand real low to the water.
Just dropped his locks.
But 2 was phenomenal. 2 was phenomenal, and I mean from there it was great. I mean, it's big 5 for sure, like we've seen from Tanguy earlier. No, I mean he's 3:39. He's not done a tournament on this ski yet, so this is best ever score on a radar, and he'll be happy. Again, he's a lefty, so he'll get over to his boy 1. He'll feel good about getting the 2. His best of the year, I'm going to say, is probably 3. I think he ran a 3 at California Pro-Am to make the final in the second round. Let's see what he can do.
All right, let's now bear witness to what Robert Pagozzi has in store for us. 10.25 meters. There's a whole bunch of skiers that are currently tied on both 2 and on 1. Well, let's see if he can turn number 2. He'll be on his offside. Round number 1.
It's actually good.
Oh, there you go. He keeps the ski moving. He's good to go round number 3, and it's going to be 2.5, which should be enough to take the lead at this early stage in the competition. So decent skiing there from Robert Pagozzi, and he was definitely target skiing, I would say.
Yeah, watch Boy 1 again. He did the same as at 39, maybe slightly less dramatically, but yeah, that hand coming all the way down and actually touching the water. I wonder if he's trying to do that. It looks a little strange, but then, you know, it was a great one. And then enough, and he actually tried to turn this. He wasn't S-turning, he went for the turn and just couldn't quite hold it. But 2.5 is good, and I mean, it's so important to get that little bit ahead. So with 9 skiers to go, the lead is 2.5. You know, that's a big score. That's a big score. So, you know, we're looking at, you know, potentially if everyone, it's a strange deal, that drop of the hand. I'm not sure he's trying to do it, but I mean, it's working because he's getting good turns. Just looks a little bit awkward. He's around the buoy.
He just extends and then he forces it down.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to roll the ski over. I mean, I always tell everyone that I coach, this is a game of leverage. I mean, you know, you need to lever that ski over using whatever the part of the body that, you know, generally your more controlled part is your hips and knees. But I mean, if you need to use your, you know, the extremities, your left hand, then it works.
All right, then, as we get ready for our next competitor, who is going to be Robert Hazelwood, let me go back to something that I was going to allude to so far as skier choice or skiers that you might have in mind of trying that kind of stuff, you know, because obviously there are a lot of variables, there are a lot of ski companies out there, and they all have their high-end products and that kind of stuff. Maybe search a little bit deeper beyond the highest level slalom ski that each company has, because I mean, this was years and years ago, where I was trying skis in the off season. I was trying the La Pointe Pro, I was trying the La Pointe Asymmetrical. I went on the Pulse. None of those skis worked for me. So I was on my fourth ski down that list, and it came to the Mirage, which the only internal feature of that Mirage was it was Kevlar. That ski worked beautifully for me compared to the higher skis. And you know, sometimes you can find some buried treasure a little bit deeper than maybe the top 2 skis on a particular brand's range.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Trent Finlayson, this is going back a few years, but he was riding a Vice, which was the sort of the ski below the what was their ski before called anyway, it was the second ski down. But I think it's less likely now. We're not going to see Will Asher ride an Omni. We're not going to see Jamie Calhoun ride a Senate. You know, generally the best stuff is what they're developing specifically for the top of the guys. And we're going to go to the dock.
Here with Jonathan Travers, the man behind the event himself. How you feeling?
Yeah, good. A little stressful morning just to get the ball rolling, and now it's kind of filtered out and it's running itself now. So just time for me to go out there and have some fun.
And this is our 4th year or 5th year of the Grand Prix?
The 4th.
4th. All right. Well, hoping for a nice, smooth event. We're really excited about it. Looking forward to all the other events outside of the skiing.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It's going to be an exciting weekend. Just go out and shoot some guns tomorrow and get go-kart tonight. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
All right. Well, can't wait to see it. Best of luck out there. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So Robert Hazelwood out there on the water, our 9th skier from last to compete in this event in the first round. Then don't forget we got the women's pro round 1 to take place after the conclusion of this, and then we'll go into a little bit of round 2 so far as the amateurs are concerned, so that there is plenty of time to spare so far as the other activities are concerned, such as the shooting and definitely the go-karting, which will be later on this afternoon. Here we go. This is Robert Hazelwood. This now is on 12 meters. Not a bad looking 12-meter run there, would you say?
No, I just had a chat with Will Asher a few weeks ago at the Mastercraft Pro, and he told me that Rob's been absolutely crushing it in training, and it maybe hasn't quite shown, you know, his best skiing in the tournaments that we had the last couple of weeks, but he does look good. I saw a video of him at 39 earlier today, and he's looking really dialed, really dialed. That ski looks like it's set up for him, and actually he's on the let's talk about the sponsors. He's on an HO syndicate, and they are a sponsor of this event. So thank you to them for supporting pro water skiing.
All right, so just getting settled in. Robert Hazelwood with a pass of 11.25 meters. Just looking down this list, you know, we've got some really consistent scores that are coming through from the likes of Benjamin Stadelbauer and Stephen Ireland and Robert Pagozzi. No, and Jamie Calhoun with 2 at 10.25 meters. I think we briefly saw the leaderboard as it stands at this moment. So here we are. Robert Pagozzi in the lead with 2.5 at 10.25 meters. A little ways away from attempting that from this direction, but this is 11.25 meters. Oh, almost overloaded off buoy number 2, but he had the sense and the instinct to know when to push and when to just leave it the heck alone.
I want to let's just look at some technical stuff here if we get the replay up. I think that a lot of people will notice Rob's extremely personal and you know, let's say in some ways unusual, like sort of, you know, expressive hands up in the air. But the thing that he does that is so good, which most people that have their hands up like that can't do, is he keeps his shoulders level. So watch coming, if we can see behind the boat here into buoy 3. So his hand is straight up, but his left shoulder stays level with his right, more or less. So he's not tipping over. And you'll find that most people, when they've got their hands up like that, 99% of people, they're tipping over. The spare arm goes up, they drop the opposing side shoulder in, and they've got no balance. They're using, you know, the most extreme lever that you have on your body to turn the ski, and that's not really good. But Rob doesn't do that. Rob, while it does look certainly different with his you know, arms up in the air like that, what he's doing. If you take off the arm, his shoulders are staying very level, and he's using his lower body to maneuver the ski, and that's exactly what you want to be doing.
All right, let's focus in a little bit on that with 10.75 meters. You'll certainly need a better than average gate shot here in order to stay in contention with this run.
It's a good one.
Nice, I love that number 1. Round number 2.
Really deep.
Settled in at this point.
I think he's fine. He's good. Yeah, he'll run this, all going well, and it's pretty easy. I'd say just looking at, you know, we're at the stage where these guys are getting so good that we're going to start critiquing their 39s as opposed to going, oh, you know, good job. Like, Rob is a really good skier. He's been said himself, I think I've heard it on the webcast a couple of times, that he just wants to start, you know, running this a bit more consistently after a few tournaments earlier this year where he missed it. Well, that was easy. If we're, you know, we'll see on the replay. I think 1 was good, 2 is a little deep. He ran down course and straight at 3, but you know, that's still. That's more or less a perfect one. A little bit deep here, I think, and then runs a little bit straight at 3, and so he had to delay his turn. But after that, it was really nice. Yeah, I mean that's.
And I loved his approach there into number 4 and just getting the ski hooked up, and he just kept his eye up for number 5. He figured, okay, I've got this, so let's just ease him back a little bit and just get the pass done.
I'd say that's the best we've seen so far today.
Yeah.
And, you know,
I wouldn't disagree with you there.
I think we're going to see, well, his offside's looking dialed. It's a piece of 3, you know, and I think 2.5 is the lead. He'll feel good if he can get outside of that 3. And I mean, he's capable. He ran 4 last year. He's run 3 this year.
And he can turn 2.
He certainly can turn 2. And we saw on the 39 he turned deep and still was able to get a good look at 3. So let's have a look. That's a decent one. He'll get over to 2, and I think he's going to get 3. Oh, will he get around it? And that's an S turn and a full 3. So,
okay,
he's happy. He probably thinks he's in the final with that. I think that's 8 skiers left. So 8 skiers, the lead is 3. So, you know, I don't know if we can have confirmation of that. I don't want to tell people the wrong thing. Hearing it is 8 skiers left. So you know, I don't know. I don't have the list just in front of me, but you know, there's a lot of very good skiers ahead. Who are the ones that are going to go below the 3 here? Not too many. Not too many people. I mean, like, you know, everyone's very capable of running those 3s. But certainly with 3, he's got a better chance than anyone before him because he's got the best score. And that's great skiing. And he looked good for it too. He really did.
All right then, so looking at Robert Hazelwood once again. He definitely gets the ski outside number 3. He definitely comes to the wakes in time to the boat guides. And we'll definitely have Ali on dockside right about now.
All right, here with Robert Pagozzi. How did it feel out there?
It felt amazing. I mean, this place is always good to ski on. Last time I ski here was, I believe it was Worlds. And it's just like I remember, perfect.
Yeah, it's great out there. Conditions are great. Score was great. Good skiing.
Thank you. I've been, trying new stuff. It's paying off. I'm halfway there at 41, but I'm happy with the score. And second round, we'll see what I get.
All right. Best of luck to you the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there. Thank you very much there, Ali. And we're back here at the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Let me tell you about Drew Ross Realtor. If you're looking to purchase lakefront property in Central Florida, be sure to check in with Drew Ross. That is Drew Ross Realtor. You can find him on Instagram. All right, then. Also, check out Wake House, the online water sports pro shop. And you can find the products to suit your water sports need by going to wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com. And finally, let's also check in with Summit Orthopedic. If you've got a skiing injury that you need to shake off, Summit will get you back on your feet in double quick time. Summit Orthopedic. All right, so as Freddie departs and gets ready for his turn, with 8 skiers remaining, we have got Brando Caruso coming to us out of Italia for his opening pass. It's going to be 30 meters. Let's see how he gets along.
Thanks for having me, Tony. I'm going to head off and think about my own skiing.
All right, so excellent. We'll see if you can find someone to take over as we check in on Brando Caruso, who's been a pretty big name in European slalom skiing for quite a while, but trying to make a name for himself here and getting pulled out for the 12-meter run coming up next. And I'm sure that he has a fairly good idea of what it's going to take to make it through to the next round of the competition, given the scores that he's seen performed in front of him. There is Scott Greenwood, our boat driver for this section of the competition. We certainly thank him a whole bunch there for his continued participation, not only in this event but for a great many other pro events across the nation and across the world. And also check out your opportunity to win a ski of your choice. That is waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, and check out the opportunity that you have to win a ski of your choice, courtesy of D3 and Connolly. So, speaking of D3, the audience prize sponsor for the men, high-performance skis for all 3 events. Check out their new slalom skis, the Neo and the Ion 2. That is D3 skis. All right, approaching the course right now. This here is Brando Caruso. Entrance number 1 in good shape. Like what he's doing out there. And there you go. Good, solid, stout effort. And let's go and check in dockside with Ali.
All right, we're here with Rob Hazelwood, our new leader. Great skiing out there.
Oh, it feels so insanely good out here. I mean, we've skied behind Scott a lot this year, but it's been a while since we've had Scott and Ortique, and it just feels insane. I mean, this place is beautiful, but the boats, just everything feels top-notch out there. I'll be a little bit surprised, to be honest, if I don't need to back up that score, because I mean, I think there's 8 guys to go, and it is mighty fine out there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, big scores are going up. I think we have big scores to come. It's hard to beat Sunset Lakes out here.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's one of the best places that I can come train. I can come train with the HO team, and a lot of us ski here, and getting on my new baby, my new Work 01, and it feels like things are starting to slowly come together, and just hope that we can kind of put up another good score next round, because that felt like it was amazing out there.
Hopefully this is just the start to a great weekend for you.
I really hope so.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right, then, excellence there from Ali and Robert, although I do have to say from Robert's point of view, mighty fine. Well, a little bit of Ali seems to have rubbed off on Rob Hazelwood all of a sudden. All right, then, here we go, Brando Caruso. This is 11.25 meters. Oh, it seems to have that one under full control there from start to finish. All right, so that is Brando Caruso, our 8th skier from last. We take 8 skiers through to the final round of the competition. Very early stages yet in determining who makes it through, considering the format that we have, which is the best score out of 2 rounds. But certainly great to see at this point Brando Caruso, a skier hailing out of Rome in Italy, who has won titles at varying levels in the juniors and the U21s and even at the Open Europeans, and was the silver medalist this year in the European Championships, which took place over at the Italian National Waterski Center in Rocchetto. That title won by Thomas de Gasperi, who we will see ski within about the next 4 or 5 athletes. Let's see what Brando Caruso can do at 10.75 meters. An ever-critical run now. 58K running with A2 on the zero off. Good strike on number 1. Settles in, skis neutral on 2-4, allows that ski to come through round number 5 and gets round number 6. Great effort there. Waits for the line to tighten before he heads to the wakes. Gets through the exit gates, no problems whatsoever. That is Brando Caruso. And there you saw briefly on the bottom right-hand corner the boat path approved for Scott, who is at the helm of that towboat. We use in the shore path system developed by James Timothy that has become pretty much the standard for boat path measurement. And we use that in order to approve the boat path and to make sure that it's within standard deviation. Brando Caruso just absolutely just crushes buoy number 6 at 10.75 meters. Now the target is on, the target is set. Anything over 3 will definitely help his cause. And it will take the lead away from Robert Hazelwood. Boat speed accelerating out to 58K. Good solid gate pull out. Little bit of a hitch on the turn coming into buoy number 1, but he manages to get the good hook up off number 1. Double turns on number 2. Unfortunately, will not. Whoa, almost making contact with the boat. Off his attempt to turn into number 3, didn't realize that he was basically almost skiing underneath the hull. But I tell you what, that is about as sketchy as it gets so far as trying to navigate your way into an S turn. But I tell you what, he was certainly determined enough. He got the turn off number 1 that he needed. Now, the number 2 turn, he came completely off edge. Believed he had a chance to get outside buoy number 3. Now, watch this S turn. Bulks up, almost hits the boat and could have easily have wrapped himself up in that rope, and that would have been an absolutely catastrophic situation there for Brando Caruso. But for his part, so far as the scoring is concerned, it is 2 at 10.25 meters. 7 skiers remain. So at this early stage, Robert Hazelwood has provisionally put himself in a position where he could potentially ski in the final round of the competition. But once again, let me tell you, it's the best score out of 2 rounds for each competitor. And I tell you what, Brandon Carusa did have enough presence of mind to chuck the handle about as far as he could away from his body. Otherwise, wow, a whole number of things could have occurred. None of them good. All right there. Now, next competitor up is a skier coming to us out of Bumpus in Virginia. His name is Corey Vaughn.
Let's go have fun.
All right, here we go. Corey Vaughn coming in on the opening pass of 13 meters. His best score this season is 3 at 10.25 meters. Currently in 20th spot on the Waterski Pro Tour. Hasn't competed in nearly as many events as he typically does during the course of summer. Obviously, other priorities have come into play. But the events that he has skied in have been pretty good. A little pessimistic of his chances of pushing towards the high echelon levels, but you just never know. And someone who could probably answer that question a little bit with some degree of authenticity is my good friend here, coming to us out of Lincoln in Lincolnshire, England. It is none other than Rob Hazelwood.
Hello, Tony. That was an introduction, if I've ever heard one.
Yes.
No, it's nice to be here. I mean, it is beautiful out there.
I'm actually trying to morph into something like a Bruce Buffer.
A Bruce Buffer. I think you've hit the Bruce Buffer level already, Tony. I think we can stick. You sound good. You sound good. No,
I can't use any.
It's good to be here.
I can't use any of the phrases though.
No, you can get sued for that one.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
We saw the same Facebook video, I think.
Yeah.
It is good out there.
Yeah.
It is very, very, very pleasant out there, and I know Corey's not been doing. I think it's a little chilly, I assume, up where he's been skiing, but up in Bump Pass. But he looked good through that 32, so let's see what he can do here on 35, 12 meters. Looking smooth and slick. A little bit of a hit. Ooh, a little bit of a tail slide there, but I feel like that's very Corey Vaughn-esque through the finish of the turn, kind of letting that tail really come around and slipping up. But that was a pretty smooth 35 as things go for Corey, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously with the opening 2 passes, you want to try and get set into your rhythm, want to try and feel out the water. I mean absolutely perfect conditions, no two ways about it. But I mean, sights vary, you know. Yeah, I mean, the water level came up here a little bit, and it's still up a relatively high compared to where it normally sits.
You know what's crazy? So obviously we're all at Malibu Open, but obviously Lalani and Jack were here and holding down the fort. Some places of Florida had 30, 40 minutes away had 5 feet of rain. We had 5 inches of rain here at Travers.
Uh-huh.
So we came back, and the boy, I don't know if Jack did anything, but the boys were still up a little bit, and so we were incredibly lucky here at Jack's to just have a few kind of leaves down, and the bulk of the storm kind of stayed away.
You know, it's kind of like Surf Pro, like it never even happened, you know?
Yeah, pretty much, and it's we're very thankful. And some people obviously there was big flooding and major problems, so we were incredibly lucky here, and fortunate that the tournament could go on. I mean, I saw the other day at Mandarina's, the water's above the dock. I mean, if you have that here, we're not doing a tournament. But anyway, here comes Corey Vaughn coming in on 38 off 11 meters, pulling out for that gate. Let's see what he can do here. Should be a relatively nice warm-up pass, smooth hook up out of 1. A little bit of a tail right out of 2, but looking good so far. There's the 3 ball. Corey looking, not going to say it, coming as his curse and all that. But Corey looking very smooth and very swish out there. Little bit of kind of tip rise on that 2.4 there, but I think for a 38, I know for me personally, I like to kind of keep myself safe there. You know, if you get it, keeping that tip in and engaged all the way through, it can be a little risky and not really that necessary. So,
and he's fairly light already. I mean, he weighs like $175, you know, and you know, so I mean, he's probably if he tries to push on that ski or tries to really just lean hard or that kind of stuff, you know, he's going to find himself being second best. So he's definitely adopted a style where he's very, very loose on the slalom ski, and is so looking at this. So looking at this situation right now with Corey Vaughan getting around buoy number 5 and just working his way around buoy number 6.
Yeah, stand up.
All right then. So we got Brando Caruso from Italia. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
Good. Don't get to hear from you very much, but you
forced him on.
So you got 2 at 10.25 meters. Now the speculation is that as we watch Corey Vaughan come into the course,
I was going to say 39 coming in here for Corey. All a little bit loose out of 1, but looking good as he moves through.
Can't afford to do that twice or thrice.
Looking solid here as he comes through 5. He didn't run this last weekend, but he will this weekend. That is 39 gone down for Corey Vaughan.
All right then, so we got Brando Caruso here. So you got 2 at 10.25 meters. Are you pleased with that score?
I think I was 2.5, but
okay, we'll double check on that.
I'll double check that for you. Yeah, 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5.
He held on. You held on as long as you could, hey?
That was scary. That was scary. Probably
it was.
In my life that I get that close to the boat.
Did you actually touch it? It looked like you...
No, I just like released the end, but then I was scared like to land on the rope.
Oh, well,
and I did actually land on the rope.
You landed on it. I think it looked like it. That was some impressive stuff. Did you think you were going to hold it? Or I'm intrigued to know the thoughts going through Brando's head at that point. Probably a lot of Italian and swearing, but...
No. Probably if I was keep holding it, I would go on to the boat. So
yeah, I think so.
I wouldn't be smart.
Yeah, so you made that instinctive move to try and get that handle and just throw it just a heck away from you.
Yeah, at least to get that half buoy, you know.
But your 39 looked pretty money. Hey, what do you think of the 39?
I mean, you know, like after like Malibu Open, I was like pretty scared, like to fail again.
Yeah.
So I went like pretty easy on the back of the ski, but hopefully the next round will be better. I'm gonna get more confidence.
That's what we like. So Corey Vaughan coming in here, 41, 10.25 meters. Oh, slow out of 1. Oh, that's gonna be a little sore on the shoulders. He's all good. Throwing the fist. Oh, I think he thought he had something going there. A little bit of loose line. Well, a lot of loose line through the finish, just tripping him up.
But you know, with that gate shot into number 1, I think he lost contact with the water. You know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Corey's kind of. It's a little bit of a. Part of Corey's style is he likes to kind of take a little bit of aerial edge change and just dropping that left hip back a touch, getting a little nervous of that. And again, I think it maybe comes, a little bit of a tough finish. Comes back to what we were talking about earlier about that tail. He kind of relies on that tail slide through the finish a lot. And I think
half or 1.
I think that it's tough to see. I think he maybe let go before the handle, but you see here that tail slide that he was relying on those kind of 35s and 38s. I think he gets a little scared of it and pops back. I think it's under review for a half. No confirmation yet.
What do you say, Brando?
I mean, that looks 1 to me.
Very positive. I like it.
No, sure.
I'm saying 1 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he passed. Whether it was skiing position is dubious, but I would, as skiers, I think we'd give it.
Did he start to fall before the wakes? Is essentially what you're asking.
That's a close call. Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
See what it does.
We'll see. Half. So a half a buoy, and that's what's so good about having TWC here, as I sit on TWC. They can literally go frame by frame, and the rule is that you have obviously the left hand, or for him, the right hand gate buoy. He has to pass that line with the handle in his hands and in a skiing position. And obviously in the little tent that we've got here, there's actually a judge sat in there and watching frame by frame kind of HD footage. And I think that's one of the most awesome thing about these events, that they can literally go frame by frame, make sure the calls are spot on correct, and get it right. So unfortunately, Corey Vaughan ending with a half. There's a big bundle up there at 1, so I think the 1 would have kept him in it in terms of kind of getting near that good backup score, but that might be a little more of a
So
challenge.
basically, if he has any designs of being in the next round, the final round, he's got to go all out. Now.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I imagine a 3 would put him in, but who knows? What do you think the cut's going to be, Brando?
It will probably be 3.
Yeah,
with a decent backup.
You think you're going to need the backup score? Or do you think there's going to be 9 threes?
Yeah, because I see like a lot of guys are going to do 3.
Yeah,
that's what I feel like. But even though like it's beautiful this lake, so you never know.
Yeah,
you never know.
No, I agree. I'm hoping that 3 is going to be enough, but I don't know if it is. So we have Brando coming in, waving at the... we have John Travers coming in, home side, waving at his family. He's put so much effort on for this event to be here, starting at 35. Oh, nope, sorry, getting excited. 32, 13 meters. I thought that was a brave call for the first round. Looking pretty smooth there, ripping his Works 01. And yeah, a pretty dreamy first pass there from John. I wouldn't really expect anything different. I've been skiing with him here a lot, and he's been skiing well lately. He's been having a few little back issues here and there, but I know he's been sorting that out. He works a lot on getting his body right and physio. So,
all right then, elevator pitch time. Works 01, Works 02.
Oh, here we go. You know what? I was studying. If you actually do want to have any more in-depth footage from more knowledgeable sources, there's a really good video on HO Ski's YouTube channel that I watched last night, where basically Dave, one of the main designers and the VP of HO, talks about the big differences and the correlation. But the Works 01 essentially is a pretty standard width profile. So you have, like, if you like the A1, A2, A3, that kind of era of skis, it's that kind of width profile. I hope I'm not getting this the wrong way around. But essentially it's just a little bit more of an aggressive ski, I would say, in terms of like speed and width and profile.
So this is a ski for someone who doesn't mind the performance degradation at the beginning of the pass, in the hope that they can actually ski deeper later on.
One of the things that I know HO's been pretty aggressive on this kind of philosophy is if a ski's good at 41, it usually actually does a pretty good job at all the other passes, you know? Obviously fin changes and a few minor tweaks maybe can go into that, but and you see here, John, I mean, this 35, obviously this is the Works 01. 67, John is riding, and there's no degradation going on there, you know, and that's kind of where the Works 01 comes in. Basically, the goal was to be able to stay on that edge a little bit longer and it really smear out at 41. But we'll talk more about that after, and we will go to the dock.
Just here talking with T-Gas, telling me a little bit about his training for the week. How you feeling this morning?
It's all right. I mean, I've been battling a little bit of back problems after the Malibu Open last weekend, but you know, I can tough it out and see. Conditions are perfect, so we'll see what's going to be the score today.
Yeah, the 3 events in a row sometimes can take a toll on the body. So hopefully we can put a big score out and then maybe get a little bit of rest after this.
Yeah, no, I like tournaments back to back like this, and then we have a little break, and then we go to Miami, and then already thinking about next season. So.
Of course, always thinking about next year. Well, best of luck out there, and we'll get back to you, Tony.
All right then, so good stuff. A little bit of an eye to the future. So let me ask you, are you going to Miami?
Micon, always forget that. I haven't actually entered yet, but I believe so. I'm planning on heading to Miami. I didn't manage to make it last year. Unfortunately, I had to go home. But hopefully this year I should be in the US, so I'll be very, very surprised if I don't end up going, bar injury. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I want to go. I want to commit to every tournament that I can get to this year. But here is John, 38 off. Let's see what he can do. A little tail ride out of 1, but nothing out of the ordinary. Beautiful hookup out of 2. Good 3. Not the earliest we've ever seen, but looking like he's keeping himself in it. That wind's blowing up a little bit, giving him a little tailwind, but nothing John can't handle. And coming out the exit gate smoothly, there you see Scott Greenwood, man of the people. He was out here yesterday putting signs up, making sure things were right, getting in the boat here and there. But and then, yeah, that was a pretty good 38 as we go. And I know I should probably finish off the earlier question of the skis.
Yes, indeed, the O2.
Do my job. So the O2, personally, I think that's a very, very, very solid ski. I mean, it almost feels like you can't fall off it. At any single moment, you can pretty much do anything on it. I think Benny really is kind of showing that now. He's looking very, very strong, just to trust it. You know, it's a very trusting ski, and The easiest way that I feel like I would explain it is a very happily turning ski. You know exactly what it's going to do under your feet. It's very stable, very secure. The slightly wider forebody gives it that nice sense of balance and trust. And it just kind of lets you know where it is at all times, which is a really comforting feeling. And like Benny's showing that it's taken down the line as well. And obviously you design skis, there's a lot of testing that goes into it. And it's kind of exciting that we have 2 skis well, 3 skis including the Pro, and 4 skis including the Jamie Bull Alpha Edition that's coming out. But we have kind of 4 skis, and the whole point was we have a ski for everyone. We have there's an amazing demo program on the HO webpage, and you can try them all. But here we go. John Travers, 39, must run pass. Smooth look at 1. Bit and loose line out of 2, but nothing he can't handle. Good hook up out of 3. Just keep it moving through 4. There you go. A little bit of tails. Oh, and he is good.
Oh, nice. I love that pass.
A well-managed 39, I would say there. Never got late, never stayed too early, and just a very smooth 39 there from John. Boat path approved. I would hope nothing less. I mean...
Yeah, I should Coco.
But beautiful driving there. Beautiful skiing and driving, I guess.
Indeed.
Not getting my words out today.
So I mean, that gate shot into number 1. I mean, he had total connection with the boat, and I mean that continued all the way through this pass. You know, got a little bit separated there off number 2, but you know, he's back into it. You know, straight away.
Yeah, and that's not to carry on the sales pitch because I know this gets annoying very, very quick. But that's kind of been the whole. Will's kind of whole vision behind, obviously Will being one of the main designers, and Will and John skiing together 99.9% of their sets, was that you can keep that connection. As you go to 41, you almost need to pull a little bit longer. You need to keep that connection. And on kind of standard skis, it can be very tough for that tail smear to happen, and you end up basically tracking very early, but very narrow into the buoy. So his whole kind of philosophy was to kind of be able to almost pull long, wrong words, but almost pull long, keep your connection a touch longer, and then allow yourself to move on a slightly better path into 1 at 41. But let's see if John can do that coming in here. 41 off, 10.25.
Oh, a little bit of a hitch there just before he went in for his gate.
Oh, that is a big one, but he's early. Come on, John. There you go.
Turn 2.
Keep it moving out of 3. That is a full 3. He will be happy. Throwing the fist. It's always a nice relief to get that 3 out the way in the first round. And a bit of wind popping up there. I know the radar's probably not showing much, but it can get almost a touch open as you end up going into that 2-ball. So when that tailwind's blowing, heavy shoulder on the gate there, and a very heavy 1 there. Oof, he's going to be seeing the physio tonight.
But there you go.
Vince is already telling me off digging into his sensors. They're very good sensors, Vince. Don't worry. It's just you can see as well. But I know John will be incredibly happy there. It's John, as I say, John puts so much effort into running these events for the skiers. Obviously for himself, he skis in it as well, but it's so much effort. He wants to make sure this site is perfect, and every single person coming in and thanking him and his family and saying that the site feels perfect honestly means so much to these guys. They put so much time and effort in. And moments like this kind of make it probably pretty worth it for him. I mean, that 2-ball was something for sure. And I think in a certain situation, I've seen John turn many a 3-ball like that. So I think that's what we're going to see maybe round 2. Maybe as we move into that final, seeing if he can get down it. There's Brando and Sasha. Apparently, I'm jealous that I missed out on this the other night. Brando apparently was at Swiss cooking up some Italian pasta, some carbonara. I wasn't invited, unfortunately.
How does he know that?
Yeah.
Sasha's like, how does he know that?
I love carbonara.
I love it too, an Italian carbonara.
Yes,
I'm waiting for my invite, Brando. No, so great skiing there from John. He's going to be a very happy man. Alani's there clapping, proud of his boy.
All right then, so how many skiers do we have left? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, so 5 skiers remain. The current top score is two-way tie between yourself and
Jonathan Travers.
Who'd have thunk it?
Who would have thought it? Me, hopefully. That's a pretty good outcome. We like that. But no, yeah, he's going to be happy with that. I mean, I'm hoping. I mean, after I skied, I was like, boom, in. Because my whole life, 3's been in, you know. And this has kind of been the first year where it's happened that a 3-man, the 3 isn't in, guaranteed first round. By the looks of it, we're probably going to need to back that up. Obviously, 2.5s in there. Prigozzi and Brando are very capable of getting the 3 the next round. So I don't know if the 3 is going to be guaranteed. I think to be safe, you're going to want to be getting across the 4, which a lot of these skiers that are coming are very well capable of. I've seen Cole out here, been running 41 this week. This is not 41 though at home, guys. This is 32.
No, if that was 41.
Ignore the graphic. But smooth looking 32 up in there. And yeah, beautiful 13 meters there from Cole.
All right, let's check in dockside with Ali.
Right, sorry. We are on the move. Here with John Travers. Great skiing out there.
Yeah, thanks. It was a little rough in the beginning, but hey, 3 at 41 is 3 at 41.
Yeah, looked good. Big 1 ball there.
Yeah, I was surprised. I had a really bad gait. After I ran 39, I'm like, well, that was my best gait. I just need to focus a little bit more. And then I just came around the island and just kind of mentally went dead, I think, and just pulled out from my gait, kind of got off balance, and then just fell into the gait and dropped my shoulder really hard, so I kind of got whipped into 1, but I came out of 1 and 2 all right, and then I'm like, today's not the day to run it, tomorrow is. So I'm just happy with the 3, and hopefully I can just kind of dial in the little stuff for tomorrow.
All right, well, that's a great start to the weekend. Hopefully we can look for more tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right, fantastic skiing there from Jonathan Travers. And whether you're tuned in to us from Anchorage to Abu Dhabi, Harare to Havana, Minneapolis to Minsk, or Taipei to Tallinn, this is the Travers Grand Prix 2022.
You know what, Tony? I always expected that they were just random places, but I never knew he has a list in front of him. I didn't know there were real people watching. That's awesome. That's
real people?
Well, real, but I just thought you were pulling out names, you know? All right, Cole coming in here. 35 off 12 meters from, where was it? Azerbaijan was in there or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Enjoy the show, hopefully. But here we go, Cole. Beautiful looking 35 off. And I know he's been struggling with some ankle issues. Really, I think jarred it originally in California. Was in a boot for about 2 weeks, so I had to take some time off. And got back, managed to get back for Mastercraft Pro, and then jarred it again in the second round of Mastercraft Pro. And was almost going to pull out, obviously pulled out some stops in that tournament, skied really well. And to be honest with you, you wouldn't even tell. I think he's skiing probably the best he has all season. And yeah, he's looking really solid out there on the water.
Yeah, Cole McCormick certainly putting in some great scores towards the end of the season, and spoke to him a little bit about the ski that he's riding, which is a little wider up front, and it tends to suit people that are having trouble engaging the zero off a little bit. So the ski is actually designed to actually move through while it engages zero off and puts him in a better leverage position.
Yeah, I've never ridden it, but to be honest, and this is yeah, it looks like a good ski. Cole ski, isn't it? Very well. That's all. Yeah. That's all. I've obviously never ridden it, so I can't say. And that's always the goal of kind of all ski manufacturers, is making sure that we're not kind of getting that too aggressive of a turn. And I think Cole really manages to do that well. He's a very aggressive turner, snaps back to that handle. And you can see him doing what he talks about there. Really kind of, the ski comes around quick, but he gives it a moment before he gets on that shoulder. Wind gusting up a little bit there. See if Vince's sensors are picking that one up.
Yeah, his spidey senses.
But, and yeah, he's 1 mile an hour. That was like a 2 mile an hour gust, Vince. That, and you can see him do that very well. Like I say, a very aggressive turner, and you can see he's managed to do a really good job of being quite a shouldery skier behind the boat, but really allowing himself to stay connected all the way through that edge change. Often a lot of people get in that position, that shoulder down. It can be almost classed as a lean lock, but he does a very good job of kind of freeing things up, making sure that he moves well connected through his edge change, and really keeping the flow going. And we ski out here a lot together at Jack Travers, and I've seen him do some very incredible things on a SARM ski. Very talented, and the day is very close to ticking as to when he gets through 41 in tournament. And I'll be excited to watch, because he's been working hard. He's out here every day, works a full-time computer science job, I think, and So I hope to see the day very, very soon that Cole McCormick runs
Yeah.
the 41, and it could be today.
And the company he works for actually produces those lottery scratch-offs.
He does. I saw some Netherlands going on the other day. I'm like, whoa, you do worldwide.
Yes.
So if you need your lottery tickets, Cole is the man to go to. So we're not getting fired. So Cole coming in here, 39 off.
10,
coming
10.75.
in here, 10.75. Oh, that is not a good one. He's pulled out heavy 2. He's back in it. Wow, he is late out of 3. Is he going to keep it going? No. That is something I was not expecting. 1 just ripped him through, and we've seen Cole run some messy passes. But I feel like 39, you need a good turn. You need 1 good turn. And he just was waiting for it, and it just would not come. Look at this 1, get so heavy and bent up. But knowing Cole, he's very good at keeping calm, keeping in it. I guess an okay 2, but just still is late. Needed the big 3, and again lost his hips. And just 4, that tail just not staying with him. Oh, that's going to be sore on the ear. Trying to pull a Freddie Winter last week at Mastercraft, but not quite managing to hold on. And that's going to be the only time I've seen Cole, I think, fall at 39 this year in tournament was at Hilltop, and he went and got 4 in the next round. So I wouldn't. Whoever's waiting for in the final IEB,
not count him out.
I'm not counting my chickens quite yet, because he is a man that can get down this pass and the next one. So unfortunately, Cole going down there early. Let's hope we can manage to get Ali to catch him and see what he has to say about that, because he looked good through his 38. He's been skiing well all week. So,
but the deeper and deeper that your lead score, along with Jonathan Travers at 3 at 10.25, the deeper and deeper that score goes into this section of the competition and is still the lead, the more and more skiers from the outside looking in are going to have to say to themselves, okay, we got to sum up something here.
To be honest, the more skiers that don't get the 3 mean, the more I have to be nervous tomorrow. The longer I sit on the dock. But here you go, Tigas, otherwise known as Mr. 3. But looking good here as he makes through his 30 meters, his 32 off, looking smooth, looking schmick as he works his way through that 32. And he's been skiing really well this year. I believe, is he 3rd in the Pro Tour leaderboard?
I think he's currently in 4th right now.
He's 4th, and he's been skiing fantastically this year. And it's something, from my personal observation, he's our Nate Smith in 3rd place.
And there's your number 1 there up on the screen there with Will Asher.
Freddie Winter catching up, but Will is out there in front, in the lead. Excited to see those 2 battle it out today. But yeah, it's been funny watching Tigas this year. He's slightly less consistent, but he's been popping out some slightly bigger scores this year. We've seen some 4s and some 5s,
and he is the European Championship for the nighttime of Askin.
He is. That is a lot of European Championships. I'll give him that.
And yeah, bearing in mind the European Championships is an annual tournament rather than a biannual event.
Yeah, no, it's and it's a tough one. There's a lot of good skiers there, and 9 times is a very impressive approach. There we see Sasha, the man that challenged him, I believe, a 2nd at the European Championships. 2nd, I was going to say. Thank you, Vince. I was pulling that number out of the air, but yeah. So here we go. Thomas de Gasperi coming in on 35 off, 12 meters. Should be relatively routine. Wind looks like it's died off. One of the kind of few skiers you'll see out here today running C2. I believe he always has done, as long as I've known he has done, and kind of really making that work for him out there. Be interested to see at the end of this tournament what the percentages is of the A2, B2, C2, or 1 or 3 of the numbers. Because often, look at Vince giving, so we get 65% A2, and we get the 10% of the rest. But let's see who Ali has at the dock.
All right, here with Will Asher coming off the win last week at Malibu Open, kind of your second home site. How you feeling?
Yeah, this is definitely home away from home, so I just hope it feels like practice.
All right, yeah, looking for a big score coming off the win, hoping to maybe defend it. Have some fun this week in a little different format.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to go out and ski. I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
See what it gives me.
Yeah, all right. And we'll see you on the go-kart track tonight.
Oh, I'm ready to rip it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that part. Yeah, definitely.
All right, good. Looking forward to some fun. Back to you, Tony.
Oh, he's getting confident on the go-karting already. They handed out the go-karting start lists, essentially. So there was 2 start lists. There was the skiing start list and the go-karting start list in the skiers meeting.
And you know a little...
Guess how many got picked up of the start list versus everyone was on the go-karting. Everyone's incredibly excited to race around that track. Oh, Vince is ready to crush it.
And, you know, I mean, Corey Vaughan, you know, was a little pessimistic of his chance on the go-kart, but he said that Freddie Winter just couldn't get up to snuff.
Oh, that's what I like. We like to see some competition off the water as well. Here we go. T-Gas 38 off 11 meters. Looking very smooth. Almost like no one really showed on the rope. Looks great. Looks the same as his 32, really. Very smooth, very calm. Very well collected as he makes his way through that pass. And that was some great skiing there from T-Gas.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, have you seen his ski?
Oh, you know, that's fine by me.
I always like
Thank you very much.
I always like the dockside mic when people get caught on when they don't know we're listening.
No F-bombs.
Big insights with Rob. I want to win the tournament.
There you go. That's some confidence. I like it. He's going to have a few people to go through. But I'm excited to watch the battle as it keeps going on. Hopefully be in it. That'd be nice this year. But this week. But T-Gas, I mean, very smooth 38. Looking very calm. And T-Gas has just a little bit of a style of his own. I guess pot kettle black for me on that one. But really kind of almost leaves those hips a touch behind through the turn, but really gets connected as he moves through those wakes. Stays very central over his feet as he releases off the handle. I mean, look there, so tall, so centered all the way through that turn. Obviously on a ski of his own design and has been for a long time, but he knows how to ride that thing through a lot of positions, a lot of places, and a lot of conditions. So he trusts it. So let's see if he can trust it today.
All right, you are. So we've got 3 more competitors to go after Thomas de Gasperi.
All right, Thomas de Gasperi coming in. 39 off, 10.75 meters. Let's see what he can do. Little loose line out of 1, but very smooth through 2. He's very early. Beautiful turn out of 3. Very calm. Big hook up out of 4. Nice, smooth 5, and that was a very nice looking 39 off there from Thomas de Gasperi. Probably one of the best I've seen today.
Yeah, I think it is the best one we've seen today.
That was very nice 39, and he's dropping down for that 41 off. Who is late? Whitney McClintock late to the party, signing the bibs. And making sure, I assume the bibs are maybe they're doing a middle auction for the bibs maybe, or going to the sponsor. That'd be awesome to see, but let's see here. T-Gas, this replay of his 39 off. And this is where I think that balance, like we talked about earlier, really staying central over his feet. Look at that as he moves into 3, just so balanced all the way through that turn. And it really creates, I think, all of that consistency that we see from T-Gas. You see as he moves off that second side, his body weight swings out all together with his ski. There's no separation. There's no major movements forwards and back. And that just all leads into just an incredibly consistent skier. And someone, if I was to bet on you, you're pretty solid with a T-Gas bet for the final. So let's see if he can put a 3 together. He's going to want a 3 plus to make it into this final for sure. But I think the three is going to go to bed sleeping kind of a little more comfortably. But if he can get out of that 3 and get across to 4, it's party time tonight. So let's see what he can do. Looks like he's got a little bit of a breeze on the water, but nothing too crazy. A little head breeze by the looks of it, actually. 41. Gets a all loose line out of 1, but he is good to go out of 2. S-turn, I assume, at 3.
When have we seen that before?
That's deja vu from a lot of things, but beautiful 3 at 41 there from T-Gas. And a very standard approach, keeping balance through that 1. A little bit of loose line, but perfectly in control to get across to that C.
What did you say a little bit earlier on, Mr. 3?
Mr. 3, I mean, yeah, that's not too bad for 41. A little bit of a hiccup. Just needed to get better out of 4, but you see the rope dipping, hitting the water. Not the position that he wants to be in, but the 3 is good. The 3 is a very nice place to be. There's nothing. So some places you go, we have excuses. We have all the lakes are a little weird, the boats are a little weird, the driver's a little weird, but there really is nothing weird here. You ski anywhere in the world and you come here, it's gonna feel good for sure. So it'll be interesting to see if 3 was in. In California, it was not. I believe it's the first time I've ever known of of a three not being guaranteed in, and I think this weekend we maybe could be seeing that same storyline approach, but good S-turn there from Tigas.
Indeed.
A lot harder than it looks, S-turns. There's a lot of people that struggle with those. There's a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So three-way tie for the lead. Thomas de Gasperi, Robert Hazelwood, and Jonathan Travers, all of them with 3 at 10.25 meters. Thanks a lot to Robert Hazelwood for his insight and his contribution.
Coming back, I'm just ordering my lunch.
Okay, well, go order you some lunch. So, we're down to our last 3 competitors in this opening round of the men's pro slalom. So great to have our audience, our international audience, tuning in from various places across the world. So whether you're in Sao Paulo or Seattle, Managua or Manila, or Athens or Atlanta, you are tuned in to the 2022 Travers Grand Prix, and great to have your continued support of this event. So, skier about to take to the water from France, coming to us out of the ancient French city of Lourdes. This is Sasha Desca. Looking for points, currently in 6th place on the Waterski Pro Tour. You see on the bottom left-hand corner there, his best score is 1 at 9.75 meters. And you can find out the information in its entirety for the Waterski Pro Tour by going to the website waterskiprotour.com. All right then, folks. Looking out and seeing Sasha Desca. Well set on buoy number 1, riding that Connolly Deviate. Certainly made some changes to his technique, which has contributed a little bit more to his longevity out there in tournament slalom skiing. Is still suffering a little bit injury-wise, but he is trying his best to mitigate that. As we'll take a look at the instant replay on the 13-meter run. Okay, so. All right there, so Scott Greenwood out there giving us his best effort out there behind the helm of that towboat. Let me tell you a little bit about Wrap Skis, created by Jody Fisher, built in Cyprus. Try one at Jody Ski School in Lake Gifford, and also try out the gate guide system. That is wrapskis.com. Also check out Conley Skis, the audience prize sponsor for the women, the Deviate and the Carbon V, right there as part of their line of skis. Both skis with the patented Versatile feature. That is Conley Skis. Visit them online at conleyskis.com.
We're back.
Yes, you are back, Rob.
I've ordered my pulled pork sandwich. Can't get rid of me that easily, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
All right, is this, I believe, a new ski for Sasha?
Yes, it is, a Deviate.
Ooh. It looks like one for sure. Let's see how he looks on it. He looked very good last weekend.
Yeah, because he was riding the GTR last time, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, so let's see how he goes as he moves down the line. Looks very good as of now. I know Sasha's a guy that likes to ski and likes to stick to it. From what I've kind of seen in the past, he very much gets comfortable. But let's see who Ali has at the dock.
All right, here with Freddie Winter, wrapping up this kind of 3 weeks in a row. How are you feeling for this event?
I mean, honestly, a little tired. It's been a fun 3 weeks. You know, we changed boats every week. We've had very short weeks in between to kind of get ready. But I'm going back to England on Sunday for a little bit for my sister's wedding. So I'm going to hopefully have a good result and then have a nice little time over there.
That's exciting. Will you be back for Miami Pro?
Yeah, I'm away for 10 days. Couldn't miss it.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you there. We look forward to seeing you out on the water. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, Ali.
Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much.
I like the family planning there, putting the wedding just after tournament season. My brother needs to take lessons. He's put his on May 13th next year. Little dig. It's good. It'll be fun. All right, so let's see what Sasha puts together. 38 off, should be relatively smooth. Like I said, I know he's been really struggling with his elbow. He's been having some major elbow issues. He ran off for Malibu Open as quick as he could last week to get an MRI on that. And he has not been skiing that much, apparently. He's been taking kind of 1-2 sets a week just to really try rest that. He trusts his ability in tournament, and just an incredibly skilled skier. I mean, so much balance. Feel like a very dynamic mover on the ski, and really looking good as he makes his way through 38. Very smooth, very early, and looking very, very nice.
And I wonder what kind of tail he's riding with that ski, because you have at least 4 tail options with that slalom ski.
I have no idea.
There's a rounded tail, there's a square tail,
I know there's
and then there's the asymmetric. One side we're rounded and flat, and then the other side asymmetric.
Should we put you on spy mode, Tony? Should we get you in there?
Well,
I
don't know.
With the Denali fin, we've got to get one. There's plenty of I can't even say it.
TWBC cameras
flying around here. We've got to get.
Maybe we can get Ali on this.
We've got to get the tail. We've got to come on, Ali. You can get the tail together. We'll give you a $2 tip. And we've got some, I've been given a note from, I assume, someone from Denmark. Denmark is also looking at the lake online. So welcome from Denmark. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate all the love.
Big shout out in the house to all of those watching us in Copenhagen.
Copenhagen? Well, you don't know they're from Copenhagen.
Maybe.
It could be from anywhere in Denmark.
Or our
big
house.
country. All right, let's see what he does here. I don't know which way the wind is blowing. Looks like a little bit of a head breeze, but very, very minimal. Fought this 39 off. Nothing too much to worry about. So, 39, let's see what he can do. Beautiful hook about a 1.
Oh, nice. I love that.
Love that too as he moves into that 3. Looking strong, looking early. Little bit of tip rise out of 4, but nice, just a little safety almost. And early out 2-6.
And the decision that he made to change from the GTR to the DV8 seems to be well justified.
We shall see. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he looks good. He's been looking good all year, to be fair, Sasha. And like I say, I know he's been having a few body issues, but I mean, I'm pretty sure he's the one who ran. I think he got 2 or 3 at 41 as like a 13, 14-year-old. So incredibly talented skier, and even without quite so much time on the water as he would like, he has the balance and the agility to get through this 39 and make it look pretty smooth as things go. Look at that, beautiful there as he moves through, and excited to see what happens on 41. And that's the thing with skis, as you start to get to the higher end, it's 41 or that's the decider, you know. It's very not easy, but it's easy to set up a ski to get through 39. But 41 is the challenge, and let's see how he progresses on to this 41 10.25 meter line length as he waits in that water. Scott Greenwood behind the driver's wheel, bringing him around the corner. Almost classed as the short end, I guess you could say, this end, just a touch shorter than the other.
The clubhouse end.
The clubhouse end, I guess, yep. And let's see what he can put together on 41. He's going to want 3. He's going to want 4 for sure. Good, strong gait as he moves through 1. Oh, a lot of shoulder drop through 1. Big, heavy 2.
There.
He's still on it, though.
Oh, look at
there. Is he going to make it to 4? He
No.
does not. Ouch, if his arm wasn't sore before, it is going to be now. That was a big one. That is the first skier to pull to 4 today, though, so obviously shows that he's comfortable. And a lot of the best word I've ever heard from Will Asher was there was a lot of noise there. There's a lot of kind of mess going on with the upper body and really getting dropped, loose line. But if you look at the ski, it comes around, it sets, and it goes. By the time that ski's going, body position set. And you can almost ignore that noise, especially in a tournament as you finish the rotation. As long as by the time that rope picks back up, you have angle, you are set behind that ski, you're kind of okay. Obviously, it's not ideal. It's hard to be consistent. There's a lot of movement, but it doesn't kind of cause any major problems. And you can see there just inside 4 wall. So let's have another look from the boat. He picks up the rope at the first wake almost. and getting a little on that tail, but he trusts himself enough to make a strong move through 2 and gets all the way over to 3. And like you say, our first time turning that 3 ball today. I think there's been a lot of safety calls, there's been a lot of moves. Sasha wants to relax tonight, but he is grouped in with the rest of us at 3 at 41. How many 3s is that now, Tony?
4.
That is 4 3s, and we have 2 more skiers to go. This is looking like some big scores. So the top 8 advance. So at the minute, where are we at? So we have...
So to be in the top 8 at the least at this stage, you need to have at least 2.
Yeah, at this stage. But by the end of the event, if skiers ski how we would expect, then it's probably going to need to be a piece of 3 to be making this final tomorrow.
Air temperature 79 degrees Fahrenheit or 26 degrees Celsius, 29 degrees Celsius in the lake and 83 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity looking pretty darn good as well. And help us out at TWBC, and you could be part of the conversation here on the live chat. Go to the TWBC YouTube channel and subscribe, and also hit that bell icon, because, Rob, what do they do if they hit that bell icon?
Watch amazing skiing content?
Yes, indeed, and you'll be informed as to when the next live webcast comes into play.
That was some pressure there. I wasn't ready for that. Wasn't ready for the question and answer. No, yeah, hit that subscribe, hit that bell icon. Make sure that you see all of the tournaments that TWBC cover and do a fantastic job of. But here we have Mr. William Asher, your Pro Tour leader, as we move into the last 2 tournaments of the year. Interested to know if he can lose that. He is a long way ahead. I think he's 60 points ahead. I don't know if he can actually... Is he guaranteed the win now? I'm going to need Vince to do the maths on that one. So let's see what he can do as he comes into this 32 off. Again, this is, I guess, Will's kind of home site, you could say. Skis here a lot of the time with John. So it all should be pretty relaxed as he moves through this first pass. And like he said, he's just thinking about this as a practice set. He has 2 goes, essentially, with today's round and the next round. So he should be taking this pretty chill. And he was. Let's see who Ali has at the dock.
All right.
All right, here with Sasha, just got off the water. How did it feel out there?
Really good. It's been a year since I didn't ski here for Worlds last year. And it's always the same. When you do the first pass, you get to 1, and it's so far away, you're wide. It's a really good lake.
Yeah, so coming off a bit of an injury, but doing okay?
Yes, I cannot ski a lot, but I can ski good. So, and I changed my ski 2 days ago for something less, easier to ride. So my arm is feeling better now.
Looks like a good choice. Look good out there.
Thank you.
All right, well done. We'll see you next round. Back to you, Tony.
Great work there, Ali, and good skiing there from Sasha, although we're still looking for the answer as to what tail Sasha is currently riding on the bottom of that DV8. I'll probably have to do a little bit of investigative work myself.
All right, so let's see. Freddie Winter getting ready on the dock. Let's see Will as he comes in on this 35. Oh, we've got some flies.
All right, then. Here we go. This is 35 off, 12 meters. Shouldn't really be too much of a concern, but it's one buoy at a time.
Beautiful hook up there, added 2 very early as he moves through this pass. And I mean, not really much to say other than go demo or works 01. Look at me doing my sales pitch, very well behaved today.
Yes, you are very well behaved today. So as we continue to roll right along in this tournament, the Travers Grand Prix being broadcast to all areas across the world, from Adelaide to Abu Dhabi, from Chicago to Copenhagen, from Kuala Lumpur to Kuwait City. Yes, all of those places and everywhere in between. This is the Travers Grand Prix 2022.
Love it. I like to see. Like to see water skiing, and that's the great thing about it. It's such a widespread sport. It's all across the world. And it is great to have you guys tuning in to the Travers Grand Prix, the 2022 edition. Nearly got the wrong date there. Whew.
Yeah,
had to think for a minute. All right. So there's Will chilling, ready to come in on his 38 off. So let's see what he can do. All right, so there you see, win the ski of your choice. D3 skis or Conley. Make sure you enter for what do you think those podiums are going to be. Guess, am I going to be on it? Is Will going to be on it? Freddie, John? Who do you think your podium is going to be to win a free ski? I mean, how bad is that? How good is that?
Indeed it is. All right, so with the setting at A2.
Beautiful hook up out of 1. Smashing the 2 ball. And looking fantastic as he moves down this 38. Nice and early into 5. And I guess we should say hello to Jill Asher and AD Asher watching at home. I'm sure Jill will be stressed walking up and down the van.
The caravan.
She's going to love me calling it out. But Will looking fantastic out there on the water. He's been skiing amazing all week and all year, really. He's had kind of a truly dominant season and looking probably the best he ever has. Beautiful moves out of 1, early out of 2, and obviously not his sole own design, but one of the main designers of the ski that he is riding. A big part in the R&D process and making sure that he gets what he wants under his feet, and that is the ski that you can buy. It is fully stock. He has promised me that. I've seen that, and that's pretty exciting to hear for me, especially. But
you're all been rehearsing all of your elevator pitches for the ski for the boat show season and everything.
I don't know. I'm just on it today. My sales pitches are coming on form. I expect a raise.
I can't imagine you with a suit and a tie.
No, but the issue is I'm not very good at selling things. I'm only good at selling things. This sounds even more sales, doesn't it? I truly believe in the product, and I'm really excited for the skis to come out this year and get on people's feet. But let's see what he can do as he comes in on 39, 10.75 off. Getting a beautiful turn in for that gate. Good hook up out of 1, staying balanced. Nice and early out of 2. Oh, a little shoulder drop out of 3, but he is all good. Beautiful 4, nice and safe. Nice safe 5, and smooth out of 6. That was, I'd say that takes the cake for the best 39 of the day so far. Little minute shoulder drop at 3, but so up course, so wide. And some great skiing there from Will.
And your sales pitch is absolutely on point. Even Whitney McClintock is impressed.
I was going to say, she's ready to buy one.
Yeah.
Go on, try. No, great skiing there from Will. I mean, looking smooth as he wakes his way through that 39. And not really... Oh, my lunch is here. Tony's looking very jealous at my pulled pork sandwich that I've got in front of me.
Already had a burger today.
Mine looks better. All right, so let's see if Will can earn his lunch. He's gonna want to win it. To be honest, I've been around Will a lot this week. He's been skiing incredibly well, and I imagine he has one thing on his mind. He's been a lot more aggressive this year with turning those 3s, but obviously he's got to get to the 3 first. And let's see what he can do as that boat starts to pull him up and around the corner.
He's going to try and rip it hard out there.
Yeah, I hope so. There's nothing more I would love to watch. So let's see as that boat comes into the course. 41 off, 10.25 meters. He's going to need a 3 for the tie for the lead, but I know he's going to want a little bit more. Smooth pull through that gate. Oh, a lot of noise through that 1, but looking good. Big hook up out of 2. He's early to 3. Oh, and he is on this. Come on, Will. Big 4. Get down this. Come on.
Get after it.
Little bit of loose line. Go. And he is out the gate. He is through 41. And he is our first ski of the day to get outside 4. And he's our first ski of the day.
All right, Jill, you can get up from behind the sofa now.
You can relax. You can relax. Great skiing. I think it's safe to say he's in the final. And, I mean, this 1... almost blowing the fin there, getting very tail happy. But, I mean, again, like we talked about in Sasha, the ski's set, he's behind it, and he's ready to go. He's early to 2. There's no hesitation for 3. He's turning, and by far best turn of the pass.
I think it's fair to say that he crushed it hard.
Oh, yes. Bob Marley would be proud. Oh, that is a pull. That is a pull for a 40-year-old to be taken out of 5. But great skiing there from Will. He is going to be through the moon that he is through that. And like you said, he's just kind of taking today as a practice set. So if that's what he has in his practice set, I am
Are there
worried.
8 skiers on this list that can ski better than that? No, I don't think so.
Don't know about that one. Maybe in dreams. Last night I was straight through that. I did better than that, Tony. All right, so 43. Scott Greenwood behind the wheel, 9.75 meters, 43 off. Let's see what he can put together. Is he going to turn it? Let's hope so. Pulling out for that gate. Getting set, strong pull. Go! He is on it. Come on, we're outside in 2. He is on it, Heston. And that is a full 2 at 43 off. Wow. 9.75. 2 boys throwing the fist.
What's his PB? Is that his PB?
That is a tied PB.
Tied PB.
An approved boat path. We are in. Tied the course record. That is big moves to be putting down with Freddie on the dock afterwards. I think we can now say he's in the final.
I think so.
I think if 8 people manage to get through 43, we ain't going to see many 2.5s going down. And that is half a boy away from the world record, guys. Insane. Look at the 1 ball. I mean, that is money. He gets a few more of those. He's going to have a little more confidence to be turning that. But, whoa, that is exciting. My heart's racing. I love to see it. And that is the highest score of a TWBC webcast this year. That is sure exciting. All right, that is a 2 confirmed for Will. Look at the 1 ball. That is some fantastic skiing. That's exciting, Tony.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh. I mean, I'm sure, like, Dave Wingirder's phone's, like, ringing off the hook right now.
I sure hope so, and that's just incredible skiing. His little baby, there's been tough times to create that ski, and I imagine he's kind of sat there in the water right now, probably dealing with a lot of high fives and well dones and fist bumps. But I'm sure he's going to sit down and be proud of what he's created, and to go out there, get a 2 at 41, and pretty much his home side now. That is exciting, and it really kind of puts down a score, you know? It's pretty tough to beat. Right. But let's move on. Freddie Winter.
Way to throw down the gauntlet, huh?
Yeah, that is a gauntlet to be set. Freddie Winter coming in beautiful, 32. Whew, I'm ready to go now. I'm pumped for some go-karting. That's got me. And for round 2, obviously, but...
What's Will like on go-karts? I'm sure he's there.
He is not very aerodynamic. That's all I know. He's a big guy, to be honest. I was stood in the skiers meeting and looked around all the skiers. I mean, I'm not a massive guy. I'm pretty short. But there's like T-Gas and like Sasha and Will, all like 6'2", 6'3". I'm like, yeah, you need to hunch up to be aerodynamic on the go-karting. No, I think Will's pretty good, but who knows? If he can go-kart anything like he can ski, I'm sure he'll be on for a winner.
And he's not bad on the shooting range either.
That's something I suck at. I tried the other day for the first time with a shotgun. Oh my. 4 shots, non-hit. Shoulder hurts now still, 2 days later. I'm a broken man after this shooting. I'm not trained in England to shoot shotguns, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, you were shooting with the 12 ball, weren't you?
I don't know, but...
It's the one with the red cartridges.
Yeah, is that what it was? That the big one?
Yeah, the 12 ball.
Give me the little one. Oh.
Yeah, the 20 gauge.
I'd have ran 41 today if not for that. I'm going to blame that. I'd have been with Will on the 43, but...
Oh, excuses.
All right, and I believe, is that a British record that has been set? I see John measuring the ropes homologator. A European record as well. So, we're going... Let's see, Freddie through 35 off first, but... Whoa, exciting times, European record. And I believe taking it off Freddie's hands. Let's go to the dock.
All right, we're here with the man himself, Will Asher, incredible out there.
Oh, I'm so happy. I mean, it's not often I come off the water thinking I didn't leave anything left. That's all I got. Like, that's 100%. That's me. And I've been skiing well, but you know, I'm just so happy about the consistency. Yeah, I got 2. Probably won't get that again for another 10 years, but I don't really care. Like the consistency, and one of my people I follow in snooker is a guy called Ronnie O'Sullivan, and he always talks about his cue action. Like if the cue action's good, then it feels good to play, and that's how skiing is. Like if stuff's working, then it feels good to do it, and that's why I do it.
Yeah, it's been an incredible year for you, been consistent all year long, and great to see the hard work pay off for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if I had any chance of doing anything good, it's going to be here. This is essentially my home site. Travers and these guys are, like I said last weekend, have just been like my second family in the States. So it just feels great to do it. I mean, I guess it's some kind of a European something or British something. So
some kind of European or British record, but congratulations either way.
Thanks so much.
Back to you, Tony.
Okay, so yes, just to clarify, the score from Will Asher confirmed at 9.75 meters is a pending British and European men's slalom record. The rope is being measured right now to make sure it's within tolerance. The handle is going to get the same treatment as well. We should get the thumb up from JT to confirm that in just a few moments.
Judge stood next to it. And I know Will's had a few twos in the past, but they've been mistakes with boat cameras and all sorts of stuff. It gets very complicated once we start putting world records and records into the mix. But I believe Freddie was the original holder with 1.5. So this is the first time any British person has ever officially got to 2, as long as all checks out. But I know how much effort they've been putting into this place. Everything will be spick, span, and perfect, hopefully. So, exciting times. Will Asher, the current, I guess, pending European and British record holder. And it is exciting times for sure.
And let's not gloss over the fact that Freddie is still out there on the water, and he's still in with a fighting chance of challenging that new record. And also to emphasize on top of that the shore path system was very much in play. Every single boat path that was connected with that performance from the very start on 30 meters all the way for that 2 at 9.75, everything checked out in that respect. Just the rope and the handle and everything will be good in that respect. But let's have a look at 10.75 meters for Freddie Winter, the pride of Wandsworth.
Beautiful hook up out of 1, letting that tail come around nicely. Good out of 2. A little loose line out of 3, but nothing to worry about. Big 4 ball as he comes through to 5. Nice little hook up, and that was a great 39 off rand there. Beautiful skiing there from Freddie, and he is ready to challenge Mr. William Asher. No, I think Nate got a 2 apparently before.
All right then. So just trying to get some more information in regards to that record performance from Will Asher as we continue to rock our way forwards. But looking at this instant replay on 10.75 meters, looking in tremendous shape, Freddie Winter. Not putting much of a foot wrong on this one, and it's really, really hard to run a pass on this type of short line completely error-free, but I'll tell you what, that's about as close as you're probably going to get to seeing something like that.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pass there from Freddie, and don't believe he's been out here to practice. I think everyone kind of knows what you're going to get. You come to Jack Travers, you know the boat's going to be set up, you know the driver's going to be good, you know the conditions are going to be good. So I think a lot of people not actually coming to practice and just trusting that it was going to feel good straight from the get-go. So let's see if Freddie needed that practice or not. Coming in on 41 of 10.25. Having some weird stuff happening the other weekend at Mastercraft Pro here. So let's see if he can recover from that. Go slow out of 1. That's not the start that he needs. Big
but
2 though. He is back in it. He is on this as he makes his way to 4. Are we going to see another 41 go down? Oh, and is he going to get across to 6? He does!
Oh, my word! Two performances into 9.75 meters. That is probably the first time that has ever been achieved.
I don't know. Swiss Pro, I believe it might have happened before. That is some incredible skiing. And, I mean, this is exciting. This is where pro water skiing is going. It is going. The score is going up and up and up. And obviously, unfortunately, Nate not here with an ankle injury. But I mean, scores are just huge,
It's just insane.
And that was not a good. I don't think he turned 1 through 5 once in any sort of good fashion.
That number 2 saved him.
Oh, 2-4 for sure, and 4 the same. Look at the 3 again. not great. That was probably the best turn. The 3 was the best 135 of the lot, but look at this 4 getting ripped round. And he's been struggling with 5 a lot this year, in fairness to Freddie. He's had some bobbles, blown the fin here and there. He'd be the first one to agree. But getting across to 6, getting through that 41, could be the second time of the year. I believe he ran it at late 38, but I don't think we've seen him get through that pass. We've seen a lot of 5s, a lot of 4s, 4.5s. So let's see if he is going to share this European record. Is he going to get it back off Will? Is he going to break it?
Or if he gets a decent turn on 2, wow, could be on.
Let's see, 9.75, the second one of the day. 43 off Freddie coming in. 43, blowing the fin. He was going for it. He wanted to take it off Will. A little angry there. I'd be pretty happy with that performance. I know he wanted to get that one back, but that just proves how fantastic it is out there. Whenever someone throws the fist at falling at 1 at 43, or is mad at falling at 1 at 43, you know conditions are money. You know it is great out here. And I, for sure, cannot wait to ski another round. Tail just coming loose. I think he thought he had it almost. Wow. That was fantastic. Awesome skiing. And I am excited to watch these women and see what they can do.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued as well. But, I mean, just look at this. I mean, this is probably the first time that you've ever seen someone go half a buoy at 9.75 and absolutely slap the water in disgust. But there, but there you go. There's your leaderboard. 2 at 9.75 for Will Asher has the lead and a new pending European and British record. Freddie Winter half at 9.75. Then you got Robert Hazelwood in a 4-way tie for third with himself, Jonathan Travers, Thomas de Gasperi, and Sasha Deska. 2-way tie for 7th between Robert Pagosi and Brandon Caruso with 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Jamie Calhoun and Benjamin Stadelbauer both in tied 9th with 2 at 10.25 meters and on the outside looking in. And then you got Doreen Llewellyn and Tanguy Dayon in tied 11th with 1 at 10.25 meters.
Not massively common to have 2 at 41 be out first round already. So if you don't have a 2, it's out. And that's kind of this year, I believe, has been the first time in a while that we've had this. But let's take a moment to look at this. Will Asher, 41 off. Again, heavy 1 as he moves through, but look at that. Gets set for that first wake, and he is early onto 2. Big hookup out of 2, and I feel like here he was onto the races, gets out of the 3 so well, tight line, and just 4 wasn't perfect, but by all means good enough to be running the pass, obviously. And look at he stays calm, composed into 5, a lot of slack, holds it, and makes his way down the pass. That is insane. So as of now, it is going to take a score, I mean, into 43 to win. Or, I mean, it could almost be 43 to be on the podium.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this 43. There is not many times in your life that you will ever see someone turn 1 at 43. And there is very few times that you'll see someone actually get round the 2-boy. So, yeah, very, very exciting to see here. And it is just exciting to watch. This is the way that the sport is going. And I cannot wait to keep watching and hopefully keep competing. So, sorry, I have to run, but thank you for having me. And I've got to get in the boat.
All right, then. So, whilst Robert Hazelwood gets ready to do some stuff, we got Ellie Nicholson here. Sterling work there, sweetheart. You did a fantastic job out there with the on dock interviews.
Thank you. We have looks like a replay here of Freddie popping up.
Yep, on 10.25 meters. And what do you see here?
Man, I think he did. He was just determined to run it there. I mean, definitely not his best turns, but I think he had a score in mind that he wanted to go out and kind of compete.
He wanted to gate crash that party, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He wanted to join in the party or crash the party. And he definitely worked hard to get there. So, I mean, hats off to him. Great skiing. And he was going for it at 41.
Yeah, you go. The elation at the end of that pass. And, you know, he got half a buoy at 10.25 meters. We're having a look at that right now. So from that elation in terms of running it to the relative disappointment in not getting past number 1.
Yeah, you can kind of see his disappointment. I mean, he was trying to turn it there for sure. So unfortunately, just able to get that half, but still incredible skiing. I mean, it's very rare that you see two skiers back-to-back go out and run 41, so really incredible skiing. That's just, tells you how great the conditions are, how great the driving feels. Hard to beat the setup here at Sunset Lakes.
All right, then. So you got to get ready, haven't you?
I do, yeah.
All right, then. So we'll let you do that, let you get ready for your turn out there on the water. This is continuing coverage of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. We got more and more action. We got the women's pro slalom coming up in a few minutes, and all that is to come right after this.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business. Tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right then, so continuing coverage of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Thanks a lot for tuning in, no matter where you happen to be in the around the world. Just to clarify something that was said in regards to the two people that made it through to 9.75 meters. Hasn't been the first time that's happened. That's actually occurred at least a couple of times in competition, but that is an indication of how rare it is. One of the Botas pros from a few years back actually had more than two, and the Swiss Pro event from a couple of seasons back, or Parrish, Nate, and Freddie also got to 9.75 meters on one of those competitions. So just to clarify that, and apologies for any offense caused. All right then, so women's slalom. Sitting next to me, Stephen Ireland. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, Tony.
All right, so let's have a look at the start list. We'll have Sasha Denierskaya leading off in this event, followed by Alice Bagnoli, then we got Beatricia Yanni, then Adrini, Chelsea Mills, Ali Nicholson, Jamie Ball, Whitney McClintock, Rini, and Regina Jaquist, and 8 move through to the third and last round of a competition, and it's the same format, the best score out of 2 rounds for each competitor. So, Stephen, you've had a pretty good summer. We detailed a little bit of that in the podcast for the TWVC podcast, which dropped a little bit earlier on this. You can check that out on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts, and detailing a little bit of your rise in Prix seasons. Because 2 years ago, you were in this event, but you weren't a pro. Your personal best was only a shade under halfway through 11.25 meters. So people are asking, how the heck did you get to where you are now?
I mean, if you want the answer to that question, Tony, aren't you just going to have to check out the podcast?
Maybe. All right, so skier on the water right now and started in on 14.25 meters is Sasha Denierskaya.
It's a tough follow-up those back-to-back 41s, but Sasha's good in his opening pass.
We'll try, and you know what? I get the sense and the feeling among our female competitors. They want part of this party too. They want to crack on, get close to records, if not beat them.
I mean, conditions are perfect. I think as a pro skier, watching your other pros go out and throw it down like that is actually a really good sign. I mean, when there's back-to-back 41 offs and there's a truckload of 3 41s on the men's side, you have to look at that and you have to say, well, of course conditions are going to be great, or they have to be great in order to have those types of results. And so now I can go out and comfortably know I can attack because the boat and the lake and everything is dialed in for me.
All right there. So the Travers Grand Prix for 2022. I mean, off to about as good a start as you could possibly expect with their performances, and hopefully that extends through to the women's competition. As we see on dockside, Alice Bagnoli, who ran 11.25 meters, 38 off for the first time all season last weekend over at the Malibu Open. And has been close to get into that mark in a number of other tournaments, and looking to try and put another performance into 10.75 meters. But we're looking a little bit far ahead. Let's try and concentrate now on Sasha Denierskaya, running with B2 middle, as it's known to some folks out there, using 0 off, middle letter, middle number.
She's a fellow good skier as well, and it's been really, really nice out there right now. Everything's even. It's extremely symmetrical skiing, and we'll see how it plays going down the line here.
Okay, so 2 passes down, 14.25 meters under a belt, and looking down towards some of the harder, more intricate passes where things get very, very quick, very, very soon out there on the slalom course, especially with the load behind the boat, and then having to maintain your balance around each turn and trying to do all that again 6 times, 3 in each direction.
So Tony, you know a lot about pro skiing. I mean, you seem to be a human encyclopedia regarding this entire sport. It's always impressive when you pull crazy stats out of your bum. So how long has Sasha been on the pro tour? How long has she been skiing pro? Do you know?
Sasha has been around for, well, I mean, for the best part of the decade, I would say. I mean, she basically crashed onto the scene many years ago, skiing for the University of Louisiana at Monroe, and she wasn't quite the finished product there. But I mean, using the amount of time that she spent in the off season there skiing on Bayou Desert, you know, and training with the likes of Taylor Garcia. You know, she's basically come through as one of the top skiers in the world, if not the top overall women's skier in the world. You know, she won the World Women's overall title right here on this very venue. You know, and it was a closely run competition, you know, because less than 10 points separated her from Hannah Streltsova for the overall championship of the world. So, I mean, it was some very clutch skiing towards the end.
That was an amazing performance, man. The entire Worlds was unbelievable, but Sasha's performance specifically was just so incredible. And it's always awesome to see these overall skiers come to these types of events. I mean, there's no other event happening, of course, other than the go-kart and the ski shooting. But to see the overall skiers come to these, you know, slalom events and to throw down big scores like Dorian himself, you know, he came in second at the World Championship, did he not?
Yeah, he did.
So he came to this event and just threw out that, you know, 1 at 39 or 1 at 41, excuse me, ran a beautiful 39.
Mm-hmm.
It's really awesome to see the three event guys and ladies just really stroke some passes on the slalom ski and make us single eventers look kind of foolish sometimes, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, it's just consistency. I mean, now that you have, I mean, the engines themselves, you know, over 6 liters, you know, 6.2 liters, you know, there's more than enough power in reserve. You combine that with zero off, with the technologies there. You have great boat driving. You got the boat path management system. All of that has to factor in some way, shape, or form to contributing to these high scores. And Sasha Denyer-Sky here she is 11.25 meters. And I tell you what, she's looking fantastic. She's gone through 14, 13, 12, and now that's 11.25 meters. And I believe that might actually be very close to a personal best, if not it. So she's going to attempt 10.75 meters, and the amazing skiing continues.
It continues on right where we left off. I mean, this was an extremely confident pass. I mean, if you come in to this 11.25 meter pass and you're at all tentative, you're going to be feeling down course very quickly. But she attacks on that offside turn like I haven't seen her before attack like that on this offside turn. I mean, look at this 3-ball. Full attack, full lean out of the buoy. And what I've noticed also is that she's really not afraid right now to be aggressive into that first wake out of her onside, and I think that's helping her offside a lot.
And as long as she keeps that ski moving, she's in with a chance.
She's keeping it moving, she's attacking, she's taking angle, and I mean, that, like I said, is an extremely confident 11.25 meter pass.
Oh, it looks like we got some ski signings going on. Uh-oh.
Sound good? Is that good?
Very cool.
I'm happy. Yeah, wicked.
You saved my life.
No.
Oh, good to see that. Good to see that fandom within the sport of tournament water skiing is very much alive and well. Here we go, Sasha Denyer-Sky, 10.75 meters. This is probably her first ever attempt on this line length pass. She had already gone one this season, and looks like one buoy is going to be about it this time around. But I tell you what.
Look, whenever you tie your personal best in a pro event, that's unbelievable skiing. I mean, she's going to be extremely happy with that performance, I think. And
she's got one more round to go.
Got one more round to go. There's one female being cut, I believe, correct?
Yes.
So, you know, you got to take down one skier on the water, I think with a 1 at 10.75 meters. I mean, there are 2 rounds and conditions are perfect. I don't want to speak too soon, but that's going to put her in a really good position right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so, I mean, you can't afford to take too many chances out there, you know. But I mean, come round 2, I mean, if you're on the outside looking in, you know, you know that you've got to get more than what the next best person has scored. Otherwise, you find yourself eliminated, you know.
I think, you know, having Sasha come off the dock, first one off, running that 11.25 meter pass is going to make the rest of the ladies have a little bit of spicy 38s. We'll see a little bit of nerves. We'll see.
Yeah, I think so.
You go into it knowing you have to take it down. You know what I mean?
And they'll probably say to themselves, okay. Okay, let's go dockside and check in with Freddie and friends.
Bayer, you didn't have a great weekend last week, but the week before you were 5.55 at 38. Are we going to see you through it today?
I hope I'll run it this time. I mean, I think I'm just going to have enjoy it because it's going to be my last tournament for the season. So I'll just try to run the 38 this time and we'll see.
You've been in a bunch of events this year. I'll let you go in a second, but you've been in a bunch of events. You've done the whole of the Europe series. You did Swiss at the start of the year. You've come over here. Great to see you on the tour. Have you enjoyed it?
I really enjoyed it. I mean, I had a great time. I mean, it's really nice traveling, coming here. It's good to have a few tournaments in a row, so I can come here for a while. It's I really had so much fun this year.
Well, best of luck at skiing well out there, as we saw from Will's European record-setting situation. Right, good luck. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Bayer has been an absolute revelation this season, and throughout a lot of those tournaments, especially in Europe, and especially somewhere like Greece over at Kaiathas, where it was a really true party atmosphere. I certainly look forward to going back there and, looking forward to next season already.
I had to watch that webcast because I was obviously not able to be there, and it looked like so much fun. I want to go so badly.
All right, then. Well, make sure you get in touch with George and get your entry in fairly quick, because I suspect that the entries could well fill up very, very quickly. Skier on the water also from Italia. It is Alice Bagnoli, who is the bronze medalist in all of Europe so far as women's slalom is concerned. So
she's been skiing really well this season, huh?
Yes, indeed, consistently well. I mean, season's best score last weekend. She got into 10.7 half at 10.75 meters. But you just kind of hope that she can unlock the key to consistency going through on 11.25 meters, because he definitely has the potential of doing it.
Yeah, I think she's right there. I think she has all the skills, and I mean, she usually looks so good on the water. And from what I've seen, it just looks like a bobble here or there is really what keeping her from locking in that consistent 11.25 meter pass. And we'll see if she can do it today. I mean, conditions are perfect. Everyone's skiing lights out. She has some good skiing on this lake so far in her past. I think I saw her run a 2:39 here once. I forget when that was. At Worlds, last year.
All right, then. So that's the personal best that she's attacking. She's currently 9th in the Waterski Pro Tour standings. Her best performance this season so far is half at 10.75 meters. Nicely done. And let's check in with Freddie and friends on dockside.
Chelsea, 4th at Mastercraft Pro. Didn't go your way last weekend, just missed out on the final. But it's good today, right? You're going to go big.
That's right. I'm definitely going to lay it all out there. Definitely felt a little strange at Malibu, but hopefully get my bearings back here at an amazing site, and been practicing here this week. So, and it's all perfect here. So certainly no excuses. It's just all on me, and gonna throw it out there.
And we were just talking about your ski. You want to tell us the interesting thing about that ski?
This is the new XTR Team ski, and it's super good. And it's an amazing ski. I feel at home on it right away.
Not giving everything away. I like it. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Very cagey there. That was Chelsea Mills getting ready for her turn out there on the water. She'll be a 5th skier from last out. So Alice Bagnoli, it's relatively simple and straightforward if she wants to put herself in the reckoning to make it through to the next round of the competition. She knows that she's got to get through 11.25 meters, and she needs to score 1 at least, and then come up with something similar in the next round to confirm her spot.
Yeah, her onside looks so nice right now, and
She's just keeping that ski moving. That's all it is.
That's some of the most symmetrical skiing I've ever seen her run. I mean, the offside turn was just as good as her onside turn.
Yeah.
It looked amazing. That's a really smooth 12-meter pass. And when you have a smooth pass like that, going into the kind of the money pass here in the prelims, it makes you feel really confident, and you're in rhythm with the ZO, you're in rhythm with your driver, and it just makes you feel that much more confident going into the next pass, the 11.25 meter pass. Because I think, at 12 meters, Alice has run this time and time and time again. You can have a bobble here and there and still run it, but you just don't want to do that. You don't want to run a scrappy late 35 before taking on the must-run 38.
It doesn't inspire much confidence.
Exactly. It just makes you a little shaky. It makes you feel like you can't trust what's going on out there. And so with this super solid pass, she's going to feel extremely confident coming in back to the dock on the 11 meters.
Left-footed, which means that our right-sided turns are typically better. Here we go at the helm of that towboat to Scott, the Rocket Man Ellis. He's parlayed his experience in all three events, and especially jumped to what he's doing out there behind the wheel of that Nautique towboat. This is 11.25 meters. Entrance round buoy number one. Good movement off buoy number one. Better movement off number two. This is some good stuff there for Alicia Bagnoli. Almost broken over off number four. She's still there on number five. And for the second time this season, she runs 11.25 meters.
Stuck with it. That was great. I know she had a really tough four-ball there. Looks like the ski kind of dipped on her and stopped. But she just kept the speed going into five and knew that she could come out.
And for the second time in as many seasons, she runs 11.25 meters at the very same venue.
Man, this is just such great skiing today. So exciting. Really just moving on into the woman, and they have not disappointed. This has been so amazing to watch. Wow, what a great one ball. A little check up at two ball, but that's okay. I mean, she knows she can take it a little down course.
And you know what? If this was earlier on in the season, I mean, she probably would have been down around about that buoy right there.
Yeah.
I mean, she would have stopped right there and scored however much that was. But
yeah, the shoulders just kind of came to the inside, and it almost led to a tail blow. But she was able to, she's clearly been running this pass a lot more in practice. She has a lot more confidence with it. And here comes 10.75 meters, PB of two buoys.
All right, then. So racking up the points for TWBC, that team looking to make some serious inroads into the team competition. Look at that. That's one. Makes a play for two and ties her personal best with two at 10.75 meters.
Let's go, Alice.
So that gives her a little bit of an inside track in terms of making it through to the next round of the competition. Now the competition knows that it's going to take at least two to make it through to the top eight.
Wow, that's amazing skiing. So that's back-to-back skiers that we've seen tie their PB in this pro event.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Wow, that's incredible.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Sasha with one, Alice with two, and we still got, how many skiers we got left? We got 7 more to go.
I'm excited that I got, stepped into the booth here. This is amazing skiing to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, she got the, did you see that ski trough out on the second week
she
into
let her head get a little ahead.
Yeah, that could have ended her with tears. Let's check in dockside with Freddie and friends.
Guys, this is a team event, and this is my teammate. And she tied her best of the season. She ran 1 at 39, the same she did at California. You're very happy, I presume.
Yeah, I am. My last 2 tournaments, I fell pretty early, so kind of losing confidence. So this set brought it back, and hopefully I can go bigger next round.
And just tell us, I mean, we're all talking about how good it feels out there. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. Hat tail, like really nice line, like 4:38. So I think all the girls gonna run it and like put a big score. I mean, it's perfect side. It's Man-Made Lake, so can't really ask for a better setup.
I think at Malibu Open last year, or maybe 2 years ago, everyone ran 38 to then make the final. You think that's going to happen again here?
Yeah, no, I feel definitely it's going to be something at 39. More than that, I feel like my 1 at 39 is probably not going to make the cut, so I have to push it harder next round.
Super cool for women's skiing that we're predicting that 1 at 39 might not make it. Congratulations for being a part of that. Back to you guys.
Honestly thought that they would go into a wrestling rant as soon as Freddie says, "This is my teammate." All right. Oh, what? Whoa!
Is that an equipment failure?
I think that might actually be your fault.
Don't blame me, Tony. Come on, man. I mean, so Bea did offer to give me the liner that she is currently wearing, and I used it in my round because I left my liner at Cole's place. Let's see what happened here. Did she pre-release?
Yeah, that pre-released.
Her back pre-released.
The front pre-released. I saw that heel lift up.
Oh no. That is super disappointing. I mean, she does have tomorrow.
Yes.
So it's not, end all be all, but I mean that's
pressure right there.
Yeah, now let's put pressure on tomorrow, and that is just very unfortunate.
Yeah, that ski lifted.
So her heel just got stuck up in that position. That's, she's lucky it wasn't worse than that, because I've seen some pre-releases go very wrong. So lucky that she's not injured and she seems to be okay, but, of course you don't want to be going into tomorrow with no backup score, but, I've certainly been there this year.
All right, then, let's check in dockside with Freddie and friends.
Alice, you tied your PB, but if I know you and Vince well, you'll be probably more happy that you beat Vince.
I just beat Vince today. That was not the goal, but I'm happy about it, so that's funny.
Was it 4 boys that you beat him?
I think so. I think he did 4. I don't think he got 5-11, so yeah, 4.
He's probably cut away from this interview. He's so upset in the trailer organising this webcast. How did it feel out there?
It felt amazing, and a lot of people with you guys first. You guys felt amazing, so I knew it was gonna come in and have a good feeling. So I was just like, Sasha ran 11 before me, so I was just pumped, and I was like, be patient and run it. So.
Congratulations on great skiing, and especially for beating Vince. That's a big deal. Back to you guys.
And Vincent is keen to emphasize that while Alice skis at 34, he skis at 36.
While that 34 to 36 mile an hour change is a big difference, they don't have the male natural upper body strength. So, I mean, it seems to me to be a natural, difference in speed there to accommodate. But here's Paige Rini looking really solid on her opening pass.
I feel the need for like a 2-column comparison chart here.
I mean, it would be interesting.
Mm-hmm. All right, there. That was Paige Rini opening up on that Radar Vapor, doing a grand job. And
Paige Rini herself has had one heck of a year.
Yeah,
she's ran some 3s at 39, which I believe is her PB. So she's tied her PB a couple times this year. And she, of course, trains
over at Rini's.
Yep,
of course.
Who she shares a name with because she's his daughter.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely right. And here we are at the Sunset Lakes, home of International Tournament Skiing and Jack Travers Waterski School. This is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. You see that our support is there. We have great support from Michael DeMello, from Mike and Kerry Morgan, along with Sunset Lake Ski Dock and Syndicate Brand.
Yeah, thank you to all our sponsors. I mean, without them, this event would not exist. And you can tell, I think, maybe you can't tell, I don't know, on the webcast, just how amazingly perfect it is here right now. I mean, this is absolutely perfect conditions. I mean, it's like 79 degrees, pretty much no wind. If there is wind, it's just some texture on the water to make it less rolly. It's unbelievable.
And the Hurricane Ian blew through here a few days ago. There was, barely a scratch on the place.
Yeah, it is impressive. She's skiing so lights out right now. Super
and I mean,
balanced.
Absolutely, and she skis buoy line slalom, and I'll explain that in a little bit. But she is incredibly light on top of that ski. She doesn't push on it. She doesn't bury herself off that turn. and doesn't really push awfully hard to get from one buoy to the next. Buoy line slalom, what is that? Well, in my mind, in order to slalom effectively, and in order to get round each turn effectively, you got to try and backside it for the most part. And the way that you do that is you generate angle from your gate shot, and you try and maintain a lot of that angle. And as you edge change, you roll that ski into that buoy line, which is the line that connects each side of the course, 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, 5. You try and hit that, and you try and hit that as early as possible, so you can set your path out, so you get that residual angle, and you get that slowdown, and it feels actually pretty slow when you do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about managing acceleration, right? And that comes with angle. If you take a lot of angle, you'll get a lot of acceleration in the right place, which is, pretty much from apex to first wake. And then as you cross center line, you're starting to come up, but still riding the tension of the rope out to apex. And I think that's what you're kind of hitting on. And that's when you see the likes of, Nate Smith, where he looks just insanely early and backsiding at 39 off, 41 off. And look at that. I mean, she's super early, that 2-ball, for that specific reason. I mean, she's taking tons of angle. She's hitting the acceleration at the right points, but she's not letting the tension roll her on the inside edge too early. And that's what allowing her to have that nice decelerated apex where she can backside the buoy. And that's when she presses on the ski, on the backside of the buoy.
And it does roll onto that edge, but you emphasize not too early. I mean, especially into a 2-4 side, it comes off the wake, and you'll see this bit as she comes off number 1 into number 2 here at this Waterski Pro Tour 3-star event. But just take a look. She's left foot forward, which means that's a better side turn. Now into a neutral side, it looks like she's fallen in, but she keeps a hold of that second hand on the handle long enough to actually delay that from happening or having a detrimental effect upon her style and technique out there.
Yeah, I mean, she's perfectly balanced on top of her ski coming into that offside turn. And, she's a very, very solid trick skier. And I think, you can see it in her slalom skiing. The likes of Joel Poland and Elizabeth Montavon, a lot of these trick skier types, Dorian Llewellyn, who come to slalom and they look amazing and they look so balanced all the time. Part of it is because of that trick background. They just have this, natural knowledge on top of the ski and this natural balance, and they move through their feet a lot more than normal slalom skiers like myself do. Like me, if I try and think about my feet, I get all messed up, but these trick skiers who slalom seem to be able to do that well. Here's 11.25 meters.
Here she comes. Let's not gloss over the fact that we've had 2 competitors so far in this early stage of the competition out of the 3 that have skied already to have gotten through 11.25 meters. And I tell you what, here's a third one of 4. There you go. Woohoo! Oh, and she's enjoying the heck out of that one.
That was just such a solid pass. That was so smooth. She never got in deep. Her acceleration was so symmetrical. That was really nice 38 off pass by Paige. Man, this has been some impressive skiing, Tony. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, they're skiing lights out at the moment.
This might be some of the best skiing I've ever seen. I was here for the Worlds, and it might be a close second to that. We'll see how things shape out, but wow. Wow, her 4-ball was just so good. She's very connected to the handle. You'll see very little separation. And Paige is not the tallest of competitors either.
No. I mean, she's an accomplished free event skier, a member of Team Canada, a member of the Canadian national team, which won the team title last season at the Visit Lake County IWWF World Waterski Championships, which were held on this very venue last season. So let's see what she can do at 10.75 meters. Now, I might even have access to the Canadian national records and see if she can get anywhere close to that. But let's have a look and see.
Too bad getting a half of 39, but hey, she ran a really beautiful 11.25 meter pass. She has to be happy with that fact, despite how things shape out going into tomorrow. It's just, let's see what happened here.
Not looking bad.
She's got a little on the back of the ski and lost the line because of it. But that's okay. I mean, hey, that's a really solid score. I think it may actually not put her into 9th by the end of it. I mean, so I think that's the...
Right, so half a buoy there for Pedrini at 10.75 meters. And let's check in dockside with Freddie and friends.
Ali, you spent about 5.5 hours earlier on doing what I'm doing right now. Are you tired?
It felt like a while. I know I think about halfway down the list, I went to see how many more there were, and I was like, oh man, we are not even close. But no, it was fun. I've never done it before, so kind of getting outside of my comfort zone today, but looking forward to getting on the water now.
You can do your real job, and it's obviously skiing well, and that must make you, you've seen some good skiing just happen. It gets you up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always love going out and seeing all the big scores go up. We've had everybody but one run 38, and she had an equipment malfunction. So I think there's going to be really good scores today. I'm excited to get out there. This is my home site now, so yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out there on the water.
How long has this been your home site?
About a year. I've been here all summer, pretty much every day.
That's awesome. Well, best of luck. You'll be great. Back to you guys.
All right, so that was Freddie and Ali Nicholson, who did such a great job there with the dockside interviews. I can't give her enough credit for the work that she produced out there. So great work, and hopefully she'll do a similarly bang-up job out there on the slalom course. Now, next competitor to take to water is going to be Chelsea Mills, who missed out on the final round of slalom action over at the Malibu Open on backup score at the 13-meter start. It's not going to be 14, it's going to be a 13-meter start. Now, does she see something out there that the others may have overlooked? We'll wait and see. She is accustomed to starting in on 13 meters, of course. She's done it on a number of occasions.
Yeah, I think it's too new for her. I think she must do it a lot in training. I mean, there's not a lot of wind right now, so I'm not sure if it's just hey, I do this in training a lot, and I just want to stick with what I've been doing, or if it's a wind play.
And of course, had the format been different to where it would be possibly a first round and only take a few skiers in the first round and multiple cuts, then she might have taken a different approach. But she knows what the format is. She can take it a little bit easier, or she can try certain stuff. But with that in mind, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Are you happy to talk about it?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
We've ambushed Bea here. She has no opportunity to avoid this. Sorry about that. That's an absolute disaster, I guess, and very unfortunate. What happened?
I guess it released, as soon as I took the edge going to the wakes, it just released. And in that moment, I didn't know what to do, and my foot just came out. I don't know. Yeah. I'll watch it. I'll watch it for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty sketchy. So, presumably you've been skiing on this all week, right?
Yeah, all season actually.
All season. And it is a strange deal because you can't really see the insides of that, right? It's very, very odd.
Yeah, it is. It was very odd. So I'll just try to switch it and hopefully skiing good tomorrow. It's gonna be hard, but I'll try for sure.
Just switch it out, forget about it, go for it tomorrow. Best of luck for then. Thanks. Back to you guys.
All right there, so we got Chelsea Mills making her way through that second pass, having gone through 13. That was 12.
So we just heard, though, that Bea might have had a serious equipment malfunction where her release actually might have broken.
So if that doesn't put additional strain and pressure and worry upon the ski, I don't know what else will.
Yeah, you never want to switch out equipment day of the tournament.
I think it's this one.
But it may be necessary.
You gotta take the screw out to really see what's going on.
Oh, she's got a whole bunch of pros who are willing to help her out, though. And I think she should be able to find a suitable replacement piece like that. Hopefully it won't be too different, that's the thing, is you set those springs to a certain, setting, and each one is a little bit different. So hopefully she can get it kind of dialed in on the dock before she heads out tomorrow.
And I don't think there's anything from stopping her from actually going out onto the other lake and actually trying something like that out. As long as it's not on the main tournament lake, she could potentially go out there and practice and at least get settled in with that.
If it's possible, I would definitely take the chance. Here's Chelsea at 11. So this is a little bit of a tailwind. Some wind has kicked up just slightly. So we'll see how she handles the tailwind here. She's definitely not afraid of taking angle. Oh, little hook up at 2 there.
11.25 meters.
And a beautiful 4, look at that. She managed that so well. I know she had a tough 2. And she was just a bit slow out of 2, but she was able to just kind of keep the ski moving and didn't panic, you know what I mean?
And so 4 out of 5 skiers so far have run through 11.25 meters, and it's getting to the point now in women's slalom skiing that in order to be competitive, you've got to throw some scores down into 10.75 meters now.
This has all just been such beautiful skiing with these ladies. I mean, super confident, managing each pass very well, even with some hiccups. And I mean, Chelsea coming back to the dock, I wouldn't be surprised if she threw down a huge score here. We've seen her run some 4s. I've seen her run 3 a lot. I know she ran a 3 at Lake 38 earlier this year. She's just been looking really solid on that good ski.
Yeah, and very, very eager to exact some redemption upon herself for the performance at the Malibu Open. She skied, I think she skied relatively well over at the Mastercraft, but all in all, she's had a fairly well, I mean, she hasn't skied that much during the course of the professional season, and avoided Europe for the most part, to spend a bit of time in Canada, and continues to care for her ailing mother at this time. But let's have a look and see what she's got. Round number 1.
Beautiful 1 ball.
10.75 meters. Oh, look at that. She's got the hook up on buoy number 2. She's round number 3. She stalls up on 3. Gets the 3. So it looks like it's going to be a 3 buoy count at 10.75 meters. And if that is the case, she has taken the lead with 4 skiers remaining. That is Chelsea Mills.
That is a confident boosting pass for her. A full-on set, actually. I mean, look at this gate 1. When she hooked up out of 1 here, I thought, man, this might actually go down, depending on how her offside comes out. She's a little spread out, but she had beautiful angle. The ski tip stayed down and through, and just kind of lost the line at the back of 2. And I think she kind of knew from there that she was just going to take a full 3 and give herself the best shot to have a high seed going into tomorrow. Great skiing from Chelsea there, though.
Very, very good skiing. So whether you are watching us from New Delhi to New Orleans, Athens to Atlanta, Bangkok to Baghdad, this is the 2022 Travers Grand Prix, and we appreciate every single one of you that is tuning in live to this webcast, or no matter where you happen to be around the world. Checking in dockside with Freddie and friends.
By my count, you've won 3 of the last 4 of the rounds of pro skiing. You didn't quite get it at Malibu in the final. You also 51 weeks ago won the World Championships here. This is your home site. Are you excited to go and rip it up?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the conditions are perfect. The site's perfect. So super excited to go and get out on the water.
Great stuff. And we've just seen you the last few weeks just like really get into that vein of form that saw you in the World Championships, just be so dominant towards the end of last season. What's been the difference?
I mean, I've had a little bit more training time. I had a slow start this season with school, so kind of got back settled down and got to spend some time with John and Will and really sort some things out without too many competitions in the way. So looking forward to possibly my last event of the season and trying to put it all together.
Best of luck. I'll let you go get ready. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Jamie, and also to Freddie. And on the water at this time is Ali Nicholson, who's been skiing lights out this season as well. And she, much like Chelsea Mills, has decided to go in on 13 meters.
Yeah, I mean, Ali, I think, normally does go in at 32 off, so not too surprising there. I rarely see her take a 28 off start, maybe for some wind or something, but that's pretty normal start for her. And, she's had a crazy season because she went over to Europe and just slayed out.
Yes, sir. Nice.
What is she on the pro ranking list?
Okay, we'll pull out that info. She's currently in 4th place. 1 at 39 is her season's best. So she's looking to try and get some more points and trying to send the rankings list, the Pro Tour rankings list, bplayfuel.com. Vote now for your matches. bplayfuel.com. Check that out. And also check out the TWBC podcast, where the latest episode that dropped earlier on this morning is my interview with the man that's sitting next to me right here at the announcing booth, Mr. Stephen Island, to find out about his path, what it took to get to where he is. And also talks about recent events. Check it out at the TWBC podcast.
Yes, sir. So Ali, 12-meter pass. I mean, her position behind the boat is legendary. She's got great alignment, and she really uses her height as a leverage advantage. And she looks taller than she actually is out there. You know what I mean? Because she uses her height so well, she almost looks like she's the tallest competitor out there. But it's because she just locks those knees out, and crossing the wake, she just has that really nice alignment with straight legs, and that allows you to leverage against the boat in a really efficient way. Because if you see a lot of people, they get a little slack, they get a little deep, they'll kind of drop the hips back and they'll squat. And what that's doing is just sinking yourself into the water and sinking your ski into the water, and then the boat accelerates against you. And then what that's going to do is the boat is going to accelerate a lot while you're just kind of not going as fast as you should be. And then you're going to get launched into the buoy, and then the zero off will actually release the throttle in order to make the correct times, and you'll feel that kind of dumped feeling where you have a lot of acceleration, you feel very fast, and you have no line. And that's because sometimes you sit your hips back and squat. But Ali rarely has that compression happen, and she has really nice alignment. And so you'll see really nice line management due to that.
Okay, so that was the 12-meter line, or 35 off the standard 75-foot line, leaving her with 40 feet to get around all 6 buoys. That was that pass. Now this is 11.25 meters. 38 off now, coming in. A good, solid pull-out for the entrance gates, almost as critical to get that right as it is to get the turns in the slalom course correct as well. Round number 3, nicely done. Round buoy number 4, good attacking posture, and a 6 buoy count, 11.25 meters. Very, very well done there from Ali Nicholson.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I think that was the nicest 38 I've seen her run all season, honestly. I mean, that was really, really solid skiing. No thrills or frills, kind of just turning every single buoy with confidence, knowing where the line was, and not getting compressed anywhere, staying connected. I mean, it's pretty much textbook 38 right there. And here's another lefty. There's a lot of lefties, this woman, the women skiers, which is really fun to watch. It's a big difference of skiing left to right foot, you'll notice.
Kind of complicates the gate shots a little, being left foot forward, but
yeah,
I mean,
that's always the kind of trick as a lefty, is to figure out a consistent gate, because it's kind of your offside cut. But the ones that do figure out the gate, if you have a really consistent gate as a lefty, you're going to come out of one just smoking. So it could be almost an advantage sometimes.
All right, let's see how this plays out. We've got Ali Nicholson on the water right now. We should see Jamie Ball on the dockside getting ready for her go as she hydrates up, as it were.
Is 39 off. So we've seen Ali, what's her PB, 4 at 39?
Season's best is 4.
So she can run this puppy if she gets a good start.
If she does.
A little down course. A little slack.
All round number 3, and that ties the lead.
Ties the lead right there. That was great skiing from Ali, the first round of the tournament. And you'll notice, I mean, she was a little down course out of 1, but she knew that she could fight for some buoys, and she had that slack line out of 2. I honestly thought she was going to stand up in S turn 3, but she kind of turned it late and thought maybe I can take a play on 4 here.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see.
So look at this entrance into buoy number 1, a little broken, a little bit separated there, which left her going down course. Otherwise, that turn afterwards might have been enough to send her to the races. Handle up a little high off number 2. And then...
Yeah, she just took the hit. That was.
Yeah, she did. Impressive.
Yeah, she's strong. She's got a small frame, but she's a strong chick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. She was definitely on her game there and got 3 buoys at 10.75 meters. And we'll check in dockside with Freddie and friends.
Whitney, I remember very well last year at the Malibu Open when you were cheering for Regina as she ran 39 and after the two other girls had done it ahead of you. You're obviously a big proponent of women's skiing. The level today is high with the unfortunate exception of Bayer. Everyone's run 38. You must be very happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, it started with the men. I got here pretty early. My son was sleeping in the back, and I was just watching guys run 39, and I'm like, this is awesome for our sport. I mean, this lake is so amazing. It always produces amazing scores. The boats are perfect. The drivers that they selected for this weekend are so good, and, I mean, there's not a better opportunity to make some big scores, and the girls have started with it already.
Your best of the year, I believe, is 2, and you're going to be presumably, I mean, you think you can go past that today?
I mean, this is one of my favorite lakes. My best score ever is 2 1/4. I did it here years ago. And this week I've definitely been watching some old videos of me running 39 here. So I'm excited, and I just need to keep my head in it and one buoy at a time.
I like your strategy of getting the motivation from the previous years. Awesome. Good luck, and back to you guys.
Okay, so skier out on the water, the current world women's slalom champion. It is Jamie Bull.
Jamie is such a solid skier. I remember I was talking to Cole McCormick one day, and he had mentioned, you know, Jamie, I rode in the boat for her, and she just has this uncanny awareness of her body on the ski.
Good catch.
And, you know, to have Cole say that from the boat, it means a lot because, you know, he's an amazing slalom skier himself. So I'm excited to see what she does at her home site after winning the Worlds here just a year ago. I mean, she's got to be feeling pretty dang good.
Yeah, certainly a lot to smile for, you know, and to be optimistic with. You know, I mean, and she's definitely got some plans in the off season, and none of them actually involve her skiing. She's actually a backcountry ski guide over in Canada in Ontario. So already looking forward to that, and certainly would cap off an absolutely fantastic season of action for her. All right, here comes Jamie Bull. 12 meters. Good rotation, good leverage, solid skiing. Doesn't get much better than this among the women.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much a warm-up pass for Jamie. She just has really good bodily awareness on the water. I mean, you'll see her kind of almost creep up on the ski into her offside, which I'm always afraid of doing because I blow tails like crazy. But she's, you know, she comes up on the ski but then settles back down, and it's just this beautiful rhythm off the second wake into her offside that I think really aids her. So you'll see her kind of let the boat bring her on top of the ski, and then she'll kind of just stay there, and the ski just reacts so well to that. I'm honestly a little jealous because like that position right there on her offside is just so nice. Whereas I'm always a little tentative to get up on the ski like that. But it works so well for her. Just very nice standing tall into that offside turn, and comes out of it so nicely, like pretty much every time. It's really impressive skiing.
Certainly no two ways about it. One of the most impressive female slalom skiers in all of the world. That is Jamie Bull. Winning 2 world titles last season, the U21 title and the Open Women's Slalom title. Both in the state of Florida. One of them in Santa Rosa County and the other one right here in Lake County. Round number 1.
38 off. I mean, this is almost a warm-up pass for her as well. She's just stroking this bad boy.
Working that Syndicate Alpha Signature Edition slalom ski. Newly released model.
That's pretty much textbook right there. Beautiful 38. But you had mentioned that she is a snow skier as well. She's a really proficient snow skier.
Oh yeah.
And it kind of reminds me of the Jamie Bouchain in that sense. You know what I mean? He would go back and forth between snow skiing in the winter and slalom skiing in the summer. And you know, he would just be running 41, and he was so amazing, even regardless of the fact that he took pretty much every winter off to go snow ski. Maybe there's something to that.
Maybe there is. I mean, there are certain similarities between snow skiing and water skiing position-wise. You know, how much you bend your knees, how much you bend your ankles, how much your chest dictates what's going on. You know, I mean, the nearest discipline of snow skiing, the nearest discipline to that is giant slalom. I mean, if you've ever watched the Olympic Games, you know, I know some of you watch the Olympic Games religiously or follow the FIS World Cup. For the vast majority of people that will ever watch a giant slalom event, is probably once every 4 years. But you will see the flow from each turn from one to the next, you know, as you progressively pick up speed using the knees and the ankles. And it's kind of similar to that as we now watch Jamie Ball come into the course at 10.75 meters.
Yeah, and Tony, she's run a lot of these this season. I mean, she's killing it. So look at this. She just looks so relaxed. So early to 3.
Oh, almost overloads.
I mean, she's stroking it, though. I mean, wow. Beautiful 5 ball.
Just pummels number 6. There you go. 6 at 10.75 meters, your new leader.
That's an amazing pass right there. I mean, I know she got a little deep at 3 ball, but other than that, I mean, it's a textbook 38 and 39 for her at her home site where she won Worlds. Can't say it enough. I mean, she's just skiing lights out right now.
Yes, lights out is kind of understating it a little bit there for Jamie Ball.
So, beautiful start. Let's see what happened at 3, because she did get a little deep at 3 here. Can't really tell with the spray. But cool and confident, even getting a little deep. I mean, kind of took less speed into 4, kind of came up a little earlier so she could, you know, have the same rhythm with the ZO out of 4, and it worked really well for her.
And very self-aware on that ski, you know, because there were at least a couple of occasions where she could have brought her hip and brought it and like just really aggressively finish off the turn. But she gets to a certain point, halts for a split second, and then goes just to make sure that everything's in check and everything can proceed from there. All of this done, you know, in the space of less than a second.
Of course. Yeah, you do sometimes want to overturn. So the season best is 1 for Jamie this season. Let's see what she can do.
All right.
Under-angled.
Round number 1. Can she make it? Round buoy number 2. She makes it round number 2. Ow! And she gets the full 2 now. To the best of my memory, the Canadian national slalom record, I believe, is either 2 1/4 or 2 1/2. So that is how close she got to that mark. Looking at the open women's record, 2 1/4 at 10.25 meters. If she'd have made a play on number 3, we could be looking at another record. But as it stands, it's 2 at 10.25 meters, and one of her better scores of the season. That is Jamie Ball.
That score is under review currently, and that is extremely close. It looks like she might have hit it with her ski before getting the binding completely around that 2 ball, which would mean it would be a score of 1 buoy. She just had a little under-angled gate, which lost the line for her out of 1. And
hard to say from that angle.
That's so close. This is when I'm thankful I'm not sitting in the judges' booth. You know what I mean? I mean, that's it.
All right, let's check in dockside with Freddie and friends.
Gina, 4 wins this year, Swiss Lake 38, Hilltop, and last week at Malibu Open. The renaissance continues. You must be feeling good for another win here.
Yeah, I mean, the girls the guys too. Y'all are skiing amazing out there. So yeah, the big scores make us all excited to be able to go throw down. So it's going to be exciting today and tomorrow, and it's got a good little format so that we can have everybody come in and do the go-karts and the shooting afterwards. So it'll be fun.
Are you a sharp shooter?
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. Well, good luck out there. Back to you guys.
That's not what I want to hear from my teammate.
No.
Come on, Regina.
No, I think she should definitely go with the 20 gauge.
So we got a confirmed score of 1 at 41 off for Jamie Bull, just inside that 2 ball there. But, I mean, it's a great score. She took the lead. She took the lead by 4 buoys. I mean, she's got a hefty lead now with 1 at 41, and she's got to be feeling good. She's going to have another prelim round tomorrow, so she could improve on that score. I mean, I've seen her, she got 2 at 41 to win world championships, so she's very capable of getting over to that 2 ball. But, of course, we've got Whitney and Regina to come. Still amazing skiing to see here at Jack Travers, Sunset Lakes. Whitney McClintock-Rini for opening pass of, I assume, 32 off. Yep.
All right, here she comes.
And Tony, you've been watching Whitney McClintock ski for quite a long time now.
Yeah.
You could probably speak to, her prowess on the water as much as anyone.
All right there. So she's been impressive for so long. One of the first times that I actually watched Whitney McClintock ski, at least so far as in the flesh is concerned, was way back in 2009. And on that occasion, Canada won the team overall title thanks to Whitney McClintock's performances. She won the Tricks world title, and she also won the slalom world title. And her celebration and a picture was blasted out all across the back pages of every single major newspaper across Canada, the Toronto Star, whatever newspapers that existed at that time, and it was an endearing image, and I'm sure she's probably got loads and loads of copies of that. She's probably even got it framed up in like a memory box or something like that. But she's been at this level for so long. And, she repeated on her world slalom title in 2011 as well. Let's not gloss over that fact. World overall champion in 2019 as well, on top of snagging another world title for Team Canada. She is a consummate professional and certainly one of the finest women's skiers of all time. This is Whitney McClintock Greeny. Let's have a look and see. This is 12 meters.
So here's another lefty. So you'll see, going into her offside turn now, 4-ball. And Whitney is one of those skiers who has this uncanny balance. And we were talking about trick skiers before, and we'll more on that after we go to the dock.
Let's go dockside with Freddie and friends.
Jamie, I thought that your 39 at San Gervasio earlier this year was about as good as a 39 as I could see, but that was better, I think.
Yeah, that felt super solid. Definitely really strong, and every buoy was confident and moved through the turn. So, yeah, no complaints on my end either.
And we were talking just a second ago about your boy 3. You got the good 2, and you said, why don't you go for such a big 3?
Yeah, I turned pretty hard at 3, which wasn't really necessary, but I felt strong and I was in control, so I was moving, and I'm glad that I'm committing. I just turned 3 so hard and got, I really like my ski because it slides and it slid, and I hooked up really well, but the amount of space I had before 4-ball, came into 4, I was like, come on, 2 hands, just keep 2 hands on, because I'm on my onside, it's easy for me to come off fast and kind of lose control, lose width. So, I managed it well. I knew I hooked up well at a 3, so I just kept 2 hands long into 4 and then was able to move through 4 really well as well.
I think, it's quite obvious that you're getting better and better and better as we keep going. You said this might be your last event. You really think you're going to do that? You could break world records in Miami.
I actually found out yesterday that some of the stuff I have going on in the winter is happening a little bit later than I thought. So there's some possibility, but I'm not committing to anything yet.
Well, hopefully we'll see you there, and good luck for the rest of this weekend. Back to you guys.
Man, that was
vicious.
Not the most perfect 38 for Whitney, but of course, she's extremely confident on that pass. She's rarely, very rarely, I don't think I've ever seen her miss that pass, personally. But you'll see at 4 and 5, she got in a little deep and had a little bit of a slack hit that made her head throw back, and that's never a good feeling after getting hit like that. And it happens a lot when, you have confident skiers like Whitney, because no matter what, no matter how they feel going into the buoy, they're going to commit on the back end of the ball. And you'll see at this 4-ball, she kind of took a little bit too much speed into 4, but is always going to commit regardless of the fact that she has a little bit more speed. And that's when you get, a little bit of a head flip back like that. It's just a little bit of an overcommit with too much speed at the back of the buoy. But of course, it's 38 off for Whitney. It's practically a warm-up pass, so no problems there, and she'll be coming back at 10.75 meters.
I already made sure I'm not in your group. No, I was like, where is his name?
All right, there we see our leaderboard. Jamie Ball in the lead with 1 at 10.25 meters. The only person that has run 10.75 meters thus far. Could we see another successful run at that? Here we go, 10.75 meters coming in.
Whoa, huge 1-ball, but she's still in it. Wow, this is impressive.
This is very, very impressive.
Out of 3. Oh, back of the ski out of 4.
And
out of 5.
All right then, so it's going to be a 4 buoy count at 10.75 meters. Didn't get exactly the best start, but considering her start, she got pretty far down that pass.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with that one ball, that was absolutely brutal. One ball from Whitney. Kind of the same deal as her 5 ball at 38, where she kind of overcommitted on the back of the ball and just got hugely deep with some whiplash on the back. Oh, but she held on and she's strong. And she comes out of 2, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's as if nothing happened. She was right back in the pass, right back on time. So I thought she might actually run this after 2 ball. But then it seems that she was a little under-angled out of 3 and just got in the back of the ski out of 4 and wasn't able to get over to 5 ball. But still, super solid score. She's currently in 2nd place. We'll see what Regina does. But I don't think she's going to be too mad about that.
No, not in the slightest. You know, she's basically set herself up for the final round. I mean, she's still got round 2 to go. Let's not gloss over that. Still another opportunity to get through 10.75 meters, which I'm sure she'll take with both hands should the opportunity present itself. And we'll see how that plays out with the second round tomorrow, and then also the finals. But let's have a look and see our very last competitor to take to water, the winner last weekend of the Malibu Open, and has won the vast majority of the professional events that she has skied in the last few seasons. This is former world champion but current world record holder. This is Regina Jaquess.
Yeah, Regina, pretty much the undisputed GOAT of female water skiing, slalom skiing specifically, but she's a grade 3 eventer as well, and she is on my team for this Grand Prix. So, hate to be biased as an announcer, but I'm kind of rooting for Regina to just crush it today, so that we get extra, sweet points. So I don't know if anyone back home watching knows the format of the entire tournament or Grand Prix, Travers Grand Prix, but we'll talk more on that after we go to the dock.
So maybe not super happy with that. I mean, you've been skiing so well.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of my favorite places to ski. That was a bad one, and a lot of stuff going on today being here. So I'm actually very happy with how well I'm managing my brain right now being here, and I know I'm capable of more. I just got a really bad 1 ball there, and I don't even know exactly why. So I'll have to go back and look at that. But I mean, first 2 passes felt amazing. 38 even felt good, in control, perfectly fine. Maybe just a little slow on my gate at 39. I'm not 100% sure. But
Well, you can go watch it back, but I mean, you don't win in the first round. That's definitely for sure.
yeah, that's true. And I mean, I don't know. I don't have a lot of good stuff to say about that set, but I'm here. I got 4, whatever. Years ago, I would have been happy with that score, but I definitely want more.
Well, build. All right, through the weekend. Back to you guys.
All right then. Great to hear from Whitney McClintock-Rini on her analysis of her performance as we look at Regina Jaquess. Started in on 13 meters, and this should be but merely a warm-up on 12.
Oh yes, very much a warm-up pass for Regina Jaquess. So as I was speaking on earlier, the format of the Grand Prix is water skiing. So we got the slalom skiing going on, we have the go-karting, and we have the ski shooting. So for the skiing portion, you have a team. Me and Regina are a pro on a team with 3 other people, 3 other men, and we essentially pool our points, and it's a handicap system. So based on your average of your best 2 scores in the books, you take 6 buoys off of your average, and then you get points based on your top score from the 2 preliminary rounds versus your average minus 6 buoys. So for instance, my average is 3 at 41, so you'd have a 3 at 39 kind of like base average that you're handicapped against. And I think I ran a 1 at 41 today, so that would be like 4 points for an example. Regina's, I think her average this year is what, like 1 1/4, 1.5 at 41?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
So I'm hoping Regina just like knocks it out of the park. Her season best is 3. Okay, so her average is actually more than that. I don't know what her average is. I'm just hoping she's like rips 41 and just gets us crazy points. That'd be sick.
All right, here we go. This is Regina Jaquist. Now for the good portion of the season, she's been skiing with that knee brace, but no longer. She feels comfortable enough to ski without it. So far as slaloming goes, she made a triumphant return last week on the jump skis and posted up some decent distances whilst keeping the knee braces on. But slalom, very, very grateful for that ease of movement and comfort and and being able to move through the ski without any kind of impediment.
I mean, that was by far the nicest 38 of the day. That was just textbook perfect. Regina, I have to say, that comeback after her ACL surgery, one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen in the sport. I mean, it was so fast, and when she came back to the scene, she was still just running 39 and just looking really good, even with the knee brace on, even with very visible swelling, very visible pain in her day-to-day. And she just continued to just ski so well and so confidently. It was really impressive last year to see that and really inspiring.
Right, Regina Jaquist, who sought treatment over at the Andrews Sports Medicine Institute in Birmingham, in Alabama, which appears to be like the world center for anything that deals with sports medicine, both in preventative measures and also surgery and rehabilitation afterwards. It's become that kind of place all of a sudden. And Regina Jaquist approaching the course now, 10.75 meters. The only person that has cleared this pass since the jump has been Jamie Bull. Let's see if she can add a name to that list.
Really solid start here from Regina. She's so early. She's so relaxed.
Moved through very, very well off number 3 into number 4. Checks up on 5. Now, she did that at the Mastercraft a few weeks ago, and it didn't quite work out for her. This time, a little better.
Yeah, sometimes you can check it out at 39, and if you check at 5 a little too safety check-ish, then you can not make it over to 6. But no, I mean, she was so ahead in that pass. I mean, even with a little bit of a slow 4-ball, I mean, you'll see how insanely early she is coming into this 3-ball at 39. I mean, you see Nate Smith do this a lot too, where he'll just run the pass after gate 1. Like I saw at the Worlds last year, they're so good on their gate 1. They're so early. They're so perfect that they ran the pass from gate to 1. And then the rest of the pass, they're just chilling because they know they're so far ahead. Like, look at this. She's so early. And so she pretty much safety checked 4 and 5, which is that much more impressive. And now she gets to come back in at 41 off. And, she's already in the final pretty much guaranteed at this point after running 39. I mean, you never know, but...
that rearward view from 5 into number 6, whenever you come across the second wake and you know that ski is about to track outside the buoy, that must be of sorts of immense comfort.
Yeah, when you're coming to the 6-ball and you know you're going to make it around, of course it's comforting. That's always good, huh?
Indeed. Let's have a look at 10.25 meters. The needs more than 1 for the lead. Let's see what occurs. Round number 1 gets the good start. Round buoy number 2. Did she make and looks like it's going to be 1 and 1/2. 1.5 at 10.25 meters.
She's okay. That was a really big hit. I'm surprised she tried to take that.
It's the last thing she needs.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that speaks to Regina as a competitor, though. Even if it's a day 1 prelim round, I mean, she's still going to take hits. Oh, man, she was just so spread out at 2-ball. I don't think she knew how much slack she had. I think she was a little blind to the fact that she had that much slack, and so she was like, oh, just hold on, no big deal. I mean, she's definitely grimacing after that one. She might feel it tomorrow.
Now, I think she's waiting on the boat to pick her up at this point because she knows that she's the last skier out, so the boat is probably more likely to, but she is moving rather gingerly in the water. Yeah, that is about as big a shoulder hit as you're probably going to get.
It's really rough on the shoulders. Oh, they're not picking her up.
All right, so that is Regina Jaquist, and she will score 1 and 1/2 buoys for that 1 and 1 half. Okay.
She'll take the lead with that.
Yeah, indeed. Let's have a look at that leaderboard. Let's view that beautiful beam footage. All right, there. Here we go. We got Regina Jaquist with 1.5 at 10.25 meters, ahead of Jamie Ball on 1. Winnie McClintock-Rini with 4 at 10.75. Chelsea Mills and Ali Nicholson tied with 4th with 3. 6th place, Alicia Bagnoli with 2. 7th place, Sasha Denyaskaya on 1. And we got that score of half on 10.75 meters for 8 for Paige Rini and Beatrizia Yanni. Half a buoy on the opening pass, but rest assured that once she gets her equipment situated, she will be back. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a timeout before we go on to the continuation of the event. I would believe we'll have a few of our amateurs take to the water for their second round, but this is the continuing coverage of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Okay, so welcome back to continuing coverage. This is the opening portion of round 2 so far as the amateurs are concerned. Greg Chapman here at 52K. Opening pass, I believe, on 16 meters. We'll get confirmation of that in just a moment, but okay, so at 52K 16, that seems to be consistent with what he had done before. 52K 52.16. For those of you that have just joining us, we're into the second round of amateurs. Those of you a little bit late to the party, so far as our pro competition is concerned, you definitely missed out a little bit on Will Asher and Freddie Winter both scoring into 9.75 meters. We also had some great scores from Regina Jaquist and Jamie Ball in the women's competition. And it looks like it's going to be a humdinger come tomorrow. But in the round 2 of the amateur competition, we got Greg Chapman. For those of you that want to watch that coverage of the men's competition, indeed the women's competition among the pros, you can scrub back on the webcast player as you view it on the YouTube channel. And while you're there, if you haven't subscribed, do so. Help us out by subscribing, and also help yourself by being a part of the conversation with the chat window on the right-hand side of the and looking good, Greg Chapman. All right, then. So we got Greg Chapman. He's gone. That was an attempt at 55K. We'll get a confirmation of whether that's 55K or 14.25 meters. I suspect it might be the latter. Well, they're going down. I believe on number 3. Actually, that was number 4, so it makes that 3.5, 3 1/2 on that performance. 3.5 on the second run, which I believe was at 14.25 meters. So now we're coming down to our next competitor. This should be Michael DeMello. Michael DeMello in the round previous to this one went in at 32 miles an hour. 32 miles an hour at 28 off, or 52.14. I believe he's going to go in on the same run. Solid effort here for Michael DeMello. And decent skiing there for Michael DeMello. That is a 14.25 meter pass, and he should be working his way to the next run while keeping the boat speed the same at 52K.
Like a dummy, I'd always forget.
Okay, just coming back from the instant replay. For those of you that are watching, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Be part of the live chat.
Yeah, that's dangerous temperatures. You know, got our water temp at one point was 94. I took my fin off just to get across the course.
Here he comes, Michael DeMello, 30 meters, one of the major supporters of this event, the Travers Grand Prix, pulling along into number 3. Now, I believe he got 5 at 30 meters the last time, and I think he's going to get round all 6 this time around, Michael DeMello. Yes, he got 5 on 13, 5 on this pass in the previous round. He now has a chance to strike at 12 meters, so well done to him. Just working his way one turn to the next. Getting a little bit late on some of these, but managing to stay ahead of the course for the most part. Michael DeMello, good skiing all the way through. So now 12 meters comes up next. All right then, folks, here we go. Oh, on the back of the ski, couldn't get much off that one. I believe it was inside 2, and definitely can't work his way out of that slack, so it's going to be a 1 buoy count. 1 buoy on 12 meters for Michael DeMello. All right then, continuing coverage of the 2022 Travers Grand Prix. Thank the likes of Ski Dock and Syndicate, Sunset Lakes, Mike and Kerry Morgan and Michael DeMello for their generous contributions to this event. All right, here we are. Next competitor up, this should be Tom Phipps, who scored in the previous round, having started at 52.14, 4 buoys on the opener. Let's see if he can bleed off enough speed and to conjure up something a little bit more substantive with this round of skiing. He's rounder number 2. Skier riding up a little bit high off number 3. This is where things started to go wrong for him in the round previous. He gets round 5 this time and will continue on to 30 meters for the next run. That is Tom Phipps. So with some great skiing earlier on this morning in the amateurs. We had the pros afterwards. 2 great runs into 9.75 meters from both Freddie Winter and Will Asher. And some great scores from many of our other competitors in the pro division as well. Like Robert Hazelwood with his 3, Jonathan Travers, and likes of Thomas de Gasperi and Sasha Deska as well. They got halfway down 10.25 meters and would by every metric probably through to the next round of the competition, but it is their best score out of 2 rounds, so not entirely secure in their current spots right now in the top 8. We'll see how things work their way out whenever we continue on to the second round, which will be tomorrow in the pro competition. But this is Tom Phipps. He's on 13 meters now. He's in a pretty good spot now. Way past the point where he bowed out on in round number 1, so he's definitely slaloming a darn sight better than he did in round 1, where he scored 4 on the opener. He's gotten through both opening passes now, so getting ready for 12. All right, so looking around the dockside area. A few of those folks getting ready for the go-karting, which will take place a little bit later on. The go-karting, I believe, starts at around about 6 p.m. For those of you wondering. Oh, and Tom Phipps getting round number 2, but not much more beyond that, I'm afraid. So it's going to be 1 and 1/2, beg your pardon, on the 12-meter line for our men's 7 competitor, Tom Phipps. All right, next gear up is going to be Randy Torley. And we'll take a brief break, and then we'll return to more live skiing action here at the Travers Grand Prix.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Returning to the live waterski action in the portion of the second round of the amateur competition. Our next competitor up is going to be Randy Torley. Randy Torley in the previous round started at 49.16. I don't have any reason to suspect he'll come in at anything different. She scored 1.5 on 14.25 meters. And scores half a buoy in this round, unfortunately. And that was at 16 meters, 49K. And that was Randy Torley. Just didn't quite get the edge and the balance necessary. Just got on the back of the ski, and then it was goodbye from there. So Randy Torley. All right, we'll continue on with more action in round 2, amateurs. We'll have Mike Morgan taken to the water next, and it's going to be right after this. All right, so. Okay, looks like we are going beyond Mike Morgan for our next competitor. It should be Melanie Calhoun now. All right, working her way into the course, and Melanie Calhoun, who came into the course at 55.16 in the round previous to this one. 60 meters. Boat speed of 34 mile an hour. Line length 22 off. And that is a good looking opening pass for Melanie Calhoun. 2 more skiers remain after her. It should be Amelia Vaughn and Mary Koenig. All right, so boat driver at the helm and getting ready to pull up in Melanie Calhoun.
Okay, here we go.
And that's Scott Greenwood at the driving the Nautique towboat and bringing Melanie Calhoun into the course on 14.25 meters. Started in at 55K 16. Melanie working away from one end of the course to the next. Don't see much wrong with that as she gets ready for 13 meters. She actually scored 3 on 12 in the previous round, so looking to boost up some points based upon handicapped average. Just looking in fantastic shape. Not too much wrong out there. A good connection. A little bit loose off number 4, but that is about a one and only error. She had enough in hand to get that ski on the outside of buoy number 6 to secure that run. That is Melanie Calhoun. Right, both accelerating up to 55k. The line length is now 13 meters, I beg your pardon. 13-meter attempt. Hannel rising up a little bit high here on 12 meters. Glare starting to come into play a little bit with this attempt on the 13-meter, but the sun is definitely going to be behind her this next time around as she attempts the 12-meter run. This is Melanie Calhoun. Melanie Calhoun, who comes to us out of Canada. All right, here we are. We've got Melanie Calhoun. And there's another chance for you to win a ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win yourself a slalom ski by accurately predicting the podiums in the men's and women's pro events. The entries will stay open until right before the start of the finals. And as we see Melanie Calhoun stall up on buoy number 4 and managing to ski for the wakes, which I believe will give her a 4 buoy count on 12 meters, so well done to her. Nice extension on number 1, just a little on the back of the ski and not getting that much angle as a result. Managing to resist hard enough to get from one side to the other. This is Melanie Calhoun managing just to squeak that ski outside, taking the pull of the line and well before the next of the boat guides, which will result in her getting 4.
You're not using the chalkboard? Nope.
So 4 on 12 there for Melanie Calhoun. We're down to our final 2 skiers of the day. All right, representing Peace, Love, and Water Skiing. This is Amelia Vaughn out of Bumpus in Virginia. Rolls nicely in towards number 1. All getting a little bit on the back of the ski. Now things need to pick up quickly. Got 2.5 in the round previous to this one. Amelia Vaughan started in at 52.16. That's exactly what she's gone at this time around. So that was 16 meters, our penultimate skier out of women's 2. Let's see what she can do with 14.25 meters, which is the pass that comes up next. All right, so Amelia Vaughan. Scott Greenwood there mashing the throttle down and taking the boat round the island as it straightens up and gets ready to bring in Amelia Vaughan. This is a 14.25 meter attempt. She scored a 2.5 on 16 in the previous round. So I suspect she's wanting to make up for lost time. Tries to load up on number 3, but doesn't quite get the full tilt there. However, she's still there on top of the water round number 5 and gets all the way around buoy number 6. And the effort was most certainly there. The execution was there as well. 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. So that pass, from what I can understand, was actually at 55.16, so she decided to go in at something slightly earlier this time around. So now, our next pass is going to be 14.25 meters, an attempt thereof. Right, here we go now. 14.25 meters the rope is now. All getting blown over the ski a little bit, turning a little too hard on number 1. Still trying to work those edges and get around all 6 buoys, and I think she's done that on 14.25 meters, so well done there to Amelia. So handle up a little bit high on 1 or 2 of those turns that causes her to break forward a little bit, but she had enough in hand to run that pass. But things are going to get a lot quicker as we look at the dock and see Mary Koenig getting ready. All right, here we go. Here comes Amelia Vaughan. This now is 13 meters. Getting completely pulled off her edge off number 1. And round number 2, number 3, she tried to make a play on. But it's going to end up being 2.5 on 30 meters, which is a lot better than what she did in the round previous to this one. So a good little bit of improvement there for Amelia Vaughan, skiing on the Corey and Jamie team. And now we're going to go to our last competitor. It is going to be Mary Koenig, a skier on the Robert Pagozzi and Paige Reaney squad.
Yep.
All right, our very last skier of the day. It is going to be Mary Koenig, and she's going to come into the course, I believe, on 18.25 meters at 52K. She scored 5 in the previous round, taking in a good dose of speed into number 1. Arcs out there on number 2, continuing to keep her water speed up, and not nearly as far down course as she was in the round previous to this one. But to her credit, managing to keep her wits about her this time and get around all 6 buoys on 18.25 meters. All right, so Mary Koenig confirmed with that six buoy count on 18.25 meters. And we shall see what she comes up with this little performance. Here comes Mary Koenig. This now is 16 meters. 16-meter attempt. The boat speed still remains at 52K. On the back of the ski, taking a bit of air into number 5. Will she make it outside number 6? Just about on the back side of it. So no exit gate there for Mary Koenig. She got round number 6. She'll score 5.5 for that effort there. 5.5 on the 16-meter line. The final score for Mary Koenig with this effort here that we're seeing the instant replay for. Just trying to maintain some resistance against the boat, but every time she tries, she buries herself a little bit deeper and makes the whole process of getting back into shape and getting a 6 buoy count on this pass just that much more difficult. She got round the 6, but then she blew past the exit gates, and that is all she wrote, folks. That is 5.5 on 16 meters for Mary Koenig to conclude today's water ski action. And it's what a day it's been. We've had 2 performances into 9.75 meters. We had 2 performances into 10.25 meters among our women, and we've got a big old slugfest tomorrow in terms of not only the team competition between our between our various teams during the course of the day at the Travers Grand Prix, but we've also got our skiers, our pro skiers, battling for places in the finals in the men's and women's competition. So make sure you rejoin us for that tomorrow morning. So it's going to still be that 8 a.m. start. 8 a.m. is going to start the second and final day of action here at the Travers Grand Prix. So on the behalf of everyone here, all the supporters, all the skiers, and all of the folks here at TWBC, it is going to be until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Ciao for now.